Well, good evening and welcome. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, under God, with liberty and justice for all. Well, good evening once again, everyone, and welcome to tonight's school committee meeting. First, I want to start off and remind everyone once again that this month, October, is our college month in BPS, and that's why I'm wearing the lapel pin this evening for my alma mater, the Florida State University. So thank you to everyone on the committee and across the district that showed their school spirit at last meeting. I do want to note we're talking about some pretty weighty subjects this evening, and I wanted to take a moment just to dedicate my participation in this meeting to one of my true mentors who we celebrated his life earlier this week. One of my professors from college, Dr. Jim Jones, you're with us, and I thank you for your influence. Because this is a remote meeting, I'll ask Ms. Sullivan to please call the roll.
Dr. Coleman?
Present.
Mr. O'Neill?
Here.
Dr. Rivera?
Here.
Ms. Robinson?
Here.
Mr. Tran?
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila?
Present.
Mr. Lecanto? Mr. Lecanto?
I'm sorry, I muted myself. I'm here.
All members are present.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Tonight's meeting is being shared live on Zoom. It will be rebroadcast on Boston City TV and posted to the school committee's webpage and on YouTube at a later date. For those of you that are joining us on Zoom or at a later date, you can find tonight's meeting documents posted on the committee's website at bostonpublicschools.org/school committee under the October 21st meeting link. Excuse me. We have interpretation services available this evening in a number of languages, including Spanish, Mandarin, Cantonese, Vietnamese, and American Sign Language. We will have each of our interpreters introduce themselves in order. First, we'll start with Mr. Bernal. Good evening, Mr. Bernal. Would you please introduce yourself in Espanol?
Good evening, Mr. Lecanto. Good evening, everyone. My name is Juan Bernal. I am the Spanish interpreter. I will provide live interpretation during the public comment portion of this meeting for those in need of interpretation. I will now make the same announcement in Spanish. Muy buenas noches para todos. Mi nombre es Juan Bernal. Soy el intérprete para español. Voy a proveer servicio de interpretación durante la porción de comentarios públicos de esta reunión para aquellas personas que necesiten del servicio de un intérprete. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Please proceed, Mr. Lecanto.
Gracias, Mr. Bernal. And will Peter Chu, our Cantonese interpreter, please introduce yourself in Cantonese?
My name is Peter Chu. I'm the Cantonese interpreters, and tonight I'll be interpreting for the public comment sections of these meetings. And now I will do it in Cantonese. 各位好，我姓趙嘅。今日咧，我係會幫呢個會議係公眾表達意見嗰個部分咧，做一個翻譯，即係將你哋用廣東話所講嘅嘢咧轉做英文俾呢個學校嘅委員會咧知道你所表達嘅意見嘅。Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chu. Next up, we have Joy Zhang, our Mandarin interpreter. Please introduce yourself in Mandarin.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name is Joy. I'm gonna translate from Mandarin to English. 大家好，我名字叫 Joy。我会在你们公众发言的时候把英文转换成中文给你们。谢谢大家。Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zhang. And finally, will our Vietnamese interpreter please introduce yourself in Vietnamese? I believe that's Dana. Did we lose her? Well, I'm sorry.
I mute myself. I'm sorry. Hi, this is Dana. I'm the interpreter from Bay State. I will interpreted in Vietnamese to English and to English to Vietnamese. Tôi là thông dịch từ tiếng Việt qua tiếng Anh cho tất cả phụ huynh hôm nay, và nếu phụ huynh nào có câu hỏi và thắc mắc, mong rằng phụ huynh sẽ nghe và sẽ có đồng ý, có góp ý kiến hoặc có thắc mắc gì thì sẽ có đặt vấn đề thì có thể yêu cầu và hỏi qua tôi sẽ giúp đỡ và thông dịch giùm. Cảm ơn.
Thank you, Dana. And just as a note for our foreign language speakers that are joining us this evening, the proceedings of the entire meeting are translated in through our subtitle function on Zoom, and I believe we're also subtitled through YouTube. I might be wrong about the exact method for doing that, but you can search through the features on both YouTube and Zoom to find your appropriate language. Our spoken interpreters will only be with us for public comment, and because we have a very long public comment list tonight, we have promoted and grouped together the speakers that will be speaking in native tongues outside of English to speak at the beginning of the meeting, so as not to keep our interpreters here for too long this evening. So I hope you'll bear with us, folks. Those speakers will follow the elected officials and the students this evening. And
Khi tối nay,
finally,
hôm nay cái buổi họp thông dịch.
thank you, Dana. Finally, we have our American Sign Language interpreters, Miss Cynthia Ramos, Miss Sarah Konetsky, and Miss Sherry Kuhn, who are joining us once again this evening. Would you please take a moment to introduce yourselves as well? And thank you once again for assisting us.
Hello, I'm Cindy Ramos, and I will be providing interpretation during the whole meeting.
Hello, I'm Sarah Kuznetsky. I'll be interpreting the entire meeting as well.
And my name is Sherry Kuhn, and I'm also an American Sign Language interpreter for the duration of the meeting tonight. And Mr. Locanto, you're on mute there.
Thank you once again. And for other viewers that are hard of hearing but do not speak American Sign Language, we also have subtitles in English. Thank you. Turning to public comment, thank you once more to everyone who did sign up for public comment tonight. We have a very lengthy public comment list. There are 185 individuals that have signed up for public comment this evening. Sign up for both public comment periods closed today at 4:30 p.m. And we are going to eliminate the public comment on reports period this evening as well, just as a programming note, because we don't have any reports on to follow our votes this evening. So just to take a moment for those that will be providing public comment this evening, Ms. Sullivan will remind everyone who will be speaking a little bit later of the rules, but I want to start now and just remind folks that are going to be speaking, if you're joining us on Zoom, please make sure that the name that you have logged in on Zoom with matches the name that you signed up for public comment so that we can find you when we get to the public comment phase. You can rename yourself using the Zoom tools, and if you need help, you can find that on the Zoom website. We'll be back to speak to you a little bit more about the rules for public comment a little bit later, but we wanted to make sure that you had every opportunity to prepare yourselves now. And a further programming note, in line with what I spoke about earlier with public comment on reports, because of the large number of speakers that have signed up for this evening, the committee has decided to postpone the collective bargaining update on the basis contract, our assistant principals and others in the middle management of our school district. And we've also suspended the executive session that was scheduled to start at 4:30 p.m. This afternoon. We will reschedule the executive session and the presentation on the tentative agreement with the basis union at our next meeting, which will occur on November 4th. We'll begin the meeting now with the approval of minutes from the October 8th, 2020 school committee meeting. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the October 8th meeting as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Sounds like a second from Dr. Coleman. Any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
thank you. Dr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila,
Yes.
Mr. Lecanto.
Yes.
The minutes are approved unanimously.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Sullivan. We'll move on now to the superintendent's report. I present to you our superintendent, Dr. Brenda Cassellius. Welcome, superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members, and thank you everyone for joining us this evening. By now, you probably know from this morning's announcement that we are pausing in-person learning for all BPS students effective tomorrow, Thursday, October 22nd. All BPS schools will be closed tomorrow and all students will learn remotely tomorrow until public health officials determine it's appropriate for in-person learning to resume. Following my report, Chief Martinez is going to be joining me from the Health of Human Services for the city and my reopening update to discuss today's announcement and to provide further information on that. I know we have a lot to cover this evening, so I'm going to keep my report brief to just 2 items. I first regretfully have to inform the school committee that we lost a nurse, a part of our team, a member who was just an amazing, dedicated public servant and loved our children. BPS Health Services team is still coping with the recent passing of Senior Director Margaret Van Cleve. And last week, we're notified of the passing of Susan Arrayes, nurse at Tech Boston Academy. Susan was a dedicated member of our BPS community as a school nurse for 6 years. She began her school nursing career in 2015. She's been both at the Rafael Hernandez Dual Language School and Mendel Elementary. And in 2018, Susan became the school nurse at Tech Boston Academy. Susan was a strong advocate for our health and welfare of children, a member of the BPS Nurse Faculty Senate, and a proud BPS parent. In an email last week, one nurse wrote, "She is an extremely intelligent, strong, confident woman who taught me so much in the world of school nursing, and she loved advocating for all students, especially those in high needs. She also loved to advocate for all school nurses, making sure their voices were heard and honored by all of us within the community. I send my deepest condolences to her family and all of her loved ones. We thank her for her many years of service to Boston Public School students and their families. This has been a very difficult year for all of us, and I know the Tech Boston community in particular, who has endured a lot of loss of both students and co-head of school, Keith Love, and now their beloved nurse, all in just the last 6 months. So also sending out a lot of love to Nora Vernaza and the entire Tech Boston Bears community. Want to just give you another update around voting. Obviously, everyone is seeing a lot on the news and around media for the November 4th presidential election, as well as other offices within our community and our state. We recently announced that November 3rd would be a remote learning day. And with today's announcement, that is, of course, still the case. I just want to reiterate that we will be remote on Tuesday, November 3rd. Dozens of our school buildings will be polling sites on election day, as they have been in the past. And in addition to voting on November 3rd, the city of Boston has a number of early voting locations. 5 BPS schools are currently serving as early voting sites. And this weekend, an additional 5 schools will be open for early voting. Registered voters can vote early this Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 7 p.m. at the Condon K-8 in South Boston, Mildred Ave K-8 in Mattapan, Harvard Kent Elementary in Charlestown, the Margarita Munez Academy in Jamaica Plain, and Lee K-8 Perkins BCYF in Dorchester. Additional early voting locations and more information about early voting are available at boston.gov/early voting. I want to just do a special shout out to Fenway High School junior Marcus McNeil, who participated in Reebok's National For Those Who Can't Vote campaign. Of course, you know, Marcus is not at the age of where he can vote yet, but he has been a member of our student executive cabinet
and he realizes the importance of this election and got involved. And so big kudos to Marcus and for making us BPS proud. And that's my report for the evening.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you for noting the passing of Nurse Reyes, who we, as a committee, send our condolences to her family and to the entire community that served with her and worked with her and been served by her over a long career in BPS. So thank you for that. We'll open it up now to members for questions or discussion. Dr. Rivera.
Hi, Dr. Cassellius. At the last school committee meeting, at the very end during the new business period, I had tried to make a motion about Indigenous Peoples Day being celebrated in the school district. And so I wonder if we could have that, if we can get some information about how we can make this possible and how we might be able to move this forward in the district in the future, and also any information that you could provide, again, maybe at a future meeting about what efforts, have been initiated in favor of adopting Indigenous Peoples Day in the district.
Great, thank you, Dr. Rivera. I think a really good way to maybe move forward with it is to talk with the task force of opportunity achievement gaps, or maybe bring it up at the equity roundtable as well. So I'll work with my staff on that with Dr. Granson.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you again, Dr. Rivera, for once again raising the issue. I know it was late at the last meeting when we did discuss the issue, but I appreciate you bringing it to the attention of the committee once again in prime time. As we discussed at the last meeting during new business, we are able to schedule items for future meetings once we have a recommendation from the superintendent, from the district through the superintendent on a particular item. So the vice chair and I will work with the superintendent to ensure that the district takes all the appropriate steps to research steps that may need to be taken with respect to the calendar, and then put together the appropriate report for the district's, the committee's consideration. Mr. James.
Hi, Superintendent. Thank you. I just wanted to say that I fully agree with you and the mayor's decision to go remote effective tomorrow due to COVID cases rising in the city and in individual neighborhoods as well. My only question is, do you have any, idea as to the extra resources we would be giving our students with high needs who were in physical school but are now going to be remote starting tomorrow?
Really good question, Mr. James. We are continuing to plan. My team a few weeks ago started planning for this scenario once we started the numbers upticking. And so we're looking at some differences within some support systems for our students who have the highest level of needs above like level 3 in their special ed services. And so I spoke with the SpedPAC parents this morning and committed to finding the resources and supports to try to continue providing services to students, either through contracted services or working with our BTU members in order to provide some of those services within our schools safely.
Thank you, Mr. James. And, excuse me.
Oh, I just said thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. James. And thank you once again, Superintendent. I know you'll be speaking about the reopening update and today's news very shortly. Dr. Coleman.
Dr. Cassellius, thank you for your report. And I just want to say, we've had opportunities to be in meetings with your staff, and particularly I was in 2 meetings this week with several principals. And I just want to say in the conversation with folks from the Equity Roundtable. So first, I want to commend you on instituting that policy here in the district. It's clearly a way that a lot of schools use to organize their thinking, and particularly how they can address the broader needs of students and staff outside of the classroom or academic process. But I also admit that I both was moved to tears and cheers to hear the stories of what some of the principals are doing and the schools are doing to organize around the needs of our children. So it's an incredibly difficult time. So I want to commend you and your staff and our faculty for their deep commitment to our children in an incredible stressful time where no one could do it right. Where this is just a moment where we're going to be filled with pain and failure and difficulties, and your leadership and your grace is noticed and appreciated, even as we deal with deeply conflicted and difficult times. So I want to thank you, your staff, and particularly the faculty who work with our children every day.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. It takes a great team.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman, and I wholeheartedly agree with all of your comments. We'll go to the Vice Chair, Ms. Oliver Davila.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. I don't expect an answer tonight because I want to focus on the public comment. The only thing that I wanted to request, I said this at the last meeting, is I would like to just have clarity on what are the rules for engagement on remote learning, because I've heard different takes from parents around turning your camera off, turning your camera on, being counted absent if your camera's not on. And I also read some other school districts have actually put some, whatchamacallits, behind them. Yeah, and I know that I said that last time to Mr. Racine, but I still think we should try to explore and figure out and just, again, have rules that are across the board, because it seems like it's school to school, and it's not really, I have many things to say about this, but I'll just leave it at that. And I don't expect an answer right now, but if we could figure out how to address that, I would really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I would suggest to the district that this issue be addressed when we have our reopening update at our next meeting on November 4th, if possible.
Okay.
Other members for questions or discussion? Well, I just want to take a brief minute and recognize and congratulate Mr. O'Neill, first of all, for hosting the Council of Great City Schools annual conference over this last week. Mr. O'Neill did an incredible job as the chair of the executive board of the Council of Great City Schools, which represents the 76 largest school districts across our nation and advocates for funds, for legislation, for everything that is good about the urban education that is being provided, the great urban education that's being provided across this country. I want to recognize Mr. James as well, who was a student representative on the student panel last Friday. And I understand he was excellent. I haven't had a chance to sit back and watch his video, unfortunately. But I understand that you made us BPS proud. So thank you very much, Mr. James. Thank you to Dr. Caselius, who was a presenter. I thank you, Mr. O'Neill, for asking me to help out with the legal update during the conference last week. Mr. O'Neill, did we have any other members that participated in the conference last week as presenters or attendees?
Not school committee members, but we did have presentations by the Orenberger, the Edison, the Josiah Quincy Orchestra, and the Boston Latin School Chorale. So 4 different types of students' art were musical entertainment were presented and available to watch, and I got a lot of great feedback on that as well. And I do mention that this was the first year we ever actually had to have a virtual conference. We will be going back to having in-person conference next year, and this conference, which brings about 1,000 of the top urban educators in the country, school board members, superintendents, senior district leaders, will be coming to Boston in 2025. So Superintendent Casilius, I'm sure you'll start the planning pretty soon to make sure it's a fantastic event in 2025.
Definitely.
Well, thank you once again for your dedication, Mr. O'Neill. And thank you, Vice Chair, as well. I know you were able to attend some of the sessions. Okay, we'll move on now. If there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion to receive the superintendent's report as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. A second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Any discussion or objection to that motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila,
Yes.
and Mr. Lecanto.
Yes.
The superintendent's report is passed unanimously.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Before we move on to public comment, as has been our practice for the last couple of months as we've moved through the reopening phases of the fall semester, the committee is going to address two important topics this evening. First, we're going to receive an important update on school reopening. And secondly, the committee will receive an update on the superintendent's recommendation to suspend the entrance exam for the exam school admissions for exam school admissions for this year only, and to approve a new exam school admissions criteria for school year 21-22, as recommended by the exam school admissions criteria working group. Sorry for that mouthful. We'll begin first with the reopening update, and at this time, I'd like to invite the superintendent and her team to provide us with an update on the district's reopening plans, including today's news about the positivity rate in the city and what that means for our schools. Superintendent.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we have a number of folks who are on public comment, so I will try to be brief in both of my summaries, but I did invite Chief Martinez to come and to explain to the committee and to the general public again the current public health statistics and where we're at with that. So Chief Martinez has just been an incredible guide and support to me in this endeavor that we are in right now, as well as the mayor and his entire cabinet. And I just am so thankful to all of them. And I would like to turn it over to Chief Martinez now.
Thanks, Superintendent, and good evening, everyone. I'll just share a little bit of information. I know you have a lot to cover, so I'll just share a little bit of information regarding the latest COVID data and sort of the what we see and why some of the decisions end up getting made. As you may have seen in our latest data that was posted this morning by the Boston Public Health Commission, the city has hit a 5.7 positivity for COVID citywide. To give you a sense of that, we have gone up from about mid threes, 3.5 to 5.7 in about 3 weeks. We've seen this slow climb. It feels slow, but can feel quick to others. But when you look at it every day, so the climb's up to 5.7% positivity across the city. To put that in real numbers, it accounts for about 10,500 people were tested in this period and 595 tested positive. So that's how we get to that 5.7 positivity rate currently in the city. We're averaging about 85 cases a day is our 7-day average right now, which is another metric that we continue to monitor. And we are seeing about on average 17.9 people a day showing up in our emergency rooms complaining of corona-like symptoms, which is a data point that we monitor across the board. So the activity that we currently see in those metrics shows us that we have increased COVID activity in the city. We haven't had the rates of cases or the positivity that we're seeing for several months. And it's been late May since we last seen these kind of numbers in terms of COVID in the city. And so as we continue to monitor the data, we also look at our neighborhood level data, which you can find on the BPHC website, which also shows the neighborhoods of Dorchester, East Boston, Roxbury, and Hyde Park are all over the citywide average and continue to have positive rates that are higher than we'd like to see them be while we all live with COVID, as we're all doing together right now. And so what we're trying to do is monitor those rates. When the 5.7 increase occurred, it became clear that that was a big jump from our 4.5 to 5.7 and presented a concerning infection rate. And in conversation with the superintendent and the Boston Public Health Commission made the guidance that we should go to all remote learning in the moment, given the positive percentage rate that we were seeing. Again, I can only stress this, and I'm going to pass it back to the superintendent. I can answer questions if there are any. But one of the things we need to do is we live with COVID, which means we have to make sure that all the precautions that everyone needs to take getting tested, wearing a face covering, maintaining physical distancing, not gathering in groups. We need to all continue to do that. And we need to continue all of those public health measures to contain COVID and live with it. And if we continue to do that, we can see this rate come back down, which would then allow us to phase back in some level of in-person learning. But right now, the rate is at a level that we're not comfortable doing that currently. So that's where we currently are. We'll stay in close contact with BPS, and we have along the way, and we'll continue to monitor COVID in our neighborhoods and continue to do everything we can to contain it. With that, I'll pass it back to you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Chief Martinez, for the update and really for your continued partnership. I really appreciate it. And all the support that you've provided to our team, our nurses, everybody in your team has just been absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much. It's been instrumental in our planning. I'm also thankful to the mayor and his team, and also to Jessica Tang, president of BTU, and their team for their ongoing partnership in support to our students, especially our in-person students that we were able to spend a couple weeks with. Wish it was longer. But today's announcements has several implications for our students and families, so I want to just cover a couple of those. First and foremost, it means that our students who have been coming to in-school will now need to shift to fully remote starting tomorrow. And I know that this is really disappointing news for many families. It's difficult for me to announce. I met earlier today, as I stated earlier, with the Special Education Advisory Council, and it was heartbreaking to deliver that news to them. As we know, so many of the students need the in-person learning experience to continue to progress, and our families need that additional support that our loving teachers provide to them. And so it is really, really challenging and difficult for me this morning to speak with them. And so what we've been doing in the past couple of weeks, once these rates started going up, was working on a plan with my staff, and Chief of Staff Mary Dillman has been convening the team and beginning to think about ways that we can continue to support our families while we're temporarily closed. That involves working with potentially contracted outside providers and in alternative locations for our in-person services, as well as beginning to engage with our BTU teachers and staff members around services for our students within BPS as safely as possible. We will continue to communicate that to SPEDPAC as well as our parents so that they understand next steps and be able to secure those services through their school and their school leaders. As for school leaders, they have just been troopers in this uncertain time. It's been very challenging for them to have to answer to families who have a lot of questions, and often we can't answer all those questions because this thing is evolving so much. So I want to thank our school leaders who will be in the building starting tomorrow, continued so that students can pick up any medications or other items that they have in anticipation to being at home on Thursday. We want to make sure that families and students have access to the school building in a safe way. So school leaders will be in contact with families on the plans for them to come pick up their things or their medication. We're also ramping up our meals and access to food so that we don't drop the ball there, and make sure that our families are secure with having food deliveries at our super sites, 26 of them across the city. And so we'll have more information out for that, but they can access those meals there, as well as we'll continue our door-to-door service to those students who are in need of that. Also, in terms of Chromebooks, we have delivered about 50,000 Chromebooks so far and distributed those to schools and to our students and families. So everybody should have one. So if someone doesn't have one, they should contact their school teacher and their school principal to make sure they get one. Also, what this means is that there will be a delay in the next phase of welcoming back our students. So our plan was, of course, for K0 through grade 3 to start in person on October 29th, but that plan has shifted and changed and is now on hold across the city for all students while we wait for further information from the Boston Health Commission about when it's safe to reopen our schools. We've put a kind of a stick in the sand to say that what we need to see for us to reopen is 2 weeks in a row of any one indicator. So for our students for high priority, we're using a 5% measure. So at or below 5%, we'll welcome back our high priority students if it's 2 weeks in a row. For our other students, we would like to see that rate below 4%, at or below 4% for 2 weeks in a row. And that's consecutive. So we will keep in touch with families through our website, through text, and making sure that everybody understands and knows very transparently when they can expect to be able to come back to school. Well, today we're focusing on this transition to remote learning. I want to just take a moment to recognize the incredible work of our teachers, our school leaders, our staff, who really did work all summer to improve the structure for remote learning, as well as get our facilities ready and implement these best practices. And we've learned a lot through the spring and also this summer. There's been a ton of collaboration among our teams as we continue to work toward providing the best remote learning opportunities for our students possible. And finally, I just want to say to our students, our families, and our teachers that I wish I was sharing better news today. I know many of them have been making incredible progress just in the short time that we've had with them. And it's been wonderful to see their smile and expressions on their face, even if it was behind the mask. We are just anxious to welcome them back to school. And so that's why I'm going to make another appeal. Anytime I get in front of a camera or a press or anything, I'm just going to continue to ask for all of us to come together for our children. We need every single one of us to follow public health guidance. We need everyone to wear their mask, to wash your hands, to practice safe distancing. Please, to not gather in large groups. Our students are really relying on us, and we cannot open up our schools if we do not play our part in ensuring that our community is safe to do so. So I often say it's the adults who create the conditions in which children succeed. And as a community, we have to come together for our children. They're depending on us, and they deserve this only chance at an excellent education. They can't get that if they are not in school. So let's not let them down. Let's rally and follow the health guidance so we can welcome them back as soon as possible. And with that, I'll take your questions.
Well, thank you for that, Superintendent. And I would only add to that as well, it's important, in addition to following all the sanitary and mask wearing guidelines of the city, to also get tested. We saw testing over the last several weeks has declined steadily, and making sure that our community is getting out and using the free testing that we have all across the city, even if you're asymptomatic. If you're out in public, if you're having contact with folks where you're not in a socially distant safe space, or you're not wearing masks, you should be getting tested. You know, it's not about us, it's about all of our kids. It's all about all of our neighbors. And, you know, one of the things that I've heard over the last several weeks, as countries like Ireland and others across Europe have been closing down once again and enacting even stricter measures than what we're taking on right now, that's an effective message, is thinking specifically about, you know, what do we want our future to look like in the very short term? Ireland has been telling its residents, if you want to have a Christmas with your family, if you want to see your loved ones, you've got to clamp down now. You've got to wear your mask. You've got to get tested. You've got to get out there and do the things that our public health experts are telling us to do. This is serious. We're moving into a different phase. We're closing up our homes again. We're turning on the heat. The virus will spread in a different way in enclosed environments. And because of that, we need to be careful. We need to keep our guard up. And I'd implore you to take these steps that our public health officials are providing for us. So as we move into questions and comments from the committee, I will be opening up in just a moment. I do want to ask to kick us off, and I'm sorry for jumping ahead of the other members. Superintendent, you did meet with the SPEDPAC parents, this leadership this morning, but I'd imagine that a number of the parents that are affected by the decision today were not able to join on that call or in that meeting. And a number of them are probably with us tonight. And as was expressed in Mr. Jane's question earlier, can you share with us and share with the public or can any of the folks that might be with you on the call this evening from your leadership team speak a little bit more about the kind of supports that can be provided explicitly for these families during this period of moving to remote?
Well, there's several kinds of, thank you for bringing that up. No, not everybody was able to come because it was short notice, obviously. So we met with the executive team of the SPED PAC. So specific supports that we're going to be looking into and that we've been trying to design are looking at buildings across the city that have HVAC and that have larger spaces where we would be able to safely bring students in for appointments, for instance, if they needed their physical therapy. And they may not be there for long periods of time or an all-day type of situation. We may just be able to provide their itinerant services to them. Also, we are looking at outside contracting services. There are a number of students we already use outside contractors with to provide services to many of our students with special needs. And then we're looking at some of our more complex students who are medically fragile and providing those services that are needed. There's some couple of really good ideas that came out of the SPED PAC team today around repositioning our social work services, because many of these families also need supports with housing or food access or other health access or respite care. And, how do we help support these families in this time of really a crisis for many of them so that they get the support that they need. And then we also talked about having just a parent support group for them so that they'll have a place to feel supported and to socialize with other parents so that they don't feel so alone and isolated as well during this time. So those are the things that we're working on right now with the team.
Well, thank you for that overview, Superintendent. And the only thing I'd add is that, the time is now for these supports. I hear you in, the quick summary that you're giving this evening, that a number of these items are in development or soon to be released, but we're moving to remote tomorrow. And I know these families are scrambling. They've only been in school for about a month at this point, and not full time during that month. It was a welcome respite, as you point out, for a number of families after the 7 months of interrupted learning that we've been experiencing as a community here because of COVID. But certainly I know these families are going to be hungry for answers and hungry for support as soon as possible. And I know your team will work towards that goal. Ms. Robinson.
Yes, thank you for the report. I know that as we go to full remote, the question I have is regarding the numbers of students who are out there who are being served by hubs and pods. And they are in group settings that are non-schools receiving care. And the question is, if it's not safe for those students to be in school, how are we looking at the safety of those kids in pod situations? Are they at any greater risk? And I know that families need the pods, et cetera, to be able to support their childcare needs so that they can work and their children are cared for. But I'm just trying to understand what impact this is doubly having on kids as we're thinking about infection and other reasons for their not being able to be in school.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I might defer to Chief Martinez as he talks about just really generally the public health guidance at the state and the local level around outside care.
Yes, so thanks, Superintendent. And yes, Ms. Robinson, I think what we're trying to do from the public health side, which is what we've done throughout the course of COVID, is really provide nonprofits, community-based organizations, community centers, day programs, some of the same guidance that they are getting and have been getting about, social distancing, space, the environmental sort of standards and airflow within buildings, and really working with those numbers of students. Again, I think one of the things to separate it is in most of those pods or sort of those gatherings, we're talking about a finite number of students that are in a finite kind of space we're not talking about lots of students coming and going or lots of staff coming and going. But your point is well taken, and I don't want this to get lost. The restrictions and the rates did show us that COVID is at a rate we don't want it to be at. We will also explore other restrictions that could pull back services that might be available in a nonprofit or might be available within a faith-based setting. Because again, if COVID gets to a place where it continues to be higher than we won't want students to be in those spaces either. So we're trying to walk that balance and trying to make recommendations based on the public health guidance and make sure organizations and entities have the supports they need. The state is also monitoring that. Many of those kinds of agencies are licensed by the state. And so they also have regulations that they have to hold on to that are connected to the state. So we're watching it closely, and these are not the only restrictions, especially if the rate continues to climb.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Robinson, and thank you, Chief Martinez and Superintendent Cassellius. I'm going to take a pause for a moment on the questions for the Superintendent and Chief Martinez to welcome Mayor Walsh, who has joined us this evening. Mayor Walsh was gracious enough to find some time in his schedule between a couple of meetings this evening to spend a few minutes with us. He wanted to join us once again following last week's meeting to talk a little bit about the decision on reopening today, as well as some of the other items on our agenda. So Mayor Walsh, please take it away and welcome.
You're on mute, Mayor.
You think after 7 months of doing this, that at least I would learn to unmute myself. So maybe some people wish I stayed muted. We'll say. I want to thank you, Chairman Lecanto and members of the school committee. Thank you, Superintendent Cassellius and your staff for just the daunting work that you've done over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 months here in the city of Boston. I want to thank all the parents and students and educators, residents for sharing your perspective on vital issues facing our schools and our young people. I'm joining you tonight because I want to address the proposed plan for admitting of the class of 2027 to the John D. O'Brien Boston Latin Academy and Boston Latin School. I want to make clear what my perspective is. I know this is a very difficult time for all of us. It's the perspective of a mayor of a city in the midst of a worldwide pandemic that has taken 772 lives in Boston, 9,452 in Massachusetts, and over 221,000 Americans all across our country. My overriding priority has been to keep the people of Boston safe and supported throughout this entire crisis and to care for our most vulnerable residents. Today, that remains my priority. On March 13th, we announced the closing of the Boston Public Schools buildings, probably one of the most difficult decisions that anyone will ever make, not just my decision, but all across this Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We had to make the decision. We took steps very early on to protect our students, the staff, teachers, and the entire community at large. It was a key step in our city's successful efforts to flatten the curve and contain the virus. Unfortunately, over the past few weeks, COVID cases have been on the rise here around the world, across the United States, in Massachusetts, and right here in Boston. Twice already, we have pushed back the earliest start date of return for the kindergartners in those grades. Now, new data shows our citywide positive test rate has gone up to 5.7%, a level that we have not seen here in Boston since the month of May. The data tells us that the uptick in cases over the past few weeks has continued and is potentially accelerating. We've seen in the last 4 weeks, we've seen a steady climb of numbers here in the city. In response, we are revisiting all of our guidelines to determine adjustments that may be needed to contain the spread of this virus. As we've said since the start, we are giving priority attention to the health and safety of our students and our school communities. After consultation with our public health experts, Superintendent Cassellius and I have made a decision to take the district fully remote immediately. And again, very difficult decision because I was at opening day on October 1st. And we saw many kids that were very happy being back in school and parents relieved as well. And it was really important, but the numbers made the decision straightforward. We are concerned about the impacts of our highest need students who are receiving in-person learning services. We fought obviously to provide them with the option of in-person learning, and we will continue to prioritize their needs. This is the situation that our exam schools and conversations enters into. It's a situation, and I want people, I know there's a lot of passion around this, but I want people to understand this and realize this is a situation we have not faced since 1918. It's a once in a century crisis. The vast majority of our students have been out of school buildings for over 7 months in the city of Boston. There are no students going into any of our buildings. Scientists are telling us that across America, the worst months of the pandemic could be ahead of us, even though that's hard to believe. If we don't take the needed precautions and we don't turn these trends around, we are working, I know many of you on this call are working every day in Boston to do that. Under these conditions, it does not make sense to bring thousands of sixth graders citywide into buildings to administer a test. It does not meet the public health guidelines. In addition, different students, different families, and different communities have been hit harder by this pandemic, especially our communities of color. It would not be fair or just to ask a child to compete on an exam whose life has been turned upside down due to parents losing their home, losing their jobs, or close family members losing their life. The only fair way really to approach this challenge is to focus on academic performance prior to the pandemic. The Superintendent's Exam School Admissions Working Group has done an admirable job and a thorough job in researching this issue. They have developed a proposal that balances these very challenging concerns while still focusing on improving academic ability. I thank them for their work throughout this. It has not been an easy process. I want to express my support for this one-year plan. This year was meant to be the first year of a new, more equitable exam. Also, the results of hard and thoughtful work by the superintendent and her team. Instead, the exam will be given next year to sixth graders in Boston Public Schools and all schools that apply for it. We are in agreement that this does not make educational sense to launch a new exam in the middle of a pandemic. It does not meet our public health guidelines to administer a citywide exam in the middle of a pandemic. And for these reasons, I ask the committee to adopt the superintendent's and working group's proposal. I want to close by thanking the parents who have expressed their views in this matter. I want to thank the alums of these three great schools. Whatever your view, you've spoken out because you care deeply about your child's education and our city's future and the future of our district. As mayor, I respect that passion for education. I value that passion and I want to grow that passion. It's one of the most important sources of energy that drives the success of our city. So I want you to know that I continue to pledge to listen to the views and concerns of every parent, every family, every student, every teacher. I urge us all to keep fighting together, not against each other, for a school system that provides both excellence and equity in education for every single young person in our city. And I just want to end by simply saying thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Walsh, and thank you once again for your leadership on this issue, as well as your leadership in and partnership in guiding our public schools and our city through this crisis. I know you have another meeting to attend to at 6 p.m., so I don't want to keep you, but thank you for joining us to share your views here at this critical time.
Thanks, Michael.
Have a good night. To our members, I do want to resume our question and answer period with respect to the reopening update that we were just receiving from Chief Martinez and Dr. Cassellius. Are there other members that have questions? Mr. James.
Oh, thank you. It's not so much a question, but more so a comment, I guess something to think about. My only personal concern, and other community members have shared this concern as well, is that the threshold for 5% of cases being sort of the requirement to phase in our highest need students seems a little too high. It seems scary to some people, and I would agree. And I just wanted to put that out there. I just felt compelled to put that out there before we move on. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Mr. James. Other questions or comments from the committee? Well, hearing none, I want to thank Chief Martinez for your work here and for your guidance. There are no easy questions or answers in this time. And with the issues that are facing us, I want to thank Superintendent for continuing to marshal her team to serve our families. To the high needs parents out there, I should say the parents of high needs children, I just want to take a moment and recognize the issues that we're dealing with this time. We were so, as you heard from the superintendent, as you heard from the mayor, we were so happy to see your children back in school and thriving once again. And we are so sorry, and I want to offer that as my own personal apology, that we cannot continue to serve your students at this time, given the current public health conditions in the city. But I will give you my word that we are, as a committee and as a city, going to continue with all of our might to serve your students, your children, to the best of our abilities. And I hope the superintendent, and I know the superintendent and her team very much take that to heart. So moving on.
I'm sorry. May I just,
Mr. James, what is it?
If I may just, I just wanted to say, I completely forgot. I just sort of want to urge, you know, as the, you know, like aligning with the superintendent's comment, I sort of want to urge teenagers and students of BPS to, you know, adhere to social distancing. You know, the numbers are growing in our neighborhoods, and I think it's really, really critical that you think to yourselves, you know, is this outing with my friends worth it? You know, like there are virtual things that we can do that are actually very fun. I have movie nights with my friends virtually all the time. We do group FaceTimes. We find a way to make it work. So as these cases go up, please be mindful that there are students who do want to go back to school, and there are people like, you know, yourselves who want life to return to normal, semi-normal. So please, you know, wear your masks, make sure that your mask is covering your nose as well, and that there are no gaps. You can look up pictures of the exemplary way to wear this on CDC's website. And please, you know, limit your outings and practice social distancing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James. Very helpful commentary. I know your peers listen to you quite a bit, and I think that's great guidance for your fellow students in the school system. So moving on now, we'll move on to our next brief agenda item before we get to public comment. It's the update from the superintendent on her recommendation for exam school admissions criteria in the school year 21-22. At this time, I'll turn it over to the superintendent for opening comments, followed by a brief presentation by Chief of Engagement, Ms. Monica Roberts. She's joined by Monica Hogan from the Data and Accountability Office, as well as Tanisha Sullivan, head of the Boston-based Boston branch of the NAACP, and Mr. Michael Kanapasis, former headmaster of Boston Latin, former superintendent, both of whom were serving as unofficial co-chairs of the working group that brought these recommendations to the superintendent for our consideration. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I just can't say it more eloquently than the mayor did, really. You know, we are in this pandemic, and we have an obligation to look at all of our policies. And, you know, I've brought a number of policies forward to this body to suspend while we're in this pandemic, to create better equity, to create greater opportunity and access for our students, and to better support our families. And so this is another way that we can create better equity for our students and better opportunities. So I want to first just thank Ms. Monica Roberts and her incredible leadership on this working group, as well as the leadership of Ms. Sullivan and Mr. Kanapasis and all of the members of the working group, and the many, many hours that they put in to support these recommendations and to come out with a full consensus. They've just been continuing to meet, even last night, you know, just continuing to look at all of the feedback and to be good listeners and to be mindful of our equity analysis and our equity impacts and how it is impacting everybody throughout the city. So very thankful to that. I also want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leadership on this issue as well with the school committee and the general public, as I know we've received over 200 letters and emails combined, as well as voicemails, and all of the committee members, vice chair, and all of the committee members for the time that you've put in talking to constituents, talking to families and parents and students. I have some students who have also written to me providing their opinions and either in support or concern for these recommendations. And so just thankful for everybody's time in this really important equity move for the district, to be mindful of the time that we're in, to humble ourselves before this incredible challenge that we have, and to courageously walk forward and do the right thing for kids. So I thank all of you for that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Monica.
Thank you, Dr. Cassellius. Good evening, members of the committee. I want to first acknowledge, we can go to the next slide, the members of the working group who we have introduced before. I think most of them are on this evening. But starting with Sam Acevedo, who's the co-chair of the Opportunity Gap Task Force, Acacia Aguirre, who's a parent of Gio Bryant, Mike Contemplazos, who will be presenting as well today, Matt Kreger, who works with the Mental Health Legal Advisors Committee and is sitting on behalf of NAACP, Tanya Freeman Wisdom, Dr. Wisdom from the John D. O'Brien. She's the head of schools there, and she wanted me to share her apologies for not being able to be in attendance due to a family obligation. Catherine Grassa, Katie Grassa, from the principal at the Curley K-8, is an alum, a parent from Boston Latin Academy, and Rachel Scarrett, head of schools of Boston Latin School. And lastly, Ms. Tanisha Sullivan, the president of the NAACP Boston and also former chief equity officer. So we really wanted to acknowledge all of them for their hard work, as the superintendent already had, and I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my colleagues who worked with us on this. Ms. Monica Hogan, who's the interim executive director of the Office of Data and Accountability, and Mr. Harold Miller, the interim assistant superintendent of the Opportunity Gaps Office. So I wanted to thank all of them. So with that, I'm going to get right into the meat of the admission, do a recap. So you can go to the next slide of the recommendation from the working group. I want to start by reminding us that the action being voted on tonight is a one-year recommendation. It is not a replacement of the existing exam school admissions policy, rather a suspension of that policy. So that is what the working group is submitting. Turning to the issue of eligibility, in keeping with the existing policy and historical practice, all Boston residents in grades 6, 8, or 9 would be able to apply for exam school admissions regardless of their school type, be it charter, homeschool, parochial, or private. They do need to meet one of two eligibility requirements. That is to either have a B average in ELA and math based on last school year's fall and winter marking terms, or have received a meets or exceeds expectations on a 2019 ELA and math MCAS. Again, this is not a both and provision. Students only have to meet one to get into the eligibility pool. Neither option is weighted more highly than the other. Next slide, please. Invitations to attend the exam schools will be done through two mechanisms, both of which use prior report card grades or GPA. Again, from the winter and fall terms of last school year. 20% of those seats will be distributed by a straight rank of GPA, and 80% using GPA and zip code. We'll go a little bit further about both of those. Next slide, please. So we'll start the process by identifying students for 20% of the seats at each exam school. So that is 20% of the seats at each exam school will be held aside for our highest ranked students. Students would be ranked citywide based on GPA, and the students with the highest GPA would be placed in their first choice school. Where students are ranked the same, a random number would be used to determine the order in which they are placed. In this process, students will only be placed in their first choice school. The reason for this is that students will have another opportunity to get their top choice school in the second process. So that is the 80% process by GPA and zip code. Given that the top ranking students will be among the highest ranked across the city, they will also be among the highest ranking within their zip code and are likely to get a seat in their first choice school in a second process or second or third choice school. Next slide, please. Thank you. So The remainder of the seats will be distributed through a combination of zip code and GPA. Each zip code will be allocated a number of seats based on a proportion of school-age children living in that zip code. I want to note that this is not a set number of seats at each school. It is a set of overall invitations or seats that will be distributed based on a preference of the applicant. Students will be placed into an applicant pool for their zip code, and they will be ranked by GPA. Again, where students are ranked the same, a random number would be used to determine the order in which they are extended an invitation. We will hold 10 assignment rounds, and in each round, we will distribute 10% of the seats available to that zip code. Zip codes will be ordered from lowest median family income for households with children under 18 to the zip code with the highest median family income for households with children under 18. Students from the zip code with the lowest median median family income for households with children under 18 will be placed first, followed by the zip code in the next order. If a seat is not available in a student's first choice school, then they will be offered their second or third choice school. So that is when it is my turn to be invited. I will then, if the seat is not available in my first choice school, I would then be offered in my second choice school if the seat is available, or the third choice school. I do want to note, and you can go to the next slide, that the median income being used is reflective of a change by recommendation of the superintendent. The recommendation from the committee was initially to use the median household income, which is reflective of all households within a zip code that have, I believe, 2 or more people. Instead, we will use the median family income with children under age of 18. This is the American Community Survey defines a family as 2 or more individuals related by blood, marriage, or adoption. And only, in this case, will only include families with school-age children under the age of 18. So that is a shift that is from the original recommendation. Next slide, please. The working group also in this process wanted to pay special attention to our students who are experiencing housing instability and those in DCF care. So many of these students live in a zip code outside of Boston. So those students who are experiencing homelessness or DCF care, who are living outside of the city for those reasons, will be treated as their own zip code, and they will be their zip code will be treated as the lowest median the zip code with the lowest median family income with children under 18. So they will be placed first before all other zip codes. They will follow the same process in terms of if they rank the same using a random number. And because non-BPS students can be homeless, particularly as you think about our charter schools that are also public schools, their status will be verified during the BPS residency process. I do want to note that one other provision was considered before I move on to just clarifying some information that we've heard from folks, and that is that of a wait list. The committee did discuss having a wait list. And in our discussion, district staff noted that our current process is to invite students, more students than will actually attend the school. Our planning and analysis team has strong predictive process in place that allows us to plan for students that will not accept the invitation. This is a standing practice that the district uses. And because of this, we do expect to fill all seats across the 3 schools as we have in past years. Next slide, please. We, as part of our public processes in discussions with folks, we have heard a number, as well as the many communications we have received. We received a number of questions, and we wanted to clear up some things that we've heard for our audience at home. Just want to, again, reiterate that this is a 1-year recommendation, after which then it would revert to the current policy. We've already talked about all Boston residents being able to apply. I think I neglected to say METCO in the prior one, but again, all Boston students in the grades that can apply will be eligible to apply. We have heard that some folks have confused the random number with the lottery process. We are not running a lottery. The random number is for the sole purpose of breaking ranking ties for students. Again, I talked a little bit about GPA and MCAS, so I won't repeat that. The last one, in terms of, we've received a lot of questions about our ability to administer the MAP growth test remotely. That is strongly discouraged by the vendor. They have been very clear that they are unable to ensure test security and therefore have strongly discouraged the district from administering that assessment remotely. Next slide, please. We also have had a lot of questions about the impact of this recommendation on the quality of and rigor at the pre-exam schools. I do want to note that the working group looked at the persistence rates and the success of students based on their GPA prior to entering the exam schools. And they looked at 3 cohorts of students from grades 7 to 10 to look at whether they persisted and were succeeding. This is a snapshot of the data, and the data demonstrates, one, that exam schools, I want to note, it currently admits students with A and B averages. So this is not a change in that particular process. Secondly, that students with a B average, again, during the application process, succeed and persist and remain enrolled at exam schools at rates similar to those applying with the A+ or A GPA. So again, just want to note that this is not a change having students with a B GPA, and that the accepting students with a B GPA will not make the exam schools any less rigorous. It is current practice. Next slide, please. Lastly, just again, I spoke a little bit to this when I went through the placement of students, particularly around the 80%. The 80% of seats are not limiting access to each exam school by zip code. So we're not saying you're only going to get X seats for BLS, X seats for BLA, X seats for O'Brien. We're saying of the overall seats that are available across these schools, here is your proportionate allocation by zip code. Now, how many seats get used by school is solely determined by applicant preference. And so we just want to note that there is not a limit in the way that some folks have kind of heard as we're thinking about that. I also want to highlight, we did do some simulations. In our simulations, BLS, the last seat at BLS was assigned in the 5th or 6th zip code round. So across all the zip codes, and we have 10 rounds, and in the 5th or 6th round, that's when we found that the last seat at BLS was filled. And as a result, students in the top 50% of each zip code had access to BLS. For Boston Latin Academy, the last seat was not filled until the 9th zip code round. So meaning that 90% of students in each zip code had access to BLA. So I just wanted to make sure we cover that, and I will move on to the vote specifics of the vote that we're asking you to consider tonight. You can go to the next slide, please. So what we are asking this body to vote on is first the suspension of the current policy for admissions for entry in the 21-22 school year, again, a 1-year suspension. And then secondly, to implement the working group's recommendation for entry around the admissions and the mechanisms to be used. So the development of an applicant pool based on a GPA of B or higher in ELA and math in terms of the fall and winter terms of 2019-20, or again, meeting or higher, receiving a meets or exceeds expectations on the 2019 ELA and math MCAS. All grades for this purpose would reflect pre-COVID work. Then it would be the assignment of seats, 20% of which would, of the seats at each school would be based again on straight GPA rank. And the remaining 80% would be proportionally distributed by the percentage of school-age children in each zip code. Students would be ranked using a straight GPA rank in each zip code, and we would prioritize zip codes with the lowest median family income with children under the age of 18 first. Homeless students experiencing housing transitions in DCF that are placed outside of Boston would be placed within their own zip code and treated as the lowest median family income, the zip code with the lowest median family income. The last thing that this body would be voting on would be to accept the additional recommendations. So I'm going to ask that we go to the next slide. Those recommendations being that we provide support both before and during the school year for students who are admitted while they are academically prepared, to provide more time to acclimate them to the pace of exam schools. Secondly, that we expand the ESI programming as early as 4th grade, and that it runs through October of the 6th grade year, and we focus on academic acceleration in ELA and math. Thirdly, that the district secure appropriate funding required to implement both of these initiatives. Fourth, that there is a continued working group looking at this particular matter. And then lastly, that we amend the current policy to remove the non-traditional entry and deferment of acceptance provisions. So those are the things that the working group is asking this committee to undertake, and that the superintendent is submitting for your consideration. So with that, I will stop there and turn it over into the hands of the chair.
Well, thank you, Ms. Roberts, for that brief, clear, and concise summary of and recap of the proposals, as well as the few modifications that the superintendent is recommending in response to the feedback that we've received from the community. Before we open it up to questions from members, I do want to take a moment, given all of the work that Ms. Sullivan and Mr. Konopasis have put into this process over the last several months, and particularly in the last couple of weeks, representing their peers on the working group in a number of the forums that we've held with the community, as well as the outreach that all of us have received from hundreds of members of the community and alumni of these schools. I want to ask them, starting with Ms. Sullivan, to just share some additional reflections and feedback from the recent discussions that we've had in the community. So Ms. Sullivan, please take it.
Thank you, Chair Lecanto. Before I provide my comments to the recommendation, we did receive from Dr. Ibram Kendi, who's the director of the Center for Anti-Racist Research at BU, a statement that we agreed to read on his behalf this evening. So I'll begin again. This comes from Dr. Kendi, addressed to members of the Boston School Committee. I'm writing to express my support for suspending the high stakes test for Boston's 3 exam schools. My name is Ibram X. Kendi. I'm a Boston resident and a parent. I am not going to speak to you about what is best for my child. It is not your job to do what's best for my child. It's your job to do what's best for all Boston children. And I'm one of many Boston residents who share your perspective, thinking about what's best for the community of Latinx and white and Black and Asian and Native and biracial and low income and middle income and upper income kids in this city. And what is always best for the community is admission policies that create equal opportunity for all. And we know a policy is creating more equal opportunity if it is closing racial and economic inequity. We know a policy is not creating equal opportunity if it is maintaining racial and economic inequity. And the data is indisputable on the effects of this plan. It will close racial and economic gaps. That's how we should be assessing proposed and existing policies. Are they reducing or maintaining racial inequities? Because if they are reducing racial inequity, then they are anti-racist. If they are maintaining or expanding racial inequity, then they are racist. And so I urge you to approve this anti-racist policy proposal because it's what's best for the community. Again, I am not supportive of suspending the standardized test for my child. I'm married to a physician, and my wife and I have the resources to sign her up for an expensive test prep course. We have the resources to hire a test prep consultant. We have the financial ability and job flexibility to take off from work to tutor her ourselves. All the test prep will end up being money well spent. It will boost her score. All the while, I'll come here and I'll tell you that she worked hard in school and that she's so smart. And that's why she got a high score that got her into the exam school. I won't tell you that I took advantage of a multi-billion-dollar test prep industry. I won't tell you that across the United States, test prep companies and consultants are concentrated in white and Asian neighborhoods. And no wonder they tend to get higher scores on standardized tests. Because we're not supposed to talk about all of this. We're not supposed to be talking about the fact that all Boston children do not have equal access to high quality test prep. And it's impossible to create that equal access. We're not supposed to talk about all this legal cheating because that's what it is. It is like allowing some NFL teams more time to practice in the off season. And when those teams regularly win the Super Bowl, somehow claiming the rules are fair. And of course, when you try to take away the practice advantage to those winning teams, they're going to resist the policy change. They're going to claim you're being unfair. They're going to claim they're being persecuted and their teams are the best. All the while, they know privately they were gaming the system all along. This is the elephant in the room that folks claiming the standardized test is fair do not want to discuss. They just claim white and Asian kids on average score higher on tests because they're smarter or work harder, meaning Black and Latinx kids are not as smart or not as hardworking, meaning white and Asian kids are intellectually superior. And all these racist ideas from people claiming they're anti-racist, they're not racist. I could claim that low-income Black and Latinx children are intellectually inferior, that there's something wrong with them. After my child receives extraordinary K-6 schooling, after my child receives extraordinary test prep, I can sit here and lie through my teeth and argue that the standardized test is fair, that my child is extraordinary, that she deserves the extraordinary opportunities that these three schools. But I'm not going to do that. As much as I care about my daughter, I care about fairness. I care about justice. I care about equity. I care about the truth. We have a culture of lies to substantiate the exalted and advantaged in this country. We do not want to tell the truth to provide equal opportunity for the denigrated and the disadvantaged in this country. And to tell the truth about standardized tests is to tell the story of eugenicists who created and popularized these tests in the United States more than a century ago. Eugenicists today are commonly considered to be racist, but somehow many Americans consider their tests to be not racist, whatever that means. In 1869, Charles Darwin's cousin, English statistician Francis Galton, hypothesized in Hereditary Genius that, quote, the average intellectual standard of the Negro race is some 2 grades below our own. Galton pioneered the Western eugenics movement, but failed to develop a testing mechanism that verified his racist hypothesis. Where Galton failed, other eugenicists have succeeded. Stanford University psychologist Lewis Terman introduced and defended the viability of the nation's first popular standardized intelligence test in his 1916 book, The Measurement of Intelligence. These experimental tests will show, quote, enormously significant racial differences in general intelligence, differences which cannot be wiped out by any scheme of mental culture, end quote, Terman maintained. He imagined a permanent academic achievement gap, a permanent racial hierarchy verified by these supposedly objective measures. It's fascinating how Americans today can rightly decry Nazi Holocaust, Americans can rightly decry Jim Crow segregation, but still defend the invention of eugenicists, the standardized test. By the 1960s, genetic explanations to explain the so-called achievement gap itself had largely been discredited. Instead, lower test scores from Black and Latinx students were explained by their environment. The new racist ideas claimed their broken cultures and broken homes and broken schools and broken families had made them culturally or behaviorally inferior, not their genetics. And today, many Americans still imagine an achievement gap rather than an opportunity gap. We still think there's something wrong with the kids rather than recognizing there's something wrong with the tests. Standardized tests have become the most effective racist weapon ever devised to objectively degrade Black and brown minds and legally exclude their bodies from prestigious schools. Why do Black and Latinx children routinely get lower scores on standardized tests? Either there's something wrong with the test takers or there's something wrong with the tests. Why are Black and Latinx children routinely underrepresented in exam schools? Either there's something wrong with Black and Latinx children or there's something wrong with Boston's admissions policies. To say there's something wrong with Black and Latinx children is to say racist ideas. And those who say racist ideas typically deny their ideas are racist. We need to stop putting down Black and Latinx and Native children. We need to stop putting down low-income white and Asian children. There's something wrong with the test. There's something wrong with the admissions policies, not the kids. We need to radically change our educational system and stop attacking the kids and their caretakers and their teachers. So members of the school committee, it is your job to do what's best for the children of caretakers who don't have the time and privilege to make statements today. I'm speaking about the overwhelmingly majority of caretakers of the city's low-income Black and Latinx children. These families are suffering the brunt of the coronavirus pandemic in this city. These families are facing unemployment and food insecurity and housing insecurity. The children who have the least in their homes often have the least in their schools, an ongoing crime that you have the power to begin to change. I wholeheartedly support this plan that begins to reverse the status quo. Instead of advantaged kids having the edge in admissions decisions, disadvantaged kids should have the edge in admissions decisions. From eliminating the test to setting aside a number of seats from each zip code, this proposal will allow our exam schools to more closely reflect the racial and economic makeup of Boston's kids. This proposal can begin the process of Boston transforming our high-quality exam schools into high-quality opportunity schools. Let's call them that. Let's make them opportunity schools. Again, submitted by Dr. Ibram X. Kendi. So, yeah. So for me, in recognizing this moment, I am emotional tonight, especially after we received Dr. Kendi's statement and his comments and his observations, I'll say, his teaching for tonight. This will undoubtedly be a defining moment in our city. Even though we're talking about a one-year proposal, what we do tonight and what we do over the next 12 to 18 months with respect to this proposal will be defining for us as a city. I'm also very hopeful because I'm gonna date myself a little. I was born in the spring of 1974 into a family that is so deeply rooted in Boston. And my dad, who attended Boston Latin, but graduated from English High before going on to Boston College, joined the Boston Public Schools in September of 1974. And he joined the transportation department as we, as a district, began to implement desegregation. My dad spent nearly 40 years in the Boston Public Schools. And when he retired, he was, at the time of his retirement, he was the school leader of the John D. O'Brien. In spite of all he saw and experienced in the BPS as both a student and an administrator, my dad never lost hope or faith in what the Boston Public Schools could be. And in spite of what it was for him and so many other administrators and Black children, my dad always maintained that hope and that faith. And so when I entered this work, whether it was as the Chief Equity Officer of the district or now as the president of the NAACP here in Boston, I entered this work grounded and encouraged by his faith and his hope. This is hard because although I firmly believe that we are on the right path, this experience is tough because every time we talk about increasing equity and access, whenever we put that on the table here in Boston as it relates to our public school system, it's a fight. Even as the mayor aptly noted, even when we're in the middle of a global public health pandemic, logical, sound, reasoned, and reasonable solutions are a fight. It's a fight where we as Black, Latinx, Indigenous, and low-income people from all backgrounds in this city, when we have to justify, demonstrate, and defend our worthiness. And that hurts. It's triggering for many of us in a negative way. And as I've personally tried to understand why the resistance is so strong and some of the language we've heard over the last 2 weeks so horrific, I've been reminded of some of the key lessons that I hope we can all take from our experience through the 70s, the 80s, and even the 90s. And that is that leadership matters. On so many levels, we were victims as a city of failed leadership across our city in the 60s that led us to court-ordered desegregation in the 70s. Leadership matters in all decisions, but especially when we're making change on matters of human rights, as we are tonight. In the words of President Obama, our values in this city call upon us to care about the lives of people we will never meet. So I pray that we have the leadership, courageous, empathetic leadership, not just in City Hall and not just on this school committee, but neighborhood to neighborhood and block to block. I want to thank our superintendent for her faith in us as a working group to do this work. I want to thank Chair Lecanto and the school committee for what I know will be, what has been and what will be courageous leadership on this matter. And I want to thank all of us, all of the working group members and all of the community members who are part of what is going to happen tonight, what I believe will be historic. I want to thank you for your time and your commitment and your hope and your belief. Because tonight we are making a historic and positive, transformative mark on our city that will help move us into the next chapter and change, hopefully, our city for the better. So thank you.
Thank you for those pointed comments, Ms. Sullivan, and once again for your leadership and your work on the working group, and particularly for speaking on behalf of your colleagues on the working group, many of whom who have joined us tonight. I see on the screen Pastor Acevedo, Principal Grassa, and Mr. Krieger has joined us on screen. Thank you, Mr. Krieger, and a number of our other representatives just off screen, Ms. Acacia Aguirre, Ms. Zena Lum, and Head of School Rachel Scarrett as well. I do want to note that I really want to appreciate in particular the fact that you have invoked your father, Steve Sullivan. I've heard him singing "We Are the Ones, We Are O'Brien" a number of times in my head over the last few months as we've been thinking about this, and I hope he's doing well. I saw him at the English High reunion very recently. Good evening, Ms. Aguirre. Thank you for joining us on screen as well. So speaking about one former headmaster, I do want to hand it over to, head of school. I do want to hand the floor over now to another former headmaster, Mr. Konopasis, if he would like to join us and provide a few additional closing comments based on his experience over these last few weeks and months with the working group and with the public prior to opening up the floor for questions and discussions with the committee. Mr. Konopasis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you can hear me, but I'm having difficulty with my video here. So it keeps telling me that start my video. Okay, let's see if that works.
Well done. Thank
Okay,
you.
there we go. I think, that was, listening to Ms. Sullivan, it was very powerful. As was both the superintendent and the mayor. This is a difficult time. We may, as we have on the committee, differ amongst ourselves, but I think it's important to note that the committee's recommendations were made by consensus. And we spent close to 4 months trying to reach consensus on the recommendations that have been brought forward. Dr. Kendi and Ms. Sullivan have talked about the need to come together to try to address what unfortunately has been a decade or more of difficulty within the district. And yes, we're focusing this evening on the exam schools, and we talked passionately about the need to reconsider how we are able to address the need and the value of having a diverse student population in all of the exam schools. That's a critical piece. And it is critical in a sense that we have seen over the years that having students of different backgrounds interchanging on a daily basis far improves what we as educators are able to do strictly by presenting content to these students. There are living examples of what has happened when students from differing backgrounds come together to present a point of view which one or the other may not have experienced. And so it's unfortunate that the pandemic has brought us to a point where we hopefully have come up with a series of interim recommendations which will provide an opportunity to get back to what all three schools were experiencing in the 80s, the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. But the leadership that Ms. Sullivan so eloquently talked about is needed if indeed we can take what we're talking about with the exam schools and also ensuring that wherever you attend a Boston public school, that the quality of education doesn't differ. And what has been lacking, I believe, in the district is not the leadership of the superintendent or the principals and heads of school. It is the unwillingness to show the will to make the difficult decisions that will indeed ensure that where you end up going to school in this district doesn't make a difference. And until we address that issue, we won't be solving what others have eloquently called the opportunity gap. And so I would strongly urge the school committee to adopt the recommendations brought forth by the superintendent this evening, including the recommendations that have far too long been talked about but not implemented, and that is for students in BPS that may not have access to the additional tutoring that Dr. Kendi talked about, that the district is responsible for ensuring that that same opportunity is available to every student in the district. And that one of the recommendations that the committee strongly approved was that the tutorials from grade 4 to 6 be implemented by the district and by the city. But to me, that's not enough. You need to fix what are the inequities throughout this district. And that takes will, and it takes vision, and it takes risk. And if indeed we're going to show that we all want a district which provides every student an opportunity to follow their dreams, whatever they may be, we've got to fix this district. And that, I hope, goes beyond just the exam schools and really embraces what Dr. Kendi and Ms. Sullivan not only eloquently, but emotionally presented. So I'll leave it at that. I also want to thank the members of the working group and the members of Dr. Cassellius's team, led by Chief Roberts, for the assistance that they gave us, and would hope that the committee would accept these recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Konopasis, and thank you once again for your leadership and your work here. And I will join you in thanking your fellow members of the working group, many of whom have joined us on screen here or with us. And we see Pastor Acevedo, Ms. Grassa, Ms. Aguirre, Mr. Krieger, Ms. Lum, Ms. Scarrett, and missing, couldn't join us tonight on the Zoom at least, head of school Freeman Wisdom, Tanya Freeman Wisdom of the O'Brien School, who served faithfully on this working group as well. And a thanks as well to Ms. Roberts, our Chief of Engagement, Ms. Hogan from the Data Office, who's off screen currently, and Mr. Miller from the Opportunity and Achievement Gap Office as well, who you see on your screen, who ably served the reams of data that was reviewed over time by this working group in reaching this proposal. And I'll note that before we open it up to members for questions, I just want to be brief. I think what this working group shows me, as well as the solution that they proposed for us and has been recommended by the superintendent, is that we're a federation of neighborhoods. You know, we're a city that exists in different spheres in many ways, but we come together for a few common purposes. And one of those is to educate our children. And so we have to find a common ground. And I use that word purposely. It's been used for a number of decades in this city to refer to just this issue. And we're finding common ground tonight to figure out how to continue educating our students appropriately during this global health crisis. And so I can't thank you more than enough. Those of you on the working group, we're indebted to you for putting this work in and for doing this work on behalf of your fellow residents and the children of Boston. So moving to questions for the committee. I want to ask my members, my fellow members, excuse me, respectfully. I would ask you that you limit your questions at this moment of the meeting to clarification on the proposal that's before us only, so that we can move along and get to public comment, so we can hear from the number of people that have signed up and are anxious and waiting to speak to us tonight. I would ask that any commentary that you would like to provide on this, on the proposal, wait until we get to the vote, because we'll have plenty of time for discussion. And for those of you watching at home, we will not be voting before public comment. We will vote on this matter after public comment this evening. So with that, if you would make yourselves known, members, if you would like to ask questions about the proposal at this time, please virtually raise your hands, or otherwise make yourselves known. We'll start with Mr. James.
Hi, good afternoon. Well, good evening, actually. My first question is, what if one applicant school provides advanced placement classes that can increase the GPA of that applicant? Are you all accepting unweighted or weighted GPAs?
I believe Ms. Hogan is on and can answer that question, but I believe it's straight up GPAs and that it's not weighted. But Ms. Hogan, do you want to speak to the technicality of that?
Yep, because the GPAs that are involved here are from 5th grade and 7th grade. Courses like AP courses aren't offered in those grades. So all of the courses will be weighted equally.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, how do we combat teachers at certain schools possibly having given elevated or more favorable grades that could also increase the student's GPA? Making sure that the GPAs are equitable.
So as you know, that Boston Public Schools does not have a grading policy across its schools at this time. It's something that we endeavor to do to create more coherence around that, as well as to better provide guidance and expectations to our private school partners and schools. But we do not have any of those protections. However, we did pull the grades from earlier pre-COVID grades already. So students did not know at that time that these grades would be used for this purpose. So in that sense, it would be clear that why would you inflate your grades back then if you didn't know it was for that purpose? And then we're going to ask our private school partners now to certify from the school. We will be accepting those grades from schools and asking them to certify their grades.
Thank you. My next question is, in the plan, it says, I'm forgetting the exact language, but it says something about a verification from the district that the student's curriculum is aligned with the Massachusetts curriculum standards, I believe. What exactly does that verification look like, and where would one obtain that? Like, who provides that verification?
Monica, do you have specifics on the Monica Hogan or Roberts on the specifics about how you would show the grade level alignment?
Yeah, so we're the working group talked about having districts sign a certification of sorts, confirming that the student's grade reflects grade level work as based on a mass curriculum framework. So we're not going to be collecting data and running tests, but it is a process by which districts will verify and certify that that is the case.
Thank you. And then my last question is, and this is a bit of a scenario I framed it in, but let's say that a student moves to BPS from another city, state, or country for their 6th grade year or their 8th grade year. How do we ensure that their grades fully encompass their abilities due to the change in learning environment and curriculum? I hope my question makes sense.
Yeah, every year we have our counselors do that kind of equating anyway. That's typical for us to look at other states and other schools, even within our own high schools. As you know, there's different graduation requirements. So when one school goes to another school, there's some work for our counselors in terms of working to equate those grades. But Monica, Hogan, do you have any specific thoughts on this and what the working group had discussed further?
I'll just say that every year we have students who come in from outside of Boston, moving in 6th grade, and in previous years, 5th grade grades were also a part of the process then. So we collected grades from schools and we'll continue doing that same process.
So just for clarification, I understand that you'll continue to accept those grades, but will the working group be giving any special attention to those who are in those predicaments? Or is there not a sort of, it's fine if there's not I guess a system in place yet for that?
I just want to clarify, sorry.
Please, Ms. Roberts.
When you say if we're giving special attention, just clarifying in terms of trying to assess whether their grades actually meet the standard. Is that the question you're asking, Mr. James?
Yeah, like, you know, whether or not like if the learning material or the standards or the rigor is different from the district or the school that they're coming from versus here. And sort of, you know, because the superintendent mentioned that they already had that system in place. I'm just wondering if that system is going to be used in the exam school admission process, or is there a separate system to sort of evaluate those grades?
Yeah, I think as Ms. Hogan was sharing is that as those students actually, if they're within BPS enrolling, that is already built into our process. So we'd have that information through our guidance process. For students who are completely new, not in the system, I would hope that they're enrolled in another school system and that school system had done that due diligence on their part. And so in certifying, would be confirming again that the student was performing at grade level based on the curriculum standard.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you for those excellent questions. Very, very helpful in clarifying some concerns that I know a number of folks have had over the last few weeks. We'll go next to Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. James. Great questions, as the chair said. And I have 3 quick questions, Mr. Chair, and again, they are more to help clarify in a number of areas of confusion that have arisen in emails, letters that were received, calls, et cetera. So first is, Chief Roberts, the neighborhood list you had as an appendix in the presentation tonight, which you didn't get a chance to get to, but it was there for us as a backup. And the last one you had it by overall neighborhood income, but tonight you presented that a slight clarification is to do it by family income. So just a request, can you post that list publicly on the BPS website of what that would mean? Because I think the best analogy that people are struggling to understand, and I was speaking with a parent the other day and this came up and kind of the lights went on when folks understood that it's almost like a pro sports league draft lottery, that a neighborhood is going to have a first pick in the first round, then a first pick in the second round, then a first pick in the third round. And so it's not all done at once, it rotates around. And so folks are now interested in where their neighborhood stands in that. And so if you could post on the BPS website the new listing of all the zip codes and what the median family income is for families that have children under the age of 18, so folks could see where their neighborhood falls in that, that would be helpful. Is that something that can be done fairly quickly?
We'll work on that. Yep.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Superintendent. The second question is, and Superintendent or Ms. Chief Roberts, whichever, could you just clarify, please, the specific process of what parents will need to do? And I know, Chief Robertson, thank you for pointing this out. You kind of talked about the next steps of there's the invitation. So the district is going to gather grades, both from private, parochial, charter, and BPS. So they're going to gather grades. You're going to figure out who to invite from you're going to figure out how to get those back to a common ranking system from the 1 to 4 and the A to B, et cetera. So what common GPA is. And BPS already knows this process. You've been doing this the past few years because you already do grades. And you even discovered some mistakes in the process this past year and corrected it. So you're on top of that. So you're going to be doing that. At a certain point, just really be clear, please, for parents, what do they need to do? When should they expect to hear the invitation to the pool, parents and students, number one. Number two, I understand they will then be stack ranking their choice of what first, second, and third is if they're invited into the pool. And then you will go through the process of the 20% and then the 80% of the various rounds. And then they will hear back about what school they got into. Am I correct in that process? If you could just, I want to make it really crystal clear for parents because there's a lot of confusion.
Yes, thank you for that.
Excuse me.
So following the vote of this committee, if approved, we will start to do outreach to families and notify them that the application process would be open. So generally we have an application process. For BPS students, we have, the committee has recommended that we identify BPS students who meet these qualifications. For our non-BPS students, they would notify us of their intention to apply through an application process. BPS regularly does do the outreach to the home school to get the grades. So the family does not have to submit that. Our office does that on behalf of the family once we know they are applying. So we will do that step. That will start in late November and early December. In January, we'll be asking students to rank the schools, submit their preferences. So that will be due by January. In February, we will go through the process of actually running, doing the assignment process in terms of determining who's being invited in the 20% and the 80%. We expect that process to be done within the month and invitations to be sent out in March next year, in keeping with prior years. And then we would ask our students to notify us whether of their intention to attend one of the schools. And our goal is in April of next year to begin providing the additional supports that the working group recommended for students that have been invited and confirmed their intention to take the seat.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. And very quickly, how can we ensure fidelity in this process? And I bring that up because there's work to do in grade gathering, there's work to do in grade conversion, there's work to do in the invite pool. And we even had BPS, mentioned, some of your fellow senior officials mentioned the past couple of weeks, concerns over mailing addresses that we have for our students. And so knowing, how students are in it. Is it you? Is it the working group providing oversight? Could we, does it make sense to explore third parties to help assist enrollment and data and assessment? I'm just concerned about how we ensure fidelity in the process.
It's a really good point, Mr. O'Neill, and I think that will help with transparency and also help with accountability of this new process, and it will help us to learn better. So we will explore an external partner to help us with evaluating this process and also quality controls, as well as work with our Office of Data and Accountability and ask them to also help us with we call it QCing of the data, which is, quality control of all of our data systems, multiple people looking at it and multiple checks and holding ourselves accountable.
Yeah. Thank you. And my final question, again, clarification, because it's a lot of the feedback that we're receiving, because I do, like others, want to get to public comment. Could you just briefly address the district was able to do an SAT test a few weeks ago. This assessment is different. It's done multiple times, but help me, help parents understand why, if we could do that, why this may not make sense right now.
Yeah, that's another really good point, and there are multiple reasons. I'm going to let Ms. Hogan speak to it because she is our assessment coordinator or director, and she's very versed in this. So,
yep. So there's a few key differences in how the assessment is administered. So the SAT is still a paper pencil test. It's roughly 4 hours start to finish for any students who don't receive an accommodation of extra time. So it's a limited amount of time that students are in the building. Because it is paper pencil, there's no sort of like technical troubleshooting that may need to happen. The NWEA MAP test is a computer adaptive untimed test. And because there are multiple sections, reading, math, and language, that would require multiple days of testing for each student. And because it is untimed, we need to think about how to make sure we provide adequate breaks for students during testing and maintain social distancing. And additionally, because it is an online computer test, we'd have to make sure that we have adequate devices to test not only BPS students, but also non-BPS students. And any sort of technical troubleshooting that may need to happen would result in proctors and students being in much closer proximity than if, say, a student needed to sharpen their pencil for the SAT. And so those are just some of the logistics, I think, for the SAT testing that did happen last week. We submitted individual plans to BPHC for every school of how they were doing staggered entrances, exactly which rooms were being used to make sure they could be cleaned, and all of those sort of logistics. So I think those are the main.
There's one other difference in the 12th graders for college and 6th graders who parents had elected remote learning for probably wouldn't feel comfortable also putting them on a bus or getting them there. So just the logistics of getting them to a testing site as well would be challenging for the younger students as well. So.
And I assume the positivity rate continued to creep up the past 2 weeks.
Just before doing this planning, you know, just not knowing what it was going to be. And, you know, now we're in this case, we're having to cancel our SAT next week. It's, you know, it's just.
Okay, understood. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. O'Neill, thank you for those questions. We'll move on now to Dr. Coleman.
Great, thank you very much. I'll be quick. So I just need a clarification as the Superintendent and Chair. So the vote we're taking is one vote on those 2 slide recommendations, or a vote on each side? So one on the admissions decisions and then the other on the additional recommendations. Are those 2 votes or one?
I can answer that, Dr. Coleman. It is one vote. And if it would be helpful, I can read into the record what the vote will look like. That might be of interest to the public that's watching and ready for comment as well.
Yeah, I'd say that one vote will be more problematic for me, but that's something we can talk when we get there.
Okay, anything further? Okay, thank you, Dr. Coleman. Ms. Robinson.
Thank you very much. Oops, let me see. Oh yeah, I am there. I have 2 quick questions. One was an issue around residency. In a world of COVID, we know that we have students living all over the place. Some not even in the state at the moment. How are we going to, at what date will they guarantee, or will they focus on needing to have been a resident of the city of Boston in order to apply for the schools? Will we be verifying their addresses for, basically?
I think, so we generally do that in November, but given the timing of this vote and the need to get information out to our families, this month in the beginning of November, it will likely be at the end of December before we start our process. So we will follow up with the specific date and timeline, but we did not want to be presumptuous around the vote itself.
Okay, thank you. My other one is, and you may or may not have this information. Can you just tell me what are the total number of seats at each of the 3 exam schools so we can understand what the 20% gives us in that first round?
Monica may have those numbers. Monica, do you have the numbers of the 20% in each round too?
Yep.
Okay.
So as Ms. Roberts noted in her presentation, our planning and analysis team determines exact number of seats for each school year. So the number of invitations, total invitations may differ slightly, but based off of last year's invitations that were sent out, there were 1,025 invitations sent out for 7th grade admissions. That's 484 to BLS, 336 to BLA, 205 to the O'Brien. And so 20% of each of those would be 97 to BLS, 67 to BLA, and 41 to the O'Brien. In 9th grade, it's substantially less invitations because there's already students enrolled in 9th grade in each of the schools. But last year that was 408 invitations total, 58 to BLS, 89 to BLA, and 261 to the O'Brien. So 20% of those is 12 to BLS, 18 to BLA, and 52 to the O'Brien.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything further, Ms. Robinson?
No, I'll hold it till later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Robinson. Thank you, Ms. Hogan. Any further questions before we move on from the members? Well, hearing none, I do just want to thank Mr. O'Neill for clarifying the question on household income and the effect that it will have on modifying the rank order for zip code choices and assignments in each round. That was one of my questions. Thank you to the district as well for highlighting the issue about the wait list, which is also something we just heard about a little bit with respect to the comments that Ms. Hogan provided in response to Ms. Robinson, and specifically reminding folks that every year the district invites students in excess of the seats that we have in each one of the exam schools, knowing that some will choose other options, some will leave the district, some will go to private school, some will elect to remain in their own schools. And that practice will continue this year, and we will ensure that by using that practice, we will fill every seat available in each one of these 3 schools. Ms. Garrett, thank you for having your young man join us, a future BPS grad. Glad to see him on screen.
BPS class of 2035.
I didn't want to make any assumptions.
Any of our schools, and I will remain on. I'm just going to turn off my video because this is not very professional, but I didn't want folks to think I had exited. So I am here, but when I turn off my video on the webinar, it looks like I'm not, but I'm actively listening. Thank you, everybody.
Not at all. We're glad to have the class of 2035 with us. Thank you to the district as well for clarifying that the order of zip code choices, and specifically clearing up the question that I know we heard a number of times with respect to when seats would be available in specific schools throughout the assignment rounds. And I think it's very important and a relief to a number of the families that are experiencing anxiety right now, thinking about where their child might end up as a result of this process, to know that as late as the 5th round, so a full 50% of the students that qualify for admission to these schools, well, if they've chosen BLS, will be assigned BLS as their first choice. The same goes for BLA all the way through round 9, and the O'Brien through round 10. So I think that's very helpful in folks and can help put some folks' mind at ease in thinking about relative access to these schools. And finally, I did want to ask one brief question about ties. That's another issue that's been mentioned a number of times by parents and others in the comments that we've heard in public fora over the last couple of weeks. Ties happen every year, and they happen in multiples throughout any assignment process. But I think there's been a assumption that there will be a great many more ties this year than normal. And my understanding is that the working group, and specifically the staff from the district that have looked at this data and simulated the data, have determined that those ties would be relatively minimized. Can one of you, I think this might be a Monica Hogan question, but I'll defer to the superintendent and Ms. Roberts on that. Talk a little bit more about what the expected level of quote unquote ties amongst GPA will be in this process.
Yep, if there is a tie within any of the categories, when there is only one spot left at that school, then they will get a random number, and the lowest number will get the spot.
Right, thank you, Superintendent, and I appreciate you reiterating the process. What I'm interested in, and I think what the public's interested in, is understanding whether we anticipate there being a greater number of ties in this process, and I believe the district has modeled that out a bit.
Ms. Hogan.
Yeah, so run multiple simulations, and in the top 20%, which I think is where a lot of the concern is coming from around ties, in the simulations we ran, it was anywhere between 150 to 175 students in the simulations where there was a tie for a first choice of BLS and a perfect GPA. So while we do run a random number lottery tie break, those students who do not get a seat at BLS in that 20% process are at the top of their GPA. And in the simulations we ran, they all received seats at BLS. So while we do expect to see ties, because there are just sort of a limited number of GPAs you can have, in the simulations we ran, we did not see them to be overly restrictive for students being able to still get their top choice preference school.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. I think that's helpful in further addressing some of the anxiety, once again, that I know as a parent myself, any parent of a sixth grader that's thinking about one of these exam schools for admission is worried about, and to have a change in the process occur during the current crisis, no less, just adds to that anxiety. So helping to address some of these common questions, I think, has been immensely helpful this evening. Okay, so if there's no further questions, I do want to move to public comment. And as I mentioned with Dr. Coleman, I think it might be efficient for us to read off the proposed vote that we will be taking action on this evening, because I think it'll help address, again, some of the concerns that folks have with respect to what we are voting on tonight. And so if you'll indulge me for a few minutes, I will read through that short document, and I'm going to share my screen as well so that folks can have a clear understanding of the proposed vote, understanding that this is clearly a marked draft and will be subject to further discussion when we move to the vote later this evening. So if I can, sorry, I'm going to have to just do a few things with my screen so that I can make sure that I'm reading correctly. Voted in light of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic affecting learning outcomes for all Boston Public School students, to suspend certain entrance criteria in the admissions policy for exam schools in the Boston Public Schools for entry during school year 2021 to 2022 only, and replace those criteria with the following measures as recommended by the Exam School Admissions Criteria Working Group and adopted by the superintendent. Further voted that entrance criteria in the admissions policy for exam schools in the Boston Public Schools for entry in school year 2021 through 2022 only shall be as follows. First, any sixth grade student residing in Boston or otherwise served by Boston Public Schools is eligible for admission into the seventh grade in Boston's exam schools in the 2021-22 school year. And any eighth grade student residing in Boston or otherwise served by Boston Public Schools who is not already attending a Boston exam school is eligible for admission into the ninth grade in Boston's exam schools in the 2021-22 school year. And any ninth grade student residing in Boston or otherwise served by Boston Public Schools is eligible for admission into the 10th grade in the John D. O'Brien School of Mathematics and Science in the 2021-22 school year if they meet one of the following. A, an average GPA of B or higher in ELA and math for the fall and winter terms of school year 2019-2020, or B, a score of meets or exceeds expectations on the 2019 ELA and math MCAS. The district shall verify that the student is performing at grade level based on the Massachusetts curriculum standards. 2, the district shall assign 20% of the seats at each exam school based on the straight GPA rank citywide. 3, the district shall assign 80% of the seats proportionately by the percentage of school-age children in Boston living in each zip code. The district shall use a GPA straight rank within each zip code, prioritizing zip codes with the lowest median household income with children under 18 first. Homeless students and those in the care of DCF outside of Boston will be placed in their own zip code, which will be treated as the lowest median household income with children under 18. Further voted to amend the admissions policy for exam schools in the Boston Public Schools by deleting the provision allowing entry in grades 8 and 10 at Boston Latin School and Boston Latin Academy, and grade 8 at the John D. O'Brien School of Mathematics and Science as approved December 16th, 1992, and by deleting the provision allowing a student to request an assignment to their invited exam school anytime prior to the close of the academic year in which the invitation was issued. Again, approved September 16th, 1992. Further provisions in the current admissions policy shall remain in force during school year 2020 through 2021 unless otherwise modified by this order. Further resolution on additional exam school recommendations. Be it resolved that the chairperson and the members of the school committee of the City of Boston hereby support adoption by the district of the following initiatives to expand access to the exam schools. First, provide appropriate support both before and during the year of entry to exam school admittees who, while academically prepared for exam school content, may require more time to get acclimated to the pace of exam school study and secure appropriate funding to support this work. 2, expand the Exam School Initiative, or ESI, beginning as early as 4th grade and running through October of the 6th grade year, focused on academic acceleration in both ELA and math, and secure appropriate funding to support this work. And finally, be it further resolved that the chairperson and the members of the school committee of the City of Boston will establish a task force of the school committee that will continue the work initiated by the superintendent's exam school admissions working group, and that will be charged with advising on permanent efforts to expand the exam school applicant pool and exam school admissions criteria for future years. Thank you for indulging me in reading through that lengthy but comprehensive summary of the vote that will be before us later this evening. With that, I want to thank once again our panelists for joining us this evening. I believe they'll be staying with us to the extent they can for this evening's proceedings. But at this point, I want to ask Ms. Sullivan to move to public comment. So Ms. Sullivan, if you can join us. Ms. Sullivan, I should note, for members of the public, is going to read off our typical public comment rules. I just want to make a couple brief comments on that beforehand. First of all, as a school committee, we take all comers with respect to public comment. We don't restrict the number of people that can provide public comment to us, and we haven't done that this evening. We have 185 people speaking to us. But what I want to ask folks to think about this evening is that's going to take a very long time. School committee rules provide for 2 minutes of comment per speaker when we have more than 20 speakers signed up, and we are obviously well past that. And so I want to ask folks to think about the others that want to speak this evening. And because of that, I want you to strictly limit yourselves to 2 minutes. Ms. Sullivan, as part of her practice, reminds speakers when they have 20 seconds remaining. When we get to 2 minutes, your microphone will be shut off and we'll move on to the next speaker. We want to make sure that all speakers are ready to speak when they are called upon. So Ms. Sullivan will make sure that she calls as appropriate the next number of people on the list so you can be ready to speak as soon as you are called. And I want to ask your indulgence that folks are ready, folks are concise, they tell us what they want, and you tell us what you feel that needs to be heard. You're probably going to hear, if you're lower on the list, you're probably going to hear a lot of comments that sound similar to yours. And you're going to hear a lot of comments that sound the polar opposite of yours. We're going to hear from all of you once again tonight, those of you that wish to stay on and speak. But again, I'm going to ask, we're starting off with our elected officials this evening. I believe we have 9 of them that have signed up to speak, followed by our students, and then followed by the individuals that need interpretation. I want to ask our elected officials respectfully to help set a good model for the rest of our speakers this evening, and please limit yourselves accordingly. I appreciate it. We will get to everyone. We want to hear from everyone. And I want to thank you once again for your indulgence and your consideration of your fellow public commenters this evening. Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Lecanto. The public comment period is an opportunity for parents, students, and other concerned parties to make brief presentations to the school committee on pertinent school issues. Questions on specific school matters are not answered at this time, but are referred to the superintendent for a later response. Questions on specific policy matters are not answered at this time, but may be the subject of later discussion by the committee. We have about 182 speakers this evening. So in accordance with school committee policy, time will be reduced to 2 minutes per person. And I'll remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. Those who require interpretation services will receive additional 2 minutes. Speakers may not reassign their time to others. Large groups addressing the same topic are encouraged to consolidate their remarks or choose a spokesperson to provide testimony. Written testimony is appreciated and encouraged. Please state your name and affiliation before you begin. When I call your name, please raise your hand virtually in Zoom. Also, please make sure you're signed into Zoom with the same name that you used to sign up for public comment. And that will allow us to identify you when it's your turn to testify. We'll begin this evening with our elected officials, starting with Representative Russell Holmes, Representative China Tyler, Council President Kim Janey, and Councilor Ricardo Arroyo.
Ms. Sullivan, as Representative Holmes is joining us, I just want to note that Representative Tyler contacted me earlier and said that she regretted she couldn't join us this evening, but she will send us a message relating to the proposal tonight. Rep. Holmes, please take it away.
Well, thank you to the team. I especially want to thank Michael Contrepas and of course Rachel Scarrett as the last two administrators at the Boston Latin School, because obviously so much of this challenge will come down to the question around Boston Latin. I'm going to just say that I began with a strong endorsement of and ask that you please support the recommendations. And as the person who represents the Blackest district in this Commonwealth, 70% of the people in my district are Black, 22% of them are Asian and Latino, which 92% of my district are color. And this fight, what Dr. Kendi talked about, is one that is going to be difficult tonight. And I'm sure you're going to hear many folks who disagree. But I can tell you as chair of the Black and Latino caucus, the first thing that we did as a caucus when we sat down with the incoming governor, Governor Baker, is we set down some ground rules about how we would move forward. And so many of those things were in light of what you saw with the letter that Tanisha read tonight. There is a firm belief in how we organize at the state level that we all know that talent is distributed equally. Again, talent is distributed equally by race, gender, ethnicity, from what country you're coming, it doesn't matter what country you come from. But what you've heard tonight in all the statements, and it's so accurate, is that it is the opportunity that is not distributed equally. And so we see from all the things, 30 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to end with just simply saying I'm going to stay within my 2 minutes and ask that you please support the proposal.
Thanks so much, Rep. Holmes.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Council President Kim Janey, followed by Councilor Ricardo Arroyo, Councilor Flynn, and Councilor Campbell.
While she leaves, is urban and—
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me? Because I don't think my video's on. I'm not sure what to do about that, but you guys can hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Lecanto, members of the school committee, Superintendent Cassellius. And this is my first time seeing Mr. James. How are you? My name is Kim Janey. I am the president of the most diverse city council in Boston's history. I'm also the District 7 city councilor, proudly representing Roxbury, South End, Dorchester, and Fenway on the city council. But as most of you know, before I was a city councilor, I spent most of my career in education advocacy. And I've worked on this issue a lot. I want to thank the members of the work group for their work and their leadership here. In the interest of time, I'm just going to read a letter from myself and the colleagues and some of my colleagues. Dear Chair Lecanto, we are writing to express our strong support for the one-year exception to the current exam school admissions policy being presented by the Exam School Admissions Working Group and under consideration for a vote by the Boston School Committee. It is no secret that COVID-19 has exacerbated existing inequities in our city. Education was interrupted mid-March as school buildings closed and the district transitioned to remote learning. It was months before students received Chromebooks and the district could say which students were logging on for remote learning. Due to health and safety concerns, BPS students are still learning remotely this academic year. The digital divide and remote learning are widening the opportunity gap in BPS, leaving many of our most vulnerable students, including students learning English, students with disabilities, and many students living in poor communities of color without the instruction they need and deserve. With months of interrupted learning, it is clear that the entrance exam cannot be administered this year due to COVID-19. In fact, to administer the exam would only serve to exacerbate the gaps we seek to eliminate. The recommendation to change this year's admissions process to be based on pre-pandemic GPA for the first 20% of seats with remaining 80% of seats also based on pre-pandemic GPA, but apportioned according to the number of school-age children in each zip code is an equitable and fair policy change given COVID-19 and its impact on teaching and learning. As you know, yes, and I'm wrapping up. This is the last paragraph. This is it.
Thank you.
As you know, our exam schools are among the best public schools in our country, yet they do not reflect the great diversity of our BPS student population. The longer term policy questions regarding exam schools admissions and diversity should continue and must engage families from all over the city. This year, however, the Boston School Committee is right to act swiftly to enact a one-year change in admissions due to the devastating impact of COVID-19 on learning. To close, we want to again affirm our strong support for the proposal under consideration and respectfully urge members of the Boston School Committee to vote to approve the change for this year. Students deserve equal and fair opportunity to apply and be considered at Boston's exam schools during this global pandemic. Sincerely, Kim Janey, Boston City Council President, District 7, Councilor Braden, Councilor Campbell, Councilor Arroyo, who you will hear from, and Councilor Mejia. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor. Our next speaker is Counselor Ricardo Arroyo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ricardo Arroyo. I'm a Boston City Councilor. I represent Hyde Park, Mattapan, and Rosendale. I'm also a product of BPS proudly, including having attended the John D. O'Brien from the 7th grade through high school. I'm here today because I support the suspension of the exam for this year and the task force recommendations, and I thank them for their work and their efforts. I believe standardized exams serve and perpetuate institutional racism because they test the advantages one's had in their life more effectively than intelligence or abilities to succeed. Advantages that in this country have been impacted by a long and deep history of institutional and structural racism. That's not true just for some standardized exams, but all of them. That is why I'm a proponent for eliminating exams from the process entirely. However, to be clear, this proposal does not do that. It suspends the exam for 1 year. I support it anyway, as both a practical necessity in a global pandemic and the steps towards a less discriminatory, more equitable process. These times call for having the courage to make difficult decisions in the interest of health, equity, and justice, as you are being asked to do tonight. This is also a time to call things what they are, and I'd like to address something. I have heard repeatedly from proponents of this exam that this is reverse discrimination. It is not, and I'll try to explain. Acknowledging systemic inequities, which many have done with the exam requirement, those both for and against the exam, means acknowledging that inequity benefits somebody. When that process is reformed, as this one should be, those inequities are lessened. It is not discrimination to no longer benefit from the inequity that existed prior to its being removed. The process wasn't perfect. Stakeholders do feel left out, and that should never be the case. However, these recommendations, though not permanent, are what this pandemic requires from an operational sense, and they have the benefit of creating a more just process, if only for this year. For these reasons, this recommendation has my full support, and I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Counselor Ed Flynn, followed by Counselor Andrea Campbell, Counselor Mejia, and Counselor Anissa Asabi George. Counselor Flynn.
Thank you. I want to first say thank you to the working group for the tremendous work that you've done addressing equity and expanding opportunities for Black Latinx, low-income students and families. I do believe that it's important that we do what we can to ensure equity in education. I also want to, I know I only have another minute. I represent Chinatown. I represent the South End. I represent the most residents living in BHA in the city. Language access is an issue that we didn't focus on during this hearing, this debate. It's critical to the discussion, particularly hard for the immigrant families like the ones I represent in Chinatown, limited speaking ability. They expressed concerns that their voices weren't heard during this process. Let me just give you a quick example. Tonight's meeting was very informative. The superintendent spoke, the mayor spoke, Mr. Contapasa spoke, and Ms. Sullivan spoke. They were all excellent. But my residents in Chinatown that speak Cantonese couldn't hear any of that. They were only part of this, only Cantonese speaking and Mandarin during the Q&A period. My constituents deserve the same equal access as anybody else. I know a decision is going to be made tonight, but my point is my constituents, their voices deserve to be heard. They're immigrants, they're low income, many Asians, but they should be part of this process. Again, they've been listening to this debate for almost 3 hours and they don't know anything that's going on right now. So I'm disappointed, but I do want to say thank you to the working group for your efforts. I want to say thank you to the superintendent for your efforts. I have faith and trust in you, but we need to do a better job on language access. Our constituents and our residents deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Our next speaker is Councilor Campbell.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you, school committee superintendent. With the city of Boston back in the red and communities of color being decimated by COVID-19, families in fear of being evicted and displaced, and our district's inequitable delivery of educational services to some students and families, it would be irresponsible to hold the exam this year, which is why I support using the task force's plan and temporary criteria for exam school admissions that prioritizes safety and equity. This plan doesn't change the admissions process permanently, but it has the potential to create more equity in the admissions process next year, which we should all welcome. The education I got at 5 BPS schools, including Boston Latin School, absolutely changed my life. So I understand how important this issue is to families. The truth is, every student should have access to a school like Boston Latin. This conversation about who has access to excellent BPS schools, who deserves access, and the process to figure that out is absolutely entangled with a long history of racial inequities in our school system that the city and district, I think, has refused to confront in a meaningful way. And we must acknowledge that our current system leaves thousands of kids behind, and we need to address the achievement and opportunity gaps in BPS with the same passion that we see around exam schools. I do think, and I want to add this based on the hundreds of emails I've responded to and the calls I've received as well, I do think it's been a failure of the administration, the mayor, and the district not to have created a process, including with respect to language access as articulated by Councilor Flynn, around this decision where parents, students, and families feel included and could make their voices heard. But we're on an accelerated timeline for this year and a decision needs to be made. So I urge the school committee to accept the working group's plan, but we must all ensure that for long-term changes to our admissions policies that families have a seat at the table. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councilor Julia Mejia.
Hi, yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Buenas noches a todos. Primeramente le tengo que decir que hay muchos padres que no han tenido la oportunidad y el privilegio para poder mandar sus hijos a este tipo de escuelas. And don't worry, I don't need to translate. I'll just tell you what I said. There are a lot of Latino parents who are unable to send their kids to these exam schools because they don't even know they exist. There are parents who don't even understand the different types of options that they have because no one's ever communicated to them in the language that they can understand. And so as someone who went to every single Boston public school you could imagine, This conversation is triggering for me. I think about when I came to this country in the 70s and I was told to go back to where I came from. When I went to schools that were crumbling because nobody wanted to invest in Black and brown children. Now, here we are talking about who has the rights and the privilege and access to resources and tools to be able to take a test during these times. And what we're asking for is for the school committee and the district to finally, right, recognize that at the end of the day, we can't continue to give families lip service. And that this is our opportunity to show political will, encourage, and do right by all students. This temporary situation that we find ourselves in cannot be another Band-Aid that we put on a bullet hole. We need to be really serious and aggressive about what it's going to take for real equity here in the city of Boston. And I have 30 seconds to say that I am in full support of this recommendation, but I also want to say, as someone who ran on a platform about all means all, I'm going to be very vocal about making sure that this is not just something temporary. This change in terms of what is fair and access can't just be about COVID. It has to be a long-term opportunity to ensure that none of our kids get left behind. And this is what this conversation is going to look like for today and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Counselor Anissa Rasabi George, followed by Representative Liz Miranda and Jessica Tang.
Good evening, members of the school committee, Superintendent Cassellius. My name is Anissa Rasabi George, City Councilor at Large and parent of 4 Boston Public School students. I share the stress of the decision to go fully remote announced today for families and school communities. I offer the following policy recommendations. 1, make a commitment to create continued remote learning and reopening plans with families, educators, and stakeholders. 2, delay in-person learning until a later date, perhaps January 1st for general education students, and be prepared to welcome students sooner if health data improves. This delay may now be the best way to provide some measure of stability to support our kids and allow families to plan, support them during this time. 3, ensure that our high needs and those most at risk students continue to have access to support services. I am deeply concerned about students at risk, and get them back to in-person as soon as safely possible with certain urgency for the Horace Mann School, the Carter School, and the littlest kids just beginning school. 4, ensure the safety and security of our school buildings by providing widespread weekly testing for school staff and completing the necessary improvements to our facilities. 5, explore allowing the option for students to repeat this school year. We know that this pandemic has interrupted academic growth. While it is appropriate and critical that we support the social, emotional, and mental health needs of our students right now, we also need to give them the opportunity to academically advance. With respect to the Exam School Task Force recommendation, I am disappointed that the school committee vote is taking place this evening. There was no opportunity for substantive input from our BPS community. Our families' input and engagement is critical to build trust with our families. While this proposal accounts for our public health conditions, there are some serious concerns regarding grade standard discrepancies, converting a standardized test score to a GPA, excluding current exam school students, income diversity in our neighborhoods, and variances in the curriculum for schools. The fact that this vote is taking place without answering these questions more thoroughly is inappropriate. The task force recommendations only provides this as a temporary solution to bigger problems. The unfortunate reality is we cannot provide any equal and fair admissions process without having a high quality education in every school. In closing, there is no excuse for failing to create a proactive, reasonable, and workable plan to handle this pandemic. This is not about planning for the next few months, but the years ahead. We must use this pandemic as an opportunity to create a truly equitable school district.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Counselor. Our next speaker is Representative Liz Miranda.
Rep, good evening.
I'm unmuting myself. So sorry, I missed that.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It's been a long night, so I'll be short. And just want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity. I want to echo my colleagues and thanking everyone on the working group and also on the school committee, the superintendent and the mayor for your leadership. I'm a proud Boston Public School graduate from the John D. O'Brien. I was also a proud youth worker for many years, and now I currently sit as the Massachusetts State Representative representing parts of Roxbury and Dorchester. And I'm here tonight to say that I'm in full support of the recommendations made by the work group and the suspension of this year's exam. I grew up in a household where my mom dropped out of high school at Madison Park High in her junior year to have me. She spoke Cape Verdean Creole, and I just want to add that also in the sentiment of my colleague, the gentleman who represents Chinatown, that I was disappointed that Cape Verdean Creole was not offered this evening, as we have many students in our public school system that speak that language. I want to say that my mom didn't have the same opportunities, and if it wasn't for great youth programs and youth jobs that I had, I would have not even applied for the John D. O'Brien School or if I succeeded there. But because of the John D. O'Brien, I was able to go to Wellesley College and now see myself in service in helping our community. One of the most important things that at a minimum, delaying the exam for one school year is what is responsible during this global pandemic. But I want to add that we're not just going through a public health pandemic, we're going through an economic crisis, a housing crisis, and a racial reckoning that we haven't seen in 5 decades. I want to make sure that we take the time over the next year to really plan an equitable process. I'll end that, I was really sad to hear that 02124, one of the districts that I represent, which holds about 12.4% of the schools, of the public schools, school-age children, has very few invitations to the exam schools. We know that education is the lever of a lifetime, and I want to encourage everyone tonight, particularly the school committee, to take this suspension, not to take it lightly, but to think about what we can work on together for the next year ahead to ensure a fair and equitable system.
Thank you for joining us, Rep.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Jessica Tang, and she'll be followed by Emmanuel Bogomoni, Ronnie Almanzar, Paula Ortiz, and Lucy Tran. If you could please raise your hands virtually in Zoom. Ms. Tang?
Thank you. Good evening, members of the school committee, Superintendent Cassellius. My name is Jessica Tang, president of the Boston Teachers Union. I'm speaking tonight on 2 issues. First is the decision of this morning to transition to all remote learning, and the second is the exam schools policy. While the BTU supports the decision to switch to all remote learning in light of the troubling increase in COVID positivity rates announced today, we remain concerned about the impact on the learning experience of high-need students. We continue to advocate for a safe and sustainable plan that safely provides additional services and supports that many of our special education, English learners, early childhood learners, and other students continue to need. We look forward to working with the Boston Public Schools to establish a sustainable, improved, and safe plan that centers high in-person priority students both during this work remote phase and for when positivity rates come down. Parents and families deserve as much predictability as possible for the next set of scenarios, and we think there is an opportunity by working together with educators and families having a voice at the table for the system to achieve a higher quality of instruction for students, as well as more predictability for families and educators. For months, we've been advocating for a safer, better plan, and that goal still has not yet been achieved. There are no winners here today during this pandemic. Educators are still working twice as hard to provide quality remote education, and we're working even harder since October 1st to teach both simultaneously in person and remote at the same time. While all remote may be safer for now, we know it is not sufficient for all students, and we will continue to advocate for a better plan for everyone. We didn't want to see an interruption of services for anyone. We've always wanted to be back in our classrooms with students in safe facilities with a safe and sustainable plan, and we will work with BPS and the city to achieve that as quickly as possible. Second, I'm speaking in support of the one-year change in the exam school admissions policy. Thank you to the hard work of everyone on the task force. While we believe there are many ways the proposed plan needs to be improved, we also know that the current plan is inequitable and the new high-stakes test during this pandemic is not the answer and will further exacerbate inequities. More work with additional stakeholders, including our immigrant families with limited English access, must go into a better admissions policy, but perhaps most importantly, we need to ensure that all of our schools have equitable resources, opportunities, and high quality instruction. No one should have to compete for an excellent education. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emmanuel Bogomoni.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good evening, Superintendent and school committee members. My name is Emmanuel Bogomoni, and I'm a junior and Latina student at Boston Latin School, as well as a West Roxbury resident. I'm here to talk about the recommendation for the exam school admissions. Last year in my English class, I worked on a project surrounding equity in Boston. I chose education, more specifically exam schools, as my topic, and unfortunately, due to the coronavirus, I never got to finish. While doing my research, I discovered more about the inequities in exam schools, specifically Boston Latin School, which has now only been heightened by the pandemic. Having any type of test this year for the exam school entry would completely disregard the fact that so many Black and Latino students have been impacted far more than others due to the virus. I'm extremely disappointed at the fact that there are still people who are fighting against this step towards equity amidst these times where the eviction moratorium in Massachusetts has ended, where endless numbers of jobs have been lost, and over 18,000 cases of COVID-19 have occurred in Boston, 64% of which are Black and Latino residents. Where is the outrage, concern, and protest over the fact that there are students who are struggling with homelessness or who don't have enough food to eat or even Wi-Fi to attend their virtual classes? Why are there people that are more concerned over whether or not there's an exam this year rather than about the real inequities in Boston? And for those who are concerned about the prestigious reputation of the exam schools, I ask you, are we so tied to a tradition that's only been around for 57 years that you can only see what is good for your family, but not for all? Yesterday, I sent a letter with 278 signatures from students in all the exam schools to the mayor, city councilors, and yourselves, urging you to please consider voting for the recommendation by the working group. We as a community have a choice right now, and I hope we choose to remain on the right side of history. Thank you.
Ms. Bogomolny, thank you in particular for that letter, and I made sure that that was distributed to the entire committee.
Thank you.
Ms. Sullivan, the next group of speakers, sorry to interrupt, as you know, are speakers in need of interpretation. So the first up is the Spanish speaking public commenter. So if Mr. Bernal could assist us with bringing Mr. Almanzar and Ms. Ortiz to attention.
Yes, very happy to. Señora Rodney Almanzar, levante la mano virtualmente. Ustedes son los siguientes y la señora Paula Ortiz también son los siguientes. Yo les voy a interpretar.
Gracias.
Well. Señora Almanzar, ¿está escuchando? I'm asking if Ms. Almanzar can hear us. Señora Almanzar, ¿está escuchando? I asked again if she can hear us.
I don't believe Mr. Almanzar has joined us in the Zoom. Perhaps we can move on to Ms. Ortiz.
Señora Paula Ortiz, ¿nos está escuchando? ¿Puede escuchar? I asked Ms. Paula Ortiz if she can hear us. Señora Paula Ortiz, ¿puede escucharnos? Asked for the second time, no response. Señora Paula Ortiz, ¿está escuchando? Soy el intérprete.
Sí, ¿tú me escuchas?
Sí, puedo escuchar. Yo soy el intérprete. Gracias.
Ok. Bien, bueno, buenas noches.
Buenas noches. Un par de frases y pausa para que yo le pueda interpretar. ¿Está bien? Vamos a...
Sí. Como dijiste, mi nombre es Paula Ortiz.
As you say, my name is Paula Ortiz.
Gracias por darme esta oportunidad de poder elevar mi voz.
For providing me with the opportunity to elevate my voice tonight.
El día de hoy y que me puedan escuchar.
And thank you for the ability that I have today for being able to be heard.
Cuando mi hijo llegó de República Dominicana sin saber nada de inglés.
When my son arrived from the Dominican Republic, not knowing anything about English,
entró a la escuela Helen.
He went to a Helen school.
De ahí fue sometido al examen de income.
And then he actually had to take an income test.
Quiero decir que mi hijo tuvo una experiencia frustrante con el examen.
So I would like to say is that my son had a very frustrating experience with regards to this intake-in test.
Él no fue capaz de pasar ese examen la primera vez.
So he was not able to pass this test the first time.
No fue hasta la tercera vez que pudo pasarlo.
It was not until the third time he took it that he was able to pass the test.
Mientras era sometido a ese examen, mi hijo bajó de peso y hasta llegó al punto de no querer ir a la escuela.
In the process of taking or retaking this test, my son lost weight. He got to the point that he did not want to go back to school.
Él estaba sufriendo pensando en eso.
So he was suffering thinking about this test.
Hice todo mi esfuerzo para ayudarlo, pero era poco lo que podía hacer.
I made every single effort to be able to help him, but there was not much I can do in that regard.
Porque no sé inglés y él tampoco.
Because I do not speak English and neither did he at that time.
Más adelante supe por sus compañeros
Because of his classmates, later on, I did became aware that
que si él pagaba clases particular para ese examen,
I was able to know that if he was able to pay for private classes for taking this particular test.
1 minute remaining.
Le queda un minutito, señor Ortiz.
sí, él sí podía pasar, pero pienso que es injusto tener que pagar por ese examen.
So by paying these classes, we knew that he was probably able to pass, but I think it was unfair having to pay for this test to be able to pass.
Estoy aquí para levantar mi voz en contra de ese examen y le pido que lo eliminen.
I am here today to raise my voice against that particular test, and I'm asking you to please eliminate that test.
Lo pido en nombre mío, de mi hijo y de los jóvenes que no pueden, que no están, que están sufriendo por ese examen.
I make that request on my behalf, my son's behalf, and for all those students that are suffering because of this test.
Gracias, buena noche.
Thank you very much and good night to all.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hasta luego.
Yes.
Señora. Gracias.
Buenas noches.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Lucy Tran, followed by Juan Lee, Dakeen May, and Shishang Lee. Will you please virtually raise your hands? Lucy Tran. Are you?
Xin lỗi là Lucy Trần. Xin lỗi Lucy Trần có đó không ạ? Lucy Trần. Đây là Dana thông dịch tiếng Việt ạ. Không, there's no Lucy Tran there.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Juan Lee.
Hoàng Lê.
Hello.
Oh,
Hi, welcome. Juan?
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I want to say I know this year we cannot take the test because of the pandemic. It's okay, but I think the assignment might be, I think it should be based on the school performance. It should be fair to all the kids. It's not only some special area. It should be all equal to all the kids. I mean, some area maybe have more smarter kids, you know, they should have equal opportunity to get in those 3 exam school. So I think the assignment should be based on the school performance. It cannot based on the zip code. That's my opinion. I mean that we don't have to take the test. It's okay, but the assignment should be based on every kid's school performance. It should be equal to all the kids. It shouldn't based on the zip code. I think that when they live, then they should have equal opportunity. That's all.
Thank you, Juan. Our next speaker is Dakim May, followed by Shishang Lei and Shanshu.
Just calling someone.
Dakim May. Dakim.
Hello，
Hello。
Hello， 我要講中文。
好啊，你講啊，我幫你做翻譯啊。
OK， 我係一個中國嘅家長。大家好，晚上好。
He's a parent from China。
我哋嚟到呢度美國呢度做餐館，收入好低微。
We came to America and working in the restaurant business, and the incomes are pretty low.
但係我知要改善生活，就係等我啲細路一定要讀好書。
If we want to change our way of living, our kids has to attend a better school.
但係好在我啲細路仲好肯讀書，好聽教。
He's fortunate to have kids who are willing to spend time on their educations and will listen to him.
但係到我同我啲細路聽到咧話，今年嘅 test 咧取消咗之後咧，我哋覺得好無奈，好無奈，唔知點形容嗰個心情。
He said that his kid told him about the exam will be the exam schools will do away with the exam. He doesn't know what to think and feeling this feeling of helplessness.
我覺得如果取消咗呢個今年嘅 test 咧，係抹殺咗今年有資格考試嗰啲細路嘅一個大好機會，係佢哋夢想嘅學校、尖學校入去學校。點解有咁嘅決定會抹殺咗一個成長細路嘅機會咧
？He said that do without exams just for this year. It's not giving the opportunity to kids who wants to take the exams and who will be able to enter to the exam schools. And why is it is happening? So he's not able to understand the reason behind it.
我哋做父母嘅希望咧，全部寄託啲細路嘅身上，希望佢哋入到嗰間級嘅學校，改善佢哋將來嘅生活。我希望大家考慮一下，俾翻一個公平、公正、公開嘅機會，俾啲細路去考試，得嗰啲學生哋入去嗰度讀。呢啲係我哋所有家長最希望嘅一件事。
Being a parent of a kids, wishing them to have a better future and to able to change their way of life is to attend a better school. And without an exam to the exam schools, that means it's not giving them an opportunity to enter those schools. And he would urge you guys to reconsider giving them an equitable method to enter the school by reinstalling the exams to these exam schools.
讀書係望考試一定要用公平、公開、公正機會嚟先知道啲細路啲成績去到邊， 考出咩成績，就證明佢嘅努力係冇白費嘅。
Going to school, as part of going to school is to have exams. Without exams, you can't gauge how good a kid should be or would be, and not be able to equitably gauging the students what he has learned, what he can achieve. So therefore, he would like to see the exam be put back on.
多謝。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Shishang Lei, Shanshui Hu, Emma Yang, and Ting Yi.
等陣啦，唔使按我講完啦，你話點講啊？有彈啦。
你個 Harvard
Shishang Li.
請問係咪姓李㗎？輪到你咯，你可以講廣東話，我幫你做翻譯。
Okay, let's go to Miss Hu.
Shanshui Hu.
請問係咪姓何㗎？而家輪到你咯，如果你想表達你嘅意見，你可以用廣東話，我幫你做翻譯。
It's okay. Hi, good evening. My son is 6th grade. After we decided to move to Boston and hope he can apply to Boston Latin School, he's very upset because he thinks he's not good at test. After he sat for several days, and I found he started changing. He started getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning to practice his vocabulary, reading book, go to the K Academy to do more practice during the day. K Academy is totally free website. Everyone has access to it. And after that, he became very, very busy every day. He stopped to complain about how boring stay home because of COVID-19, how much he hated the COVID-19 affected his life. Also, his father lost his job. But Boston Latin become his goal. Be successful in the exam become his motivation. All of this made a good change on him. But now, the zip code lottery is recommended as a new criteria, which means all of his hard work become useless. After I told him about it, he was very confused and keep asking why. What's wrong with where we live? Why taking 5th grade? Kids are changing. Why school admission is not according to the student himself? What I can do is to hug him, my poor kids. Finally, he said, "It's so unfair. This is a voice from one boy who worked so hard. I believe there must be lots of voices like this. Those kids survive in COVID-19, but they become a victim on the zip code lottery. This recommendation is to encourage our kids to depend their life or future to lucky. Do we really want to pass this message to our kids, our future, our country's future? 80% zip code lottery is destroying those exam school. You are taking the last hope from all Boston public students. I strongly suggest 80% GPA ranking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hu. Our next speaker is Emma Yang, followed by Ting Yi and Zhao Zhan. If you could please raise your hands virtually in Zoom. Emma Yang. Okay, Ting Yi.
Ms. Yang.
需要说普通话，你可以先说几句，然后我翻译成英文。
学校委员会和各位家长，大家晚上好。
Good evening, everybody.
我是 JQUS 的家长。
I'm the parent from the US.
JQUS
GQUS.
Yeah，我知道今年因为疫情的原因，不可能就是举行考试很困难。
I know it's hard to have exam because of the COVID-19.
然后呢，我就希望，BPS 在核算到我们 GPA 的时候呢，能够做到公平公正。
I really hope GPS can do a fair job to accounting our grade.
要根据我们来自不同学校和每个孩子的他们的成绩单，要进行公正的核算。
Based on the different areas of students and of their grades,
尤其是要对 BPS 的学生，
especially for students who in DPS,
要根据他们学校以往的3学考试学校的录取人数。
based on the pairs of students, how many students being admitted in previous years.
然后呢，对于今年的招生录取人数作为合理的就是录取工作，公平一点。
Be fair to this year's student exam schools,
尤其是对我们第一代新移民中国移民家庭，
especially for our immigrant family as the first generation.
我们父母都是不懂英文的，
The parents from the first generation immigrated who we don't understand in English.
我们大多数也没有能力去请家教和上补习班。
And most of us cannot afford the money to have the home teacher or the extra study classes.
我们仅仅根据我们孩子自己在学校的努力，
All we can do is ask our children to study hard in school and at home.
所以呢，希望今年特殊情况下能给他们进行公正公平的录取，给孩子一个好的机会，好的将来。
So we really hope the school could have a fair opportunity for each student to give them a good future.
尤其是对于 Zip Code 0211唐人街的孩子，
Especially for the students who live in Chinatown.
也请就是要给他们多一些席位。
Please give them more extra spot seats. 是的, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ting Yi.
As we're waiting for Ms. Yi, Joy, our Mandarin interpreter, if you could help out. The next 7 speakers are all Mandarin speakers. If you could help Ms. Sullivan with raising those speakers as their names are called. Thank you.
Yeah, I speak Mandarin.
你好，我可以翻译成英文。
对，我住在 Brighton。
I live in Brighton.
对，今年我有2个孩子考入了 BLS。
I have 2 children who admitted to BLS.
一个7年级，一个9年级。
One is 7th grade, another one is 9th grade.
作为从事教育10几年的老师。
As a teacher who has experience teaching more than 20 years.
标准考试能客观公正地评估孩子们对知识的掌握。
The exams could have a fair opportunity to test students' ability of the knowledge.
我很吃惊，人们还对这个观点有任何的疑问。
I'm surprised that people still have questions about this thought.
当我带着才上4年级的孩子第一次站在 BLS 校门口的时候，
When I bring my child who is 4th grade, we stand in front of the BLS front door.
孩子眼中闪着光芒，
Their sparkling shines.
充满了对这个学校的向往。
My child is really willing to study in the school.
因为他知道这个学校必须通过他以后几年的勤奋学习， 并通过考试以优异的成绩才能进入。
Because my child knows he or she must work and study very hard to get into school and have a good future.
在这3年里 ，BRS 是我家孩子心中梦想学校，努力的方向。
In these 3 years, BRS is my child's dream school and the goal to study for it.
如果取消了 BRS 入学考试 ，BRS 后几年就将和 BPS 其他学校没什么区别。
If they cancel the BLS exam this year, there's no difference between BLS and BPS in the future.
也不再是一些勤奋上进的孩子们的梦想学校。
And it's not the dream school for students who work and study very hard to get in there anymore.
随着时间的推移，我们将看到，现在这个 proposal 将影响各个族群的勤奋好学的孩子们。
As time flies, I know this proposal gonna affect the students who works and study very hard.
并影响整个 BPS 学区的学习风气。
And affect the whole area of BPS area.
自身勤奋不重要 ，zip code 更重要。
That the self-study or study hard is not important anymore, but instead of the zip code is more important.
请问这是怎样的教育导向？
I'm asking that what's the direction of the education proposal?
我强烈反对今天的提案，支持考试作为录取exam school 的一个条件。
I am strongly disagreed today's suggestion.
好，谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank
Lee.
you.
The next speaker is Zhao Hongzhen, followed by Mei Qin Wu.
你好，说普通话吗 ？Hello， 你好，请问说粤语还是普通话？你好，小周，你在吗？It seems like she's not here.
Ms. Wu with us?
你好，说普通话的，我可以帮你翻译成英文。
Are we asking for Miss Wu? It sounds like Miss Zhang can't connect. Let's move on to Miss Wu, please.
吴小姐，你准备好发言了吗？吴小姐，你在吗？你好，吴小姐，在的话可以说话，我可以帮你翻译成英文。可以听到我说话吗，吴小姐？There's no response.
Okay.
Chang Zhen.
你好，
Chen Zheng.
你好，说普通话，我可以帮你翻译成英文。好。
Okay. How about I'm sorry, Xiaomin Huang, excuse me.
What's your name again?
Xiaomin Huang.
小明，你好，邝小明，你在吗？你好，我是翻译，可以帮你转成英文。在的话可以说一下。No response.
No. Well, thank you for trying, Joy. We have two further Chinese Mandarin speakers. We have Yanfeng Lin.
杨小姐你在吗？杨小姐你在吗？我可以帮你翻译成英文的。One more try。杨小姐你在吗？你如果说普通话的话，我可以帮你翻译成英文。No response.
Okay. Ms. Sullivan, you can help me out. I want to make sure I don't lose count here. Is it, did we try to raise Emma Yang, or is she crossed off the list?
Emma Yang. We already heard from Emma Wang that seems to be a
Duplicate. Thank you.
Yes.
So I
Our next-
believe Leah Wu was on previously, so perhaps we can raise her again. She is a Cantonese speaker for Peter. Thank you again, Joy.
喂，聽到嗎？輪到你咯喎。
聽見嘛？
好啊。
我聽講我講啦，係咪？
係，聽到，你講啊。
大家好，我係公立學校做西昆市嘅家長。
佢咧就係Queen 市學校喺she's a parent has a student at the Quincy School near Chinatown.
我係一個新移民低收入嘅家庭。
She's a low income newly immigrant.
我哋努力工作，讓細路仔去補習，希望佢自己考一個好嘅學校。
She worked hard and able to provide her kids some extra lecturing from outside sources.
因為我哋希望能夠公平公正，靠自己嘅本事考入呢3間 exam school。
Because that she wants it her kids to be fairly passing the exam to enter those exam schools.
希望大家明白我哋做家長嘅心情。
She hopes that everybody understand that her way of thinking, her way of feeling.
仲有一件事。
One more item.
呢個會議完全忽略咗我哋唔識英文嘅家長，我哋根本唔明講乜。
This meeting is really exemplified her as a parent who does not speak English, so they don't understand what these meetings are about.
我哋坐喺度2個幾鐘，真係唔知講乜，真係對我哋好唔公平。
She doesn't feel it's been fair that she has been sitting here for more than 2 hours and she has no idea what all these meetings been talking about.
非常之多謝大家。
Thank you very much for your attention.
Good night， 唔該晒。
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cass Lee, followed by Hiexiang Chen and Kelly Liao. Is Cass Lee with us?
姓李嘅係咪？輪到你啦。你想唔想表達你嘅意見啊？如果你識講廣東話，我可以幫你翻譯成英文㗎。Doesn't look like there's a response.
Okay. Ms. Chen?
陳女士咧，你聽唔聽到啊？聽到你可以而家發表你嘅意見。你可以用廣東話或者用國語。國語咧有另外一位小姐幫你做翻譯㗎。廣東話咧我可以幫你做翻譯。
I think I'm fine. I can read my preparation. I prepared it.
Okay.
Hi everyone. My name is Chen Jiexia. I'm a mom of 2 children. My older son is currently a student at Boston Latin Academy in the 9th grade. My younger son is still at the Josiah Quincy Elementary School. I personally feel that this recommendation is unreasonable and inequitable. In the past, the number of the students who have been able to test in these 3 exam schools has been quite a large number. On the surface, it appears that this is unfair to students from other neighborhoods and students of other ethnicities. But behind the scene, both families and students have invested a lot of effort. We are an immigrant family who came to the US 8 years ago. We started in the BPS system 5 years ago. We understand our English is not good. Therefore, we strongly encourage our children to work harder. Under circular systems that our family income is limited, we still invest a few thousands of dollars per year in after school and summer studies, focusing on math and language art. In the 2 summers before my son, my older child attending to the BLA, we would get up at 6 to attend the classes even during the summer vacation. In order to for him to test in one of the exam schools. I believe this effort and sacrifice are enhanced by all of the students and families of these exam schools. In accuracy these plans, it would be a huge detriment of our students in their passion to learn. In the zip code where a high concentrate of seats are available, those students will feel they do not need to work hard to study, since there will be enough seats available. In the zip code where few seats are available, students will feel that no matter how hard they work, they will never have a fighting chance. Aside from the great inflation and different schools, different classes or different teachers, even students who are in average B students will be able to get into any one of the exam school. But for the A average students who happen to...
Ms. Chen, you're past your time. We have many other people to speak this evening. I appreciate you sharing yourself.
Can
but we
I
have
ask
to move
one
on,
more
please.
question? Because this meeting is so unfair to our Chinese parents.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. We'll move on now to Ms. Liao.
Kelly Liao.
你好，说普通话的吗？我可以帮你翻译成英文。说粤语的话，也有另外一位粤语的翻译。你好，你在吗？
Okay. Yeah. See Ms. Liao. Our next speakers are Tracy Situ, Liffen Mai, and Kajao Chen. Tracy Situ.
Yes. Hello.
Hi.
我可以叫 Joy 帮我翻译吗？
可以，可以，我在。
我是一位唐人家长，我有3个孩子，现在在昆西小学读书。
I have 3 children who are administered in school in Quincy.
Jose Quincy Elementary School in Chinatown.
唐人街 Oh, sorry. Yeah, the schools in Chinatown.
我今天想说的就是作为唐人街长，我非常反对校方想取消这个 exam school.
All I want to say today is I'm strongly disagree the suggestion that school gonna cancel this exam.
理由跟其他之前那几位家长应该差不多。
I have the quite similar reason for as the parents speakers, Chinese parents, similar reasons.
因为我们是移民过来的嘛，我们是英文是我们第2个语言，所以我们来到这里，我们就那个工作啊、生活环境 没有当地人那么好，所以我们的其实是很努力的。
It is tough situation for us as the immigrant from the other country because we have to work strongly hard to live try to live better.
所以我们就工作的时间长，因为我是做餐馆的，每天工作时间很长，所以我希望我的孩子将来不用再做餐馆做的那些辛苦赚不到钱的工作。
I work in restaurants. It's such a long time to work and low income. That's why I hope my children, when they grow up, they don't work like me, who only can work in restaurants.
所以我希望他们有好的发展和成绩，所以我们唐人街长都普遍都是希望经常带他们去补习或者什么，我们花了这么多精力和时间，其实就是想我们的孩子将来的生活可以好一点。
We put extra effort on our children, such as having extra classes or pay more attention to our children on studying, because we want our children have a really good, bright future.
刚才我在开始的时候听那个教授，那个带他读的那个教授Candy 那个教授读的那个，他说白人跟Asian 他们资源都很好，但是我们唐人的资源其实并不太好，但是我们就是想改变，所以我们才这么努力的希望我们去花这么多精力和金钱去培养我们的孩子。所以如果你们cancel 了这个 exam school 给我们的那个学费这么低的话，那对我们是很不公平的，我们所花费的那些时间和精力都一无所有了。
As I heard from the letter from Professor Candy, he said the white people and other people have the good opportunities for everything, but actually for us, we don't have too many opportunities. That's why we put so hard effort on our children to trying to let them have a good future. But if you cancel the exam, there's no chance for my children, for Chinese students to gain a chance to have a good future.
Thank you, Ms. Sito.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lifan Mai.
你好，请问说普通话吗？你好。Excuse me, what's her name again?
Lifan Mai.
Lifan Mai.
M-A-I.
你好，麦先生或者女士，请问你需要翻译吗？我可以帮你翻译成中文，英文。Seems like no response.
Kaija Chen.
陈彩娇，你好。
Hello, I'm here. Could you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Cai Jiao Chen. My kids, two of them in Josiah Quincy. I would like to say the exam school is very important because the standard exam is the way to get the result of the students' learning processing so that everyone will get the goals. So it should be fair for every kids for their education. Just like Olympic game, the spirit is the friendship, is the first. Competition is the second. I understand win-win is better than the win zero. Competition is a game, and also it is a spirit. Champion is not a lying or joke. It's a legend. So the good school shape the kids' correct view of life, moral value, and just like Rome cannot build in a day, no pain, no game. Education and learning is sweet and also is fun. BLS is the first choice for Chinese parents and all of the Boston public parents and students' choice, because that means they get in Boston BLS, that means they get their dream closer. Get closer to their American dream. So exam school is very important for everyone in Boston. So please just make this fair to every kid in Boston. So make the family get the benefit for that, because that's very true for their life, not just like I understand we can help everyone here, but it should be fair for every kid for their education and learning.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. And
next-
Ms. Sullivan, as you're calling the next speakers, I just want to take a moment to say thank you to our interpreters this evening. That was the last speaker requiring interpretation. So thank you to Peter, Joy, Dana, and Juan.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, and we'll just log off now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lacanto. I appreciate your comments. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. It's my honor to be here.
Okay, our next group of speakers is Hio Nguyen, Kian Vu, Ankoa Nguyen Tran, and Charlene Adams Pimentel.
Wait, am I going first?
Yes, you're next.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. My name is Hugh Nguyen. I'm a Dorchester resident, and I'm also a junior at Boston Latin School. And I'm here to testify my support for canceling the exam school test for the next academic year. Some of the reason for why I think this is better is because of the health hazard of the entrance exam. It is really unfair to put students at risk of getting COVID just to get a test which would decide most of their future like career basically. And this is also affecting Dorchester, Roxbury, and Mattapan mostly. And me being a student at Boston Latin School have also gave me a lot of access to resources such as job experience, college prep, and also my resume building process. And I was also an immigrant to the US, and I was actually fortunate enough to go into a good school, which helps with my transitioning. And I know there's other immigrants out there who does not have the same luck as me, and they're struggling to really get the education which they need. And I live by the fact that there's always someone smarter than me, but it's just that they never have the opportunity to like prove it through their education. And I really think that if we were to admit people based on the GPA and the like scores, it will give people of color, predominantly Black, Latinx, and first-generation immigrants more chance to get into the school because they didn't have enough resources. And yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen.
Our next speaker is Kian Vu.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hi. Good evening, Superintendent and member of school committee. My name is Quinn Vo. I'm a first-year student at MCPH University. I graduated from John D. O'Brien last year. My family and I migrated to US when I was 8. The exam school was the key to unlock brighter future with hope in attending college. Despite having outstanding grade middle school at the Murphy, the ISE exam was difficult for me due to the lack of resources for test prepping. I was not the only one. Many of my classmates come from low-income family and predominantly family of color. We have little to no access resource to be successful for the test. The only resource I had was a few hours of test prep on a 4th Saturday morning by my English teacher. It was not enough. I felt a lot of pressure and stress about this test because at that moment, it was the only resource for me to become successful in high school. Therefore, I am here today to support the Boston Public School proposal for 2021 to 2022 that proposed admission eligible based on grade 2019 MCAS score and student zip code on ensuring geographic and socioeconomic diversity. My time at O'Brien provided me more opportunity with internship, mentorship, and with the support system that helped me be successful in college right now. Not to mention the diversity at O'Brien with a lot of different culture and background opened my mind up to more acceptable and love people the way they are because everyone is different. I value its diversity. Shifting the admission by getting rid of the exam this year will raise the diversity pool. Boston Public School should implement the proposal, get rid of the exam for this year and support Boston low-income students, recent immigrant and students of color. We are living through a pandemic that impacts most of our life for the worst, especially students of color. Many families in Boston are struggling financially with rent, access to healthy food, and basic need for learning such as Wi-Fi. This year, students are learning remotely, which limit the resource they would have otherwise they are in school. Studying at home is difficult, and it's even harder when you don't have the access to resources that could help you prep for the exam that determine not only for the next year, but what happened in the year after. What we need is one opportunity to change the outcome of their future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vo.
Thank
Our
you.
next speaker is An Kwa Nguyen Tran.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. My name is Anquan Nguyen Tran. I'm a resident of Dorchester and a junior at Boston Land Academy. I'm here today to testify in support of canceling exam school tests for the upcoming year. The exam can determine the next 4 years of students' academic life and years that follow. Many students, predominantly Black, Latinx, and first-generation immigrants and refugees, do not have the resources or the chance to prep them for the exam. It would be best to propose admission based on grades 2019 MCAS score and the student zip code. I'm an immigrant from Vietnam, and I was very fortunate to have access to resources that allowed me to pass the exam. As recent immigrants, my parents worked hard, and there was a lot of pressure for me to enter a good school. My middle school, the Murphy K-8, had great teachers that saw the potential in their student and had a prep program for the ICE that you would pay to enroll in. Even with all the prep and resources that were available to me, the pressure was overwhelming. Since I was taking the ICE for the 9th grade, this is my last chance to enter a school that could benefit my future. Fortunately, I was admitted into BLA. Being at BLA had given me great resources such as job opportunities, volunteer experience, and support with applying to college. However, there are students who are not as lucky as me and did not have received the resources they needed. They did not have the great teacher that I had to see the potential in them, or the top opportunity or money to pay for prep classes. This proposal is not perfect and is only a band-aid fix for larger systemic issues. The fact that students are asked to take exams, even during a pandemic, to prove they are worthy of a quality education is honestly outrageous. Education is not a right. Education is a right, not a privilege. We should remove these classes and raise this measure of worthiness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlene Adams Pimentel, followed by Jude Sathan, Dr. Keith Motley, and Lisa Green. If you could please raise your hands virtually.
Greetings, school committee. My name is Charlene Adams Pimentel, and I'm a BPS student. Although today's public comment may be focused on the decision of the new exam school admissions proposal, which I am in support of, I would like to bring attention to in-school learning and the superintendent's decision to suspend it due to the COVID cases rising. I am in support and believe you did the right thing, Superintendent. I'm glad you and the mayor came to a conclusion and decided to make it effective starting tomorrow. However, if there wasn't a lack of urgency, I believe this decision would have occurred sooner. We were all aware that our neighborhoods of color were way above the 4% threshold of COVID cases for weeks now, and the city still allowed in-person learning across the district. Now we are witnessing neighborhoods like Chelsea suffer with COVID cases due to this lack of urgency. I hope we can all agree that it wasn't only risky, but an extremely dangerous decision to make as it put all our teachers, faculty members, and students in danger. Not to mention the district's violation of their agreement with the BTU on the 4% threshold. This violation of agreement is utterly inappropriate, and I expect this should never happen again, as I assume we all have our best interest in keeping our community members safe and untouched by COVID. I urge you, Superintendent, to continue working with the mayor in order to implement a threshold for each neighborhood, instead of just holding a threshold for the city. This is a time to hold our city accountable, not a time to rush and open schools again when we're clearly unprepared for it. My public comment on the 8th depicted how far behind we are as a city, from the lack of nutritious foods being fed to students to the lack of effort the district is given when supplying our teachers with efficient equipment for in-person schooling, Now that in-person learning is suspended, I push that the city begins to rethink every single action they take when it involves the health of our community members, including students. Doing the bare minimum cannot equate to readiness, as it is evident that doing the bare minimum only causes cases to rise. I hope that by the next school committee meeting, some progress will be made, and I will continue urging and pressing upon this matter. Take this time to rethink your approach for more effective and safer conditions for our students and families. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jude Sathan.
Hi, I'm Jude Sathan, and I'm in the 6th grade at the BTU school. Because my teacher's grades show how I grow, my grades don't look like the grades of other schools. By the end of each school year, I earn 3s and 4s, but in the fall and winter, as I'm still growing to meet the expectations of the grade level, my MCAS scores was from when I was 9. I have learned a lot since then, and it is not being considered at all. I want to be the voice of the students and show that my middle school opportunities should be based off of how I have grown as a student. I work hard every day and would like an opportunity to show how smart I am. Please let me take the MAP test. Do not consider my 5th grade fall grades, and instead my 4th grade final grades. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sathan.
Our next speaker is Dr. Keith Motley.
Welcome back, Dr. Motley.
Dr. Motley, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, so I'm glad to be here tonight representing civil rights, education, justice, and community organizations. They consist of ACLU of Massachusetts, ADL of New England, Black Educators Alliance of Massachusetts, Boston Education Justice Alliance, Boston Network for Black Student Achievement, Center for Law and Education, Citizens for Public Schools, Lawyers for Civil Justice, Lawyers for Civil Rights, Massachusetts Advocates for Children, Massachusetts Appleseed Center for Law and Justice, Massachusetts Communities Action Networks, NAACP Boston Branch, and the Urban League of Eastern Massachusetts. We're here tonight to offer our full support for the exam school admissions criteria, working group's admissions proposal for the 2021-2022 school year. The proposal, in our opinion, is an appropriate way to conduct admissions amidst this terrible pandemic, and it's a meaningful move toward equitable representation in Boston's exam schools. We all understand the harm and the upheaval that's been caused by this pandemic. We also know that you understand how it's impacted Boston's Black and Latinx residents, and they're deeply disproportionately affected. And so we're grateful to the committee for taking those matters into consideration. These are traumatic times for all of us, and our students and our families of color have been the hardest hit. Now, we believe that amidst these trying times, exam school admissions proposal is a sensible way and an equitable way to recognize our highest performing students. And so we strongly endorse the exam school admissions criteria working group's proposal and all the suggestions for improving educational opportunities in the lower grades, and continue to work towards more permanent post-pandemic admissions criteria. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Motley, and thank you for sharing the letter on behalf of those organizations with the committee as well.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers are Lisa Green, Katie Roberts, Erin Fowler, and Sunny Pai. If you could please raise your hands virtually. Lisa Green.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's Lisa Green. I'm representing the Boston Coalition for Education Equity. I'm also a parent of 2 students at Boston Latin School, where I've been co-chair of the Parent Council for the past 3 years. BCEE strongly supports the working group's recommendation on exam school admissions. Black and Latinx students have been underrepresented and disproportionately disadvantaged by the exam school admission system for decades. Now their families and neighborhoods are being disproportionately harmed by the pandemic and economic shutdown. This proposal offers a solution to the challenges posed by the pandemic, while also addressing the long-standing inequities of the exam school admissions process. The plan has 2 main components. One is not to use an admissions test this year. That's a simple matter of practicality and safety. The test can't be given at home, both because the test maker won't allow it and because of test security. Even if space could be designed to appropriately distance the thousands of 6th graders who take the test each year, many parents would be unable or unwilling to send their 11 and 12-year-olds out into a pandemic that today again closed our schools. So the test can't be fairly offered in person either. The other main piece of the proposal is to rank students by grades within zip codes. For 20% of the seats, students will compete citywide, but for 80%, they'll compete with other students who live near them. The plan's been called zip code discrimination by some opponents. We've seen signs that said, "I'm smart, but I live in the wrong zip code." This gets to the heart of the inequity of the exam school admissions system. There are smart children in every zip code and every neighborhood. The children of East Boston and Roxbury are just as smart as the children of West Roxbury and the North End. What's not distributed evenly or fairly is opportunity, including the opportunities that lead to good grades and high test scores. Even among children within the same zip code, there are big differences in opportunity, but the differences among neighborhoods are even bigger. The working groups put forward a comprehensive and innovative proposal for making the competition more fair. We urge the school committee to vote yes tonight to approve this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Katie Roberts.
Good evening. I'm Katie Roberts, a parent at Boston Latin School and co-chair of Families for Equity and Diversity, which works to help create a welcoming environment for all students at BLS. Our membership includes families from across the city, including exam school alumni and parents of 6th graders who will be applying. We're here because we care about BLS and its future. The pandemic has exacerbated pre-existing disparities that limit access to exam schools for Black and Latinx students. Requiring students to take an exam at this time is impractical and unsafe. It would further burden the communities already bearing disproportionate impacts. We support the working group's 1-year proposal developed by thoughtful community leaders, including BLS's own Ms. Scarrett and Mr. Contempasis. The proposal presents the most equitable and realistic approach under the conditions of this school year. It also ensures that next year the exam schools will look more like the city of Boston. We look forward to welcoming students from neighborhoods that have not had many students at BLS in the past. Critics say this approach will diminish rigor. We disagree. Rigor comes from the curriculum, and that will not change. As Mr. Contempasis said, the students under this proposal will have what it takes to succeed. For decades, students at BLS have been provided a system of supplementary academic supports, which will continue to be offered to students entering in the fall of 2021. The existing admission system has not always been an effective measure of student potential or merit. Many talented students have been excluded because their families didn't have access to resources to effectively navigate the process. To the students admitted in 2021, we will be the first to say, welcome. We know that you will not only thrive in our community, you will enrich it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Erin Fowler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Erin Fowler, and I'm here on behalf of Lawyers for Civil Rights in support of the communities of color and immigrant communities we represent. we urge the school committee to approve the working group's recommendations, which we fully support. The proposed plan would help mitigate the longstanding disparate impact of the student opportunity gap on low-income students of color, a gap made wider by the concurrent and overlapping health, economic, and racial justice pandemics. The recommendations reflect an encouraging step in the right direction toward eliminating disparities along alarming and pronounced racial, ethnic, class, and geographic lines that have long plagued BPS's most elite schools. The zip code factor in particular, which ensures that seats will be allocated to the neighborhoods with the lowest median household incomes, is a critical piece of the proposal because it ensures Black and Latinx students from vastly underrepresented neighborhoods will have access to the exam schools. Importantly, under the proposed admissions process, up to 20% of seats at each exam school will be reserved for the top-ranking students in the city, regardless of where they live. Eliminating the test and including a geographical data point will not fix deeply rooted systemic inequities, but it is a meaningful start, helping diverse children learn from and with each other. Lawyers for Civil Rights urges the school committee to allow this. Now, more than ever, with racial justice at the fore of the national conversation and with the COVID-19 pandemic magnifying profound racial inequalities, we must diversify and democratize access to exam schools. We must help Boston's Black and Latinx children see themselves reflected in all of our public institutions and know that they too deserve only the best education that the city has to offer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sunny Pai. He'll be followed by Jess Madden Fuoco and Rebecca Kiley.
Good evening. I'm hopeful that you will pass this proposal tonight. What comes next? What will this new crew of students need? To get acclimated to the pace of exam school study? No. Black at BLS was a real thing. The source of BLS's inhospitable environment can sadly be seen in the families who are fighting against this proposal. If your place in the school is questioned, you cannot thrive. I'm sorry, but the very existence of any selective school in a public system contributes to many youth feeling that they are worthless. If certain students feel more worthy, it is impossible for others to not feel more worth less. This is baked into the culture of our district. It is a major obstacle to ever producing high quality schools for all, and this is in our control. The culture of selective schools is damaging, and you will see the ugliness play out tonight. It's time to stop believing that some schools and students are exceptional and some are struggling. A note about the complex role of Asian families in this fight. Our Asian families, by and large in BPS, do not have class privilege. They are fighting hard for everything they can get. I am angry by the way white families are literally and figuratively pushing Asian families to the front. It is an ugly continuation of the way the model minority myth has been used to wedge Asians as a human shield in the fight for equity. I urge you to read closely the brilliant statement composed by my colleagues in the Massachusetts Asian American Educators Association, supporting this exam school proposal, but also communicating 5 key concerns for the future. I'm incredibly heartened by this proposal. I hope we complete this first step and then really create a system where every single student is valued and encouraged to be their best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pai. Our next speaker is Jess Madden Fuoco.
I haven't been able to find my mute button to say thanks to the last couple of speakers, so thank you. Ms. Fuoco.
Hi, my name is Jess Madden Fuoco. I'm a Hyde Park resident and instructional coach at English High and the mom of 2 BPS students who attend the Hernandez K-8 school. First, thank you for working to make exam school admissions more equitable and less racist. You're going to hear from lots of other white folks tonight who are against the exam school working group's proposal because they are worried about losing their advantage, an advantage at the expense of children of color in BPS, an advantage they've enjoyed for so long that they view it as an entitlement and a right. And the idea of losing this advantage feels shocking to them. because as white folks, we get so used to the system working for us. It's kind of like that 38 bus that goes from West Roxbury to the door of BLS, a special route at the beginning and end of the BLS school day, in which, unlike most MBTA buses, is filled with teenagers who are white. This is part of the current design of BPS. Our white and wealthy students get the 38 bus, a symbol of a journey that is smooth and carefree, that starts with attending the most privileged elementary schools, both public and private, and brings them directly to the doors of exam schools. These white folks will talk about objectivity and how the only way to maintain rigor is to use a test. Underneath all of this is a belief that our Black and Latinx students in Boston are less deserving of seats and will struggle at these schools, which is a deeply racist idea and is proof that they don't know the brilliance of our students of color. It's time for you to interrupt this racist system and vote on behalf of students of color in Boston, who are 86% of the students you have been appointed to serve. The status quo benefits the privileged, and delaying the vote benefits the privileged. I'm hoping you will support the working group's thoughtful proposal, which is a small but important step toward making the process of accessing these schools more fair and less racist. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next set of speakers is Rebecca Kiley, Maithili Arande, Bruce McKinnon, Sean Burt, and Sumit Ma. If you can please raise your hands virtually. Ms. Kiley.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Rebecca Kiley. I'm a graduate of Boston Latin School and a parent of 2 children at the Rafael Hernandez School. I'm here to express my wholehearted support for the proposed change to exam school admissions and to ask you to please vote for it. It is long past time for us to address the huge inequities in our exam school admissions process, and this plan is an important first step in that direction. I would like to especially thank Mr. Contempasis, head of school during my time at Latin, for his work in support of this plan. I'm grateful to Mr. C for always recognizing the ability and potential of all children across our city. I'm hearing a lot about the need to improve so-called feeder schools. I'm not sure why we're using that term to describe our elementary schools, which do not exist solely to feed our children into exam schools. But given that aspect of this dialogue, I also wanted to take a moment to thank the wonderful educators at my children's BPS K-8 school who are doing a great job to prepare them for whatever comes next. Thank you for considering this proposal. Please vote yes tonight.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Maithili Arande.
Oops. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Maithili Arande. I'd like to talk about a few points. The first is the zip code lottery. I'd like to ask the committee, why does a pandemic give you a right to give seats based on income? When did that start happening? Do we want to teach our children that you do not earn your seat based on academic excellence? You are actually allocated based on where your parents live. And by the way, if the ranks are same, I'd like to ask Monica Hogan, what is the random number? Who picks up a random number out of a thin air? There were no public hearings for it. You jammed it through on a Thursday night. The slides were not available till Saturday. And then you gave us 6 or 7 working days to think it through. Not fair. Academic excellence. The school committee never talks about the fact that the K-6 system is not working. You are failing the students and now you penalize the 6th graders. How is that fair? If the policy is 1 year, why is the task force considering for future years? Last but not the least, I do want to highlight 2 specific comments that were made by committee members in the last meeting. One of them, I do not know, I'm not quoting the person, but the person will know it. I do not know of families which do tutoring to the kids from the day they are born. I'm sorry, that does not happen in our culture. And I am an immigrant and a recently naturalized citizen in the US. Our focus, madam, is not different. Our focus is academic excellence and hard work. And to the other committee member, saying that BPS kids should get a preference because they are in the system is flat out disrespecting the thousands of taxpayers whose kids whose kids go to schools other than BPS for several reasons, including religious and personal issues. So please think about what comments you make and how you disrespect the taxpayers across the city of Boston. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arandi.
Miss Arandi, sorry.
Pardon me. Yes, Ms. Arandi.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bruce McKinnon.
Mr. McKinnon.
Are you with us?
Going once.
Am I on? Is that clear?
Is this Mr. McKinnon? Yes, please go ahead.
I hope that we can circle back to some stone cold facts and avoid loose terms like racism and structural inequality. A stone cold fact: the Boston Globe reported on March 13th, Mass officials release scathing review of the Boston school system. And I emphatically quote, approximately 1/3 of the district's students, 16,650, attend schools ranked in the bottom 10% of the state. I have listened since 5:10 this afternoon, and I have not yet heard the words academic excellence. If you have experience with the Boston Latin School, most of us were getting up at 4 and 5 a.m. to do homework. Most of us were involved in an academic grind that is unbelievable. And now we're going to go to a lottery zip code system. I want to be blunt, school committee. I do not believe, and I think I speak for the silent majority of my classmates from the middle 70s, that this is a Trojan horse. Oh yes, at the beginning of this school meeting, you talked about a historic evening. Oh, it is historic, and it will be historic because we will get the chance to look in the rearview mirror and realize we did not improve K through 6. And institutions like the Stepping Stone Foundation will come in and strip away high quality candidates that should have gone to Latin school. But we won't address those. Thank you for listening to people who don't want to be labeled as racists, but bleed purple for their alma mater.
Thank you, Mr. McKinnon.
Our next speaker is Sean Burt, followed by Sumit Ma, Latoya Gale, and Mike Slocum.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes, hi. My name's Sean Birdie. I'm a lifelong Roslindale resident, BLS graduate, 1995. I am a proud BPS parent. I have a first grader at the Rafael Hernandez. I will be brief as Ms. Sullivan from the NAACP Boston branch pretty much summed up exactly how I feel about this. I urge the committee to support the working group's recommendations wholeheartedly and vote in favor of it tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sumit Ma.
Thank you, Mr. Birdie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
welcome.
sir.
Hi, my name is Sumit. So is the BPS leadership now saying that effectively that the rich families in my neighborhood are the reason my kid will never see one of these exam schools? Is that what BPS is now trying to tell me? I live in a neighborhood which comes in the bottom list of your zip code ranking that Ms. Hogan has created. I also want to understand a few things here. Like who decides on the 20% students? What is the exact criteria? What is the formula to standardize the MCAS, GPA, and grades from BPS and non-BPS schools? What is that vague 12-pointer system algorithm, and why is it not made public? Like, what is the reason for not making it public so far? I have only heard it like twice so far, that there is some 12 pointers system that Ms. Hogan maintains or evaluates. I have no idea how that's going to work out. Like, where is that transparency? How is that transparency going to happen? And, you know, I mean, there will be many kids who will have identical grades. Let's just be honest, right? I mean, there is no, there are only 4 or 5 grades that we are dealing with here, and there are thousands of kids. There is absolutely going to be collisions. When you have a collision, you are going to create a random number. So if those random numbers are going to be generated so many different times, how is that not going to be a lottery system? What is wrong in calling it a lottery system then? Just call it what it is, right? And the other thing is, see, you know, so many great minds here spending hundreds of hours of mind just for 3 schools, right? Does that give, you know, a pause to everybody? Why is the system not working hard, especially during the pandemic here, on the K to 6 and bringing the students up? Give them the support, give them everybody chance to actually compete for this these exam schools. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Ma. And as Ms. Sullivan's calling the next couple of speakers, I just want to remind folks to direct your comments to the chair, please. Please refrain from directing your comments to individual members of the committee or to district staff. Thank you. And I do just want to take a moment. Mr. Ma was our 50th speaker already this evening, and I want to commend those first 50 speakers for setting a good example and keeping to 2 minutes time so that we can hear from everyone this evening. Thank you again. Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Latoya Gale.
Hello. What I want to say is that the BPS schools that are currently known as exam schools have existed for decades without an exam as the admissions criteria. It's not something that must exist for these schools or any schools to be great, and no one has to earn their spot in a school. Education is a right. But what must exist for BPS to be great is the opportunity for every child that's a resident of Boston to have equal and unfettered access to an education that's both rigorous and affirming, and that will prepare them for college, life, and whatever professional path they choose. I currently have a student who's in kindergarten, and I have a student who's a senior in high school. I hope that my youngest child will never know a BPS where all his high school options are not highly sought after. I hope that this committee has the will and has the courage to vote yes to suspend the exam this year, but understand that that's just the beginning. You need to get rid of all racist admission policies in BPS. Keeping the exam sends a signal to families and to the city that you are content with the status quo of hoarding opportunity and upholding systemic racism in education. It sends a signal that you don't value and you don't hold all students and schools with the same esteem. It puts wedges between families and community. It reinforces the idea that some kids merit rigor and some can't handle it. And if you don't get into one of these schools, that all is lost. It creates a sense of urgent desperation and unnecessary competition among families and reinforces the idea that the only way to be successful is to attend an exam school, which are all not true. Please, again, understand that suspension for 1 year must be done, but I urge you to land on the right side of history and put in place policies that will end all racist and selective admission policies across BPS permanently.
Thank you, Ms. Gale. Ms. Sullivan. Well, Ms. Sullivan may have lost connection for a moment, so I'll ask for the next speaker to join us, Mr. Mike Zolka. Is Mr. Zolka with us?
Yeah, I am. You can hear me.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah. Hey, so hey everybody. My name is Mike Skolka. No worries about the sound of the name. It's hard to pronounce. First off, there's no lottery. For people who say that there's a lottery, yikes, you've been lied to. That's a very strange approach. So I am a graduate of Boston Latin School, and I know exactly how valuable a resource the exam schools are to the community. This is why I urge the school committee to adopt the working group's proposal for exam school admissions. It is absolutely necessary now, because of the disruption caused by the pandemic. But even when we do arrive at our new normal, we must continue to pursue a more equitable approach to educating all of Boston's youth. We cannot allow our public schools to prop up the racism of our city's past and present. We can't allow our quote unquote best performing public schools to be a resource for just a select few based on standardized tests and questionable GPAs. Our public schools can, and I think they will, meet the needs of all students, not just white students, but it is going to require effort and creativity. And we have plenty of that in the city. And so many people in the Boston Public Schools are ready to put in real work for our students. It's a bright future if we will all truly agree that inclusion, access, and equity are our most fundamentally meaningful goals. So again, please vote in favor of the working group's proposal. It does not solve the problem of inequity in our public schools. We have much more work to do, but it is a step in the right direction. Thanks for having me this evening, and talk again soon, I hope.
Thank you. I apologize, my connection dropped earlier. Our next group of speakers is Amy Kiley, followed by Tamar Shea Tanas, Norma Ray Alicia, and Naima Avashia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Amy Kiley. I'm a BPS employee, parent, and alum. I live in West Roxbury and have two sons, one in the 6th grade at the Kilmer and one in the 4th grade at the Sumner, two terrific schools. I'm speaking tonight to share 3 reasons I support the proposal for exam school admissions. First, we're in the midst of a pandemic with no end in sight, and I don't trust that a test can be given in person safely. And I don't believe a remote test will work. I administered the MAP test remotely to 6th graders at my school today, and it was honestly a nightmare because of problems with the testing platform and connectivity. So while I don't necessarily support eliminating the test in future years, I absolutely support its elimination this year. Second, I recognize that my neighborhood, West Roxbury, is overly represented at the exam schools. While I know so many amazing kids here, I also know so many amazing kids in other Boston neighborhoods where, for the most part, far more barriers exist. I think it's important to make a change that begins to address some of these barriers, and I think the use of zip codes does that. Third, when I attended BLS in the 80s, it was far more diverse than it is now, and this was as important to my education as any class I took. I know that as a West Roxbury resident, this proposal will make it more difficult for my 6th grader, who hopes to attend Boston Latin next year, to gain entrance. But I think it's more important that the exam schools, and particularly BLS, better reflect the people of Boston and its schools. The working group is made up of smart, thoughtful people who have the best interests of all of the children of Boston, and particularly those who are most valuable in their hearts. I trust them and I support this proposal. I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kiley. Our next speaker is Tamar Shea Tanas.
Check, make sure. Hi, my name is Tamar Shea Tanis. I am a Boston Latin parent. Monday evening, Chief Roberts told you and me the MAP test is not safe. The MAP test is not secure. This baffled me. Students were safe taking the SATs, the bar exam, and MCATs in Boston. I wondered, how could a big tech test company deployed in 9,000 schools be unable and unwilling to adapt to the pandemic and administer the test securely? I was stumped. So I called the chief operating officer of NWEA in Portland. I asked, can the MAP growth test be administered in a secure and safe manner? NWEA senior vice president of partner accounts called me back. The answer was yes. The question is why? BPS asked an impossible question. BPS asked if the MAP test could be held remotely in a secure manner. Notice the one word, remotely. Of course, it can't be held in individual homes without the temptation of parental intervention. The senior vice president at NWEA, Dr. Casilius, That said, that the MAP growth test can be administered in large testing venues like the Heinz Convention Center to conduct testing in a safe and socially distanced manner. All a kid needs is an internet connection, a desk, a proctor, and a Chromebook. BPS has been disingenuous. BPS states the MAP test administration is not safe, not secure. BPS is using the vendor as an excuse. BPS is misleading you. Parents will get their kids to a testing site because it's important. There's a $364,000 budget line for a 2020 exam school administration. The exam can be administered safely, securely. It's tough, it's complex, but it can be done as we learned from this evening. It takes political will and that pre-existing budget line. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Norma Ray Alicia.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Norma Ray Alicea, Indigenous Latina from JP, BLS class of 93. When I was at Latin, one of my classmates tried to bully me for months after I got into a college he didn't, saying that I got in instead of him because of affirmative action, despite the fact that I had a higher rank. A different classmate paraded around the hallways wearing a t-shirt listing all the white student government candidates with the saying, "It's a white thing, you wouldn't understand." So I'm here to speak from that experience and to say this. I've heard opponents of this proposal talk about how this should be about merit. Well, let's talk about merit. Do your kids merit a much better piece of the pie from the very beginning because they happen to live in a neighborhood that has 3 times the median household income as ours? So you can afford tutoring, test prep, and other options in case your top option doesn't work out? Or do they merit it more because they happen to have been born with lighter skin and the right Boston accent, so no one questions their potential? Or is it because they have the networks to maneuver through obstacles more easily? And let's talk about the pie. Lest we forget the pie belongs to the city. It's everyone's. We all pay into publicly funded schools. Yet when you're a low-income student of any race, but especially one of color, you have to work 3 times as hard, not only to get to the kitchen where that pie is, but also to know where the bakery is to begin with. And many times the doors close in your face. The powers that be purposely teach us to forget that. The problem is that every system we engage in, education, housing, the labor market, is distorted by institutional racism and classism. And that creates bias that even shows up in standardized exams. Opponents of this proposal like to say, you're making this about race when it's not. No, society and people like them have been doing that for centuries through the labor of Black and brown bodies, mortgage applications, and now exam school seats. As a Boston student, you should have equitable access to a high quality education no matter your neighborhood. And this goes just as much for the Southie white kid who grew up without a lot as it does for the Afro-Latinx Roxbury kid. You can help push us closer to getting all our city's youth to the same starting line, and we'll all benefit from that, from giving students from every corner of this city a fair shot to show us their brilliance and solutions to the problems we face. I'm almost done. There is no equity until then. Until then, it's just a Black Lives Matter sign blowing in the wind on your porch. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ray Alicea.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers is Nima Avashia, Travis Marshall, Lynn Burke, and Kyle Hartung. If you can please raise your hands virtually. Ms. Avashia.
Good evening. My name is Nima Avashia, and I'm an 8th grade teacher at the McCormick Middle School who has supported students through the high school choice process for over a decade. The past several times I've come to testify, you've heard me say, please don't close our school. Please don't take our field. So it's nice to be able to actually say to you today, please do. Please do vote yes on the proposal to suspend the test for the exam schools for the 21-22 school year. The inequities that existed around testing prior to COVID have only been exacerbated by the pandemic. We shouldn't be adding more high stakes experiences to students' plates at this moment than we absolutely have to. The proposed model, which combines grades and zip codes, takes into account both kinds of inequity, those that existed pre-pandemic and those that are exacerbated by the pandemic. It's a thoughtful, measured approach, and I'm grateful for it. That said, I wouldn't be me if I didn't also talk about process. I've been troubled by the backlash that I've seen to this proposal. The fissures that have surfaced between members of our community reflect broader fissures in our city and our country when it comes to equity. As we move forward in the Boston Public Schools, we have to figure out how to have hard conversations in every language spoken in our community in order to come to shared understandings of equity and opportunity. How to push people to examine their understandings of what makes them perceive a school as quote good or quote bad, and what drives their panic about scarcity when it comes to quality education in this city. how to build a kind of shared values and beliefs that allows us to design a school system together that works for students and families, all students and families, instead of just some. So in addition to voting yes tonight, I ask you to commit to that conversation and to the kind of processes moving forward that will allow us to jointly envision and then manifest equitable access to high quality education for every child in this city. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Our next speaker is Travis Marshall.
Good evening. My name is Travis Marshall. I'm a parent of 2 BPS students, as well as a member of Quest, Quality Education for Every Student. Quest supports the Exam School Working Group's recommendation to forego the use of a test for the coming year. Schools and universities around the world recognize that admissions tests are neither safe nor equitable at this time. Families have faced illness, loss of employment, and may soon lose their housing as the eviction moratorium ends. An admission test now would only exacerbate existing inequities in our schools. Quest applauds the working group's finding that major disparities in exam school admissions by neighborhood are the result of policy, not a lack of ability on the part of underrepresented students. The working group must continue in its charge going forward to ensure schools better reflect Boston students. And while we are pleased with the intention and projected outcome of this temporary proposal, we cannot escape the reality that a small number of high schools still offer the promise of more opportunity and resources in comparison to our open enrollment schools. Personally, as a parent of 2 white elementary school students in a zip code that now sends a disproportionate number of kids to exam schools, I hope we continue to interrogate the way policy upholds racial inequity in BPS. The topic of exam schools came up at one of Dr. Casilius' early listening sessions last fall, and a friend next to me whispered, "Those aren't for kids like my son. Those aren't for Black boys." Academic tracking that produces racial segregation communicates and reinforces ideas to students and families about where they, quote, belong and what they, quote, deserve. Those ideas are directly at odds with the mission of closing the opportunity gap in our schools, and we should examine the degree that academic segregation leads to racial segregation and the education debt those forces create in our city. Thank you so much for this. Good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lynn Burke.
Hi, thank you. I'm speaking this evening as a BLS teacher, a BLS parent, and a BLS graduate. And, you know, like one commenter said earlier this evening, I may bleed purple, but in no way would I ever associate myself with the so-called silent majority who oppose this admissions change. Both of my girls and I have gone through BPS, including the Mozart, the Bates, the Irving, and the Curley and JP, where I went to school and where I have a 6th grader right now. Now, my 6th grader does well in school, but she lives in Roslindale, which is a rapidly gentrifying area that sends more than its fair share of students to the exam schools. So will this new admissions plan hurt her chances? Yes, it probably will. But another way to look at it, for the first time in her life, doors may not swing open to her simply because of the accident of her birth. And that's not only that's not only okay, it's absolutely necessary. As a BLS graduate myself, I personally benefited from the then court-ordered diversity of my classmates. And study after study shows the same thing. All students benefit from diversity. But here's the thing, when I look at my yearbook, or my yearbook for Harvard for that matter, another school that rightfully works hard to maintain diversity in its student body, my classmates who graduated with me were from all over the city and represented every race and ethnicity. It wasn't just the white kids who made it through, or the Asian kids either, far from it. And so when people say save our school or save our city, that kind of barely coded language turns my stomach, and it should turn all of yours too. There are plenty of smart, hardworking kids from all over this city, and they deserve a seat at one of these schools. And I guarantee you, they'll do just fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kyle Hartung. He'll be followed by Liliana Ibarra, Melanie Allen, and Ruby Reyes. If you could please raise your hands.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
I'm sorry, it's evening. I apologize. My name is Kyle Hartung. I'm a Rosendale resident, a parent of a BPS sixth grader and third grader, and the husband of a remarkable BPS high school teacher. Unfortunately, far too many students' education occurs in segregated and resource-challenged school systems that, left unattended to, will continue, not necessarily intentionally, to advance the types of isolation and inequity they were designed to foster generations ago. Exam school entrance tests and their legacy of sorting and exclusion can be a tool that accelerates and preys upon generation-spanning inequity. The data and statistics about Boston exam school enrollment along lines of race and wealth reveal a harrowing and persistent portrait of inequity in access and outcomes. And I urge the school committee tonight to adopt the recommendations for suspending exam school admissions criteria for next school year. How we respond to the challenge and the opportunity of the COVID crisis and the rightful attention on racial equity and justice in our public discourse will establish the trajectory for social and economic outcomes in Boston for years to come. The recommendations about the admissions criteria for next year are one small step in doing so, but this can only be the beginning of a much deeper conversation. As of now, we are poised to return next year to privileging access to these schools in part based on a test that is incongruent and unaligned with curriculum most Boston youth are exposed to, and for whom much advocacy and capital, both financial and social, needs to be activated to find success. If we were previously unable or more likely unwilling to ask hard questions about equity and access in our educational system and its outcomes, does Boston now have the courage to use this terrible disruption of our time to interrogate the systems and policies that disadvantage Black, Latinx, and other youth of color and youth experiencing poverty, and truly reimagine what we want the lived experience of Boston youth to be? Demography should not be able to predict the quality of a student's educational experience, nor their level of educational attainment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liliana Ibarra. Liliana?
Hi, this is Lily Ibarra. I'm the parent of a sixth grader and a third grader at different schools in the BPS system. And I'd just like to voice my support for postponing the test for this year in the interest of equity. It might not benefit my children, but I know that it benefits all of the children in Boston. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruby Reyes. Oh, excuse me, Melanie Allen is our next speaker, followed by Ruby Reyes. Ms. Allen?
Yes. Hi, my name is Melanie Allen. I'm a teacher at the Rafael Hernandez and a mom of two students at the Roosevelt, one of whom is my son on an IEP for his autism, which I'll get to in a second. I just want to start with some gratitude. I'm feeling very grateful. I am grateful for this working group proposal. I am also grateful that this week I was selected as one of the 5% random COVID tests for Boston Public Schools staff. It was fast, it was easy, and it's those kind of initiatives implemented well that are going to let us get control of this pandemic. And I'm grateful. I hate when people do what I'm about to do. I hate when there's a big controversial topic and everybody's focused on it, and then that one speaker comes in totally out of left field talking about something else. But I made a promise to my son that I would do this. I want to talk about screen time limits. My son is in the 4th grade. He is on screen 4 hours a day, and he's breaking down. He loves the screen. Autism makes him love the screen, and it makes the screen very painful for him, and it's harming to him. And the thing is, I think that's how it is for all of us. We're addicted to the screen, but it's really, really hurting us. I'm watching my students, my middle school students who are on screen 5 hours a day. They are starting to show signs of depression. They are starting to disengage. I'm seeing them. By the end of the day, the participation just drops. So I don't know what the answer is. We need synchronous learning time. We need to be more creative. I know you've got other things on your plate right now, but just can you put it in the back of your mind that we might need to start thinking about, with remote learning in our future, screen time limits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Our next speaker is Ruby Reyes.
My name is Ruby Reyes, and I'm the director of the Boston Education Justice Alliance. At the last school committee meeting, Chair LeConto expressed several times how important the exam school working group's recommendation was. In the midst of this pandemic, a working group made the recommendation to forego the exam school testing. A second working group was developed, and Dr. Cassellius dedicated time to ensure these two groups had what they needed to make a clear recommendation grounded in equity and anti-racism. The recommendation from the second working group was the same as the first, but added infrastructure and creativity as to how to have this examless year this coming year. According to the State Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, the 3 exam schools educate approximately 5,800 students, or 11% of BPS. They have 44 English language learner students, which represents 0.2% of ELL students, and 199 special ed students, or 1% of BPS's special ed students. The 2 working groups and BPS leadership will make a very important decision that does not prioritize the 99.8% of ELL students or the 99% of special ed students in BPS, many of whom have not received in-person services for the past 8 months. High need students will continue to go without in-person services as Dr. Cassellius and her team will work on developing a plan, because we still don't have a comprehensive plan for these students. While this is an appalling equity issue that ELL and SPED students are systematically excluded from the 3 exam schools, BPS leadership has prioritized this important decision with 2 working groups, supplying them with data at their fingertips. Meanwhile, close to 2,000 families are still waiting for their children to have special ed assessments even scheduled. BEJA supports the recommendations of the working groups to forego this year's exam. BEJA also supports a phase-out approach to the exam school model and asks that all high state testing be done away with. We are asking that you prioritize creating a comprehensive plan for in-person services for high-need students, including the 99.8% of ELL students and 99% of special ed students that are not part of this important decision today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Our next group of speakers are Joy McDonald, Kevin Murray, Faith Litchcock Moraletto, Jeremy Thompson, and Ming Su. Is Joy McDonald with us?
Hi.
Hi.
I'm a mom to 3, a former BPS teacher living in Boston for 25 years. My 2 girls go to BPS. First off, I want to say that I fully support fair changes to the admissions policy to increase diversity and promote equality. That said, we need to delay the vote. We need a public hearing. We need time to review the data. We need to separate these 2 crucial issues. We need to figure out the exam school process for this year due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has disrupted learning for all students. And then we need to take time to come up with a fair plan to address the inequities of the school system with input from the whole BPS community. There are far too many unanswered questions regarding the recommendations. The first I'd like to point out is the GPA, the grading system being different than the private schools. Some private schools have a maximum GPA of 4.2. BPS students can only get a maximum of 4.0. When asked with the working group about this, last Friday, they said that it's how it's always been. Why not fix this problem when you're uprooting the whole system here? Another question, where are all the school age numbers coming from? Are these just Boston numbers? Are these just Boston public school kids? Are the 3,000 Metco students included in these numbers? Are private school students included in these numbers? These numbers are being used to drastically change admissions policy. I think it's fair to share where these numbers came from, exactly who is included. This question as well has not been answered by the school committee or the working group. A few other questions. Why not use the zones instead of zip codes? Why tally students K through 12? Why not use the numbers of 6th and 8th graders? Why 2080, which totally shuts out some neighborhoods and communities, not of getting into the exam schools, but of having the opportunity to get in? How is that equitable? And why the rush? The first official notice of this vote was this past Monday, 2 days ago. It seems that you're using the pandemic as a disguise to make quick and drastic exam school policy changes. And last question, if it's only for 1 year, why is it fair for this year but not the next? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Murray. Mr. Murray?
Hi, my name is Kevin Murray, and I'm here tonight to testify in support of the recommendation before you to alter the admissions criteria of the district's exam schools. I do so as the Executive Director of Massachusetts Advocates for Children, and as a parent of two fairly recent BPS grads, both of whom attended several BPS schools before graduating from Boston Latin School. Ruby Reyes of Beja just did us all, or did you in particular, a favor by saying almost exactly what I was going to say. So I'll save a little time by just echoing the fact that MAC does support this recommendation and does believe it's important to change the criteria for exam school admission. That's extremely important thing to us. What we're focused on right now is this question of in-person services to high need students during the pandemic. So we do hope you vote for this. We also hope that you turn your attention very quickly to this question of how it is that you're going to address the needs of the high need students that are not in the exam schools and will not be there anytime soon. So do please tonight, I think tonight by voting for this proposal, you have the opportunity to be part of a reckoning that's long overdue in this city by doing something about this question of in-person services to high need students. You have the opportunity to do something even more important. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Faith Lichok Moralato.
My name is Faith Lichok Moralato, and I have lived in Boston for the greater part of 22 years and have 2 children in the Boston Public Schools. I am an educator, and I believe in public education, diversity, inclusivity, and value a high standard of work ethic, all factors that I believe everyone in attendance considers paramount and strives for. I commend the working group for the task they've undertaken amidst the pandemic to solve inequities that predate our current situation and to find a workable solution. Constructively, I am in opposition of the proposal to suspend the exam for entrance into an exam school, which appears to be problematic for myriad reasons. Within the current proposal, there is no accountability for grade inflation or deflation, and more problematic is the decision to base entrance on zip codes. Additionally, the percentages have not been confounded in any of the literature or meetings I have attended. Moreover, lack of engagement for parent stakeholders is egregious. The playing field needs to be evened, and earlier investment in elementary schools should be top priority. Accordingly, with the newly contracted MAP assessment, enormous change was already initiated and is set to align better with the standards, which is why eliminating it now is so perplexing. There has to be a workaround to this, as I have heard more than once that administration online from home is not viable. I respectfully ask the school committee to refute the proposal and at the very least delay the vote, and more specifics on the simulation shown today for better understanding, as this decision will not only affect next year, but the entire trajectory of our children's secondary education. We can likely all agree that the current scheme lacks the bandwidth to truly include all deserving students and continues to marginalize. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeremy Thompson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, my name is Jeremy Thompson. I'm a parent of a 6th grader at the Curly and a 3rd grader at the Hernandez. I grew up in a pretty comfortable suburban upbringing, and I was surrounded by college-educated professionals. And along the way, I unconsciously picked up all kinds of ways to fall upward. I was a pretty unexceptional student, but I saw opportunity gaps, the ones we've been hearing about all night, just kind of close as I got older. And they seemed to close on their own, but of course they didn't close on their own. They closed because we've designed a system that maximizes opportunity for white, middle, and upper class people like me. The same system does everything to close doors in the face of poor Black and brown people. And while the proposed suspension of the entrance exam won't by itself keep these doors open for poor Black and brown people forever, and it won't end racism, it will do one thing. It will do what Sunny Pie said, which is it'll give people a sense that they're worth something and that they deserve a chance. And it'll set them up certainly for potential success in life for much longer than under the current status quo. We live in Jamaica Plain, one of the higher income zip codes in Boston. And I understand that all else equal, this plan makes it more likely that my 6th grade daughter, if eligible for an invitation, won't actually get one because the proposed plan favors students in larger low-income zip codes. Nevertheless, I am strongly in favor of this working group's proposal. As Professor Kendi said hours ago, there are bigger concerns in the world than my own daughter getting a seat at an exam school, and there are bigger concerns than any single parent getting a seat at an exam school. So my hope is that the working group's recommendation forms the basis for a permanent change in favor of a more equitable Boston Public Schools beyond the exam schools and beyond just the 21-22 entrance year. But for now, I urge the committee to adopt the recommendation as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Our next group of speakers includes Ming Su, Anna Ross, Jen Douglas, Scott Banda, and Jose Lopez. If you can please raise your hands virtually. Ming Su. Is Ming with us? Okay, Anna Ross. Anna?
Hello, yes, hi. Hello, my name's Anna Ross. Thank you for taking the time to listen to all of the comments this evening. My family and I live in the 02124 zip code in Dorchester. My daughter is an 8th grader at Boston Latin School. My son is a 5th grader at the Lee K-8. Both of my children attended Dorchester Public Schools starting in K-1, and they were always in the distinct minority as white middle-class children in their elementary classrooms. This allowed them to learn crucial lessons in cultural competence and equity in addition to the regular academic curriculum. I remember the day in K-1 when my daughter learned about Ruby Bridges. She looked around the room and saw her beloved teacher, who was Black, and her classmates, all of whom were Black or Latinx, and she was appalled that anyone could ever have thought segregation was fair. But then Miss Settles couldn't be my teacher, she said with all the outrage a 4-year-old can muster, and my friends couldn't be my friends. When I hear discussions now about who deserves admission to the exam schools in Boston, I think of the little boy who was in the highest reading group in 1st grade alongside my daughter. However, he didn't get to attend that reading group as often as she did because his family was homeless and moved 3 times during that school year. I think of the boy in her 6th grade class whose father was killed a few weeks before the exam school test. He was in no shape emotionally to take it and so missed his chance. And so many others, all of whom deserved a chance for an exam school seat. When my daughter arrived at Boston Latin School last year, she looked around her classrooms and the shock she felt mirrored what she'd experienced when she first learned about Ruby Bridges. We'd known that the demographics of BLS would be different from that of her elementary schools, but this was extreme. My daughter's shock soon changed to shame as she thought of her many friends who weren't there with her. She felt this injustice so deeply that for the first year that she was at BLS, she didn't want to admit it. She would instead say, I go to Boston Public Schools. If this is what a middle-class white child from Dorchester feels upon entering BLS, what must a student of color feel? Our children recognize the injustice in a system that purports to serve all children in Boston, yet permits such inequity to persist. It's up to us parents, teachers, and administrators to recognize it too and to work to correct it. I thank the working group for their efforts to redress this systemic inequity, and I support their proposed changes to admission criteria. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Our next speaker is Jen Douglas.
Hi, my name is Jen Douglas. I live in Jamaica Plain and I have 2 children at the JFK. I'm here to express my enthusiastic support for the recommendations of the working group. The use of exams for admission to these elite public schools has always functioned to give a veneer of meritocracy to a process rooted in race-class inequities and white supremacy. As COVID-19 has brought so many of the inequities around us into sharper view, the impact of the pandemic on the exam itself provides a great opportunity to chip away at some of the rules that have worked to ensure that BPS reproduces an inequitable Boston. I support the use of zip code and income as criteria around which to create more equitable seat distribution. In fact, both geography and family income already play such an outsized role in shaping inequitable access to these schools, so their use is really not new. I am encouraged to see the projection showing that more Black and Latinx students will secure exam school seat assignments under the new rules, as well as the projection showing a decline in the portion of seats allocated to white students. It is both appropriate and well past time for the district to ask white families in the city to find dreams for our children and their future that go beyond the limited demand for public schools that reproduce our advantage and hoard resources for us. and create this scarcity and impose high stakes stress on young people. I hope the school committee will vote to pass this recommendation for next year and that this change will be the start of sustained efforts toward exam school assignments that better reflect Boston and BPS communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Banda. Is Mr. Banda with us? He'll be followed by Jose Lopez. Mr. Lopez.
Good evening. My name is Jose Lopez, and I'm the chair of the Education Committee of the Historic and Historical Boston branch of the NAACP. I'm in support of the work group's extensive recommendations. Thank you to the superintendent, her staff, the chair of the committee and working group for the recommendations presented here. The use of examinations for the selective school began in 1963, the same year that our branch unsuccessfully attempted to convince this body that our segregated schools were having a negative impact on children. Today, we hope to convince you that the global health pandemic, widespread anxiety, loss of life, and the aggravation of widening inequities left in its wake have likewise had a measurable, demonstrable impact on students, justifying these very measured recommendations. While the branch has advocated for more permanent changes to the admissions policies because of the inherent equity issues that have persisted and are well documented in our reports, we call today for an adoption of the current recommendations so as to not compound the inequities we've highlighted. Each of you have heard from opponents, some confused with misinformation and others with accusations of reverse racism, welfare, a lottery, or unfair. I encourage you, however, to find peace in knowing that your support of this adjustment is the right one, that there was thoughtful deliberation of a work group of individuals with decades of experience, righteous hearts, and clear minds, and that there is a history of innovation in our selective schools and adjusting its admissions policies to meet the needs and demands of the school district. You are presented with well-informed, narrowly tailored policies that are supported by the mission of our district,
20 seconds.
the Supreme Court of these United States, and in some ways, more importantly, our Commonwealth's constitutional mandate to provide an education. We are here because of our commitment not to a test, but to the belief that all children can learn and that they deserve an education for the sole purpose of self-determination, an endeavor that requires equity at all points. In conclusion, these recommendations place us on the path to a more equitable experience and will help close the opportunity gap, in small measure for the district, but in life-changing ways for families. Chair, I believe wholeheartedly that we can close these gaps because history tells me so. I remember learning how quickly literacy came to millions of formerly enslaved African Americans after emancipation, as outlined in the 1860 to 1900 census.
Mr. Lopez.
Not because we increased
Mr. Lopez.
access, but because children thirst for knowledge. Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
Mr.
committee,
Lopez.
and thank you, Superintendent. Have a great night.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers are Zhang Zhun, James Hills, Edith Bazile, and Kerry Castor. Zhang Zhun with us? James Hills? Edith Bazile?
Thank you so much. As a BPS student, despite getting up early, studying hard, and getting good grades, when I begged for help to get into college, I was repeatedly told I was not college material. An exam school was never an option for me or my 13 siblings growing up poor and Black in Roxbury. I defied what I was told by BPS about my potential and therefore applaud the recommendation of Dr. Cassellius and the working group, although I believe it does not go far enough to address longstanding systemic inequities. Not surprisingly, announcement of the proposed temporary change in the exam school's admissions policy sparked swift and immediate outrage, and I saw white privilege on display, triggering memories of Boston's desegregation. There was a protest in front of BLS, and although they were mostly Asian American protesters, make no mistake, this is a playbook we've seen before, the playbook strategy of using minorities as surrogate silencers to defend institutional white privilege. It's a strategy we recognize, and it's a tactic we should all oppose. Institutional racism should be denounced in all of its forms. And I say, don't fall for the old okey doke. This is 2020, not the 1970s. Let's discuss an uncomfortable truth. Everyone knows that the exam school admission practice has not been race neutral. It has favored white students while denying worthy Black students admission since its inception. The fact that the exam schools accept one minority group, specifically Asian Americans, in significant numbers while using a different form of implicit bias against them does not mitigate that there has been historical anti-Black exam school admissions practice and barriers to admitting Latinos. It is time to change this. Don't let the exam school admissions policy stand like a colonial statue perpetuating revisionist history featuring the mythology of white supremacy. Let's get rid of the colonial mindset. Let's all embrace anti-racism and anti-bias in all of its forms. I urge the school committee members to adopt the proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bazil.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Castor. Is Ms. Castor with us? Okay. James Noonan will be followed by Ben Kui and Anastasia Carasuelas Vecchieres.
Hello. My name is James Noonan, Assistant Professor of Education at Salem State University, Associate Director of Research for the Massachusetts Consortium for Innovative Education Assessment. But I'm speaking tonight as a father of 2 BPS children, a resident of Roxbury, and someone who strongly supports the new exam school admissions proposal. In 1971, before court-ordered desegregation introduced a 35% set-aside for students from underrepresented subgroups, just 1.9% of students at Boston Latin School were Black. For 20 years, this number grew steadily, peaking at 22.8% in 1995, then plummeting after white families filed lawsuits to challenge the race-conscious admissions policy. Last year, only 7.3% of BLS's student body was Black. This disparity is neither natural nor a coincidence. Rather, the racial hierarchy that systematically benefits white people and disadvantages Black and brown people was constructed by and is sustained by people like us and the institutions that serve us, institutions like this committee. But our good intentions are small comfort when the impact of our actions or our failure to act is so clear. Tonight, we are called to repair this harm, and the working group proposal works within the constraints locked in place by the lawsuits filed more than 20 years ago to do just that. Finally, observing that there are 33 high school programs in the Boston Public Schools, I worry that our preoccupation with just 3 plays into the fear that if families do not win a spot at the exam school of their choice, they will say they are stuck with no good alternatives. But last year, the MCIA survey asked students in BPS, how good is your teacher at helping you learn? And across the 3 exam schools, 50.7% responded quite good or extremely good. Across 18 other high schools for which data was available, the percentage responding was quite good or extremely good was 65.7%. And so to the parents of future BPS high school students, myself included, I say take heart. There is a place for your child in the Boston Public Schools. And with that reassurance, let's all work together to make restricted access schools a little less restrictive and a little more fair for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor Noonan.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Kui.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Chairman. Hello, BPS school committees. Everyone, good evening. My name is Ben Cui. I'm a parent of 2 Boston Latin School students and prospective students from Brighton. From my own experience and observations, I think we should keep the test for our 3 exam schools. One argument I hear tonight is that test is not reliable, is not fair, is not a fair measurement of knowledge or capacity of the students. I would argue that the standard test is student blind, is color blind. Standard test is fair, and the standard test is reliable. Standard test is designed to identify the knowledge gap, the learning gap of the students. Standard tests can measure the readiness of the students who apply for exam schools. According to the recent research and study of New York University Journal, there are at least 4 major gaps that contribute to the learning gaps in K-12 education. Those 4 gaps are preparation gap, allocation gap, parent gap, and teacher-student gap. Tonight, I want to focus on the parent gap. You all have heard many parents from Chinatown who strongly question why the invitation seat for Chinatown students were dramatically reduced by using the zip code. For example, for zip code 02111, the invitation seat will be reduced from 25 to 5.7. Some of the parents were not able to speak due to the technical difficulties, but they sent me their concerns. Kids in the Chinatown, they asking their parents, are they living in the wrong place? Are they in the wrong zip code? And the kids feel that they feel disappointed and sad because I lost my goal, I lost my chance. Those make some feel that learning is a waste of time. Also, they make the kids feel learning is seen as not learning. So I understand that some parents may need support and may not be able to get very involved in their student education, but I suggest BPS to offer more help to those children. And we need to fix the feeder school. I believe the new recommendation.
Mr. Quee, you're past your time. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anastasia Carasuelos Vecarides. She'll be followed by Lucia Columbaro, Jaquetta Van Zant, and Sharon Hinton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Anastasia Carasuelos Vecarides. I am the daughter of immigrants, the mother of a current exam school student, and have another child who is a BPS graduate, as is my husband. For more than 20 years, I have been a science and special educator at the secondary school level in a variety of settings across the Commonwealth, including currently at the Judge Baker Children's Center in Mission Hill. In my career, I have served on several state MCAS committees for establishing state standards for student learning outcomes. I was startled to learn at the last meeting of this committee the results of BPS 4th grade students on the math and ELA MCAS. As a city, we should be ashamed that we are failing our youth so miserably, and that this committee should be ashamed that it was the exam school working group that brought this information to light. While there are some who believe that entry to the exam schools is the North Star of equity for the BPS, I urge each of you to consider where the district's priorities should lie. There are tens of thousands of kids who are failing on your watch. Their success in the basic skills of reading and math should be your North Star of equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lucia Columbaro. Lucia with us? Jaquetta Van Sant. Sharon Hinton.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sharon Hinton. Thank you for your patience for this long evening. As we face reopening schools during a global pandemic, things look bad, and the process of reopening is multifaceted and complicated, especially with the recent closing of BPS and ever-changing reopening plans. There's a lot to consider, along with public safety, like students with special needs and learning disabilities, English language learners, homeless students and their parents, the teachers who have to make decisions between an overwhelming and sometimes thankless calling to their students and families, as well as their own desire to stay alive and unwillingness to put their families, friends, and their own lives in jeopardy by a disease that no one fully understands. And then the issue of remote learning and digital platforms that are just as challenging and tiring, whether you're a BPS or college student, teacher, parent, or grandparent, which is why I ask, does it make any sense to have another barrier to learning that is already proven to be an accurate measure of intelligence, talent, or future academic, professional, or personal achievement or success? You've heard a lot of data and actual reasons why voting tonight to suspend the test is just good common sense. As a parent of a graduate, BPS graduate, who's now a college senior, educator, and president of Black Teachers Matter, and a longtime Boston resident, I experienced the racial inequities of the Boston public school system personally. I encourage all members of the Boston School Committee to suspend the test at BLA, BLS, and the O'Brien. There cannot be a level field of education during this pandemic. Please make all the schools quality institutions of educational equality, and not just for the elite who can afford extra support, tutoring, test preparation, and high-speed cable. Please suspend the test. Vote tonight. I fully support the working group's proposal. Support educational equity and quality education for all. Black Teachers Matter. God bless you.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers is Darren Howell, Jessica Taharaj, Amy Whitting, and Sarah Zafiris. If you could please raise your hands virtually in Zoom. Starting with Darren Howell. Jessica Taharaj.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jessica. It's Tahiri. I have a child in the 6th grade. I work all over the city, so I see the unequal in the children around the city. I don't agree 100% with the working group. I think they did hard work, but they left a lot of questions. They rushed through this. I think we need to continue this and delay it because there's concerns with wealth gaps, which I've seen all over the city because I work throughout the city. I think the American Community Survey does not identify the wealth gaps. And why was the K through 12 kids calculated in the population numbers when it's just the 6th, 8th, and 9th graders? And why aren't we not focusing on fixing our 120 broken schools? I mean, I can tell you about all the problems that these kids have from kindergarten to 6th grade. And I mean, we are supposed to trust Monica Hogan to calculate the GPA when in a lot of the public schools, the teachers are low at the beginning.
Please.
What was that? They're
Please
low.
Please direct your comments to the chair, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. When the grades are lower at the beginning and then they raise them up by the end of the year, I don't know how that is fair. And how about the kids that had identified learning disabilities and then they're able to overcome when you measure their 4th grades or 5th grades and then they get straight A students now? How do you measure that? So there's a lot of holes in this proposal, and I think we haven't had a hearing as well. So I think we really need to come together on this. I really believe that we could make this more equitable for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Whitting.
Hi, I'm Amy Whitting. I'm a parent of a current BPS 6th grader. I want to thank the working group. However, I do object to the use of straight grades to rank the applicant pool for the exam schools. At the presentation on Monday evening, I was struck by pleas that we would pay more attention to the human aspects of the plan as opposed to the logistical. We hear a lot about the logistical problem of grade inflation and grade deflation. The group readily acknowledged this problem while still recommending the use of straight grades to rank the applicant pool. I want to point out the humans that are this year's 6th graders, especially the BPS veterans who participated in both the old zone lottery system for their K1 assignments and the new home-based system for their K2 assignments. This exact group has already been subjected to a mashup of school assignment rules. It takes a leap of faith to to put a 4-year-old on a bus for a 30-minute ride to school. Many of us did it with the implied contract of a chance for an exam school seat. I put my 4-year-old on the bus, but I also faithfully re-entered the lottery every January and eventually transferred, motivated by the Advanced Work Curriculum, or AWC. I have concerns for grade deflation for BPS's AWC students who have been graded on working above their grade level. I would also like to echo what 6th grader Jude said so well earlier this evening. The grades are meant to show how students grow over the year, and the first 2 marking periods are quite incomplete as a picture. I think grade inflation and deflation might never be solved across a district so large that includes public, private, parochial, homeschools, and others because we are human. Therefore, I object to the use of GPA alone to rank the applicant pool exam schools.
Thank you, Ms. Whitting.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Zafiris.
Hi, thank you, Liz. My name is Sarah Zafiris. I'm the parent of a 9th grader and a 6th grader. I graduated from Boston Latin School in 1994. As others have noted, it was a more diverse, racially diverse place at that time, and I benefited from that diverse environment. You can support a more equitable admissions policy and still be opposed to this specific recommendation. As the previous speaker noted, grades only is bad data. The working group talked about it, they've discussed it, the school committee knows it. There's grade inflation and grade deflation, and you're not measuring the same things from school to school. The working group knew this and chose it anyway, for a single data point for every student as the only measure, I think is really problematic. Secondly, the working group has also talked about extra support might be needed for some students who are accepted under this new plan. That's fine. There are always kids at these schools who need extra help. But how will you know which students need help? You'll probably give them a test, right? So it's okay to give them a test after they get in, but it's not okay to give a test as a part of admission. I think that's hypocritical. Lastly, it's actually second last, Mike O'Neill earlier asked about why BPS can give the SAT, but not the new MAP test. And I think he got a disingenuous answer. We're hearing tonight that we can't have a MAP test because the COVID rates are rising, which is true. But it's also true that when COVID was at 1% in July and August, there was no plan made to give this test. So instead of having a working group to say, how can we safely give this the newly selected MAP test in July, we had a group put together to say, how can we not have this test? So I don't think there was really an intention to give it. And lastly, I think the outreach to parents on this issue has been shockingly lacking. I get texts twice a week about meal pickup. I get daily emails from my child's BPS school. I get robocalls from the superintendent, and I get actual mail, and I get a weekly email from BPS. I got not one piece of outreach about this plan. And I have a 6th grader. I was an impacted family. There were no public meetings for the working group. There was no hearing until tonight when you're about to vote, and it's the first time you're hearing from parents. So I think that's really, really wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zafiris.
Our next group of speakers are Lloyd Nugent, Lisa Jean Graff, Wyman Zhao, Peter Piazza, and Teresa Presinger. You could please raise your hands virtually. Is Lloyd Nugent with us? Lisa Graff?
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Lisa Graff, and my daughter Beatrice is in the 6th grade. We live in the Fenway neighborhood. My main goals for my daughter in her school experience is for her to be happy and to have good friends. I also want her to have the opportunity to build skills around her many interests so that she has many options for future careers. Within BPS, there are a number of schools that Beatrice is interested in for grade 9, but Snowden is her dream school and her top pick. I want all schools in BPS to be well resourced and welcoming so that all students would be able to have an equal access to them and thrive in them. Increasing arts offerings, libraries and librarians, as well as offering multiple languages to learn and advanced courses at all schools would be a good start. I also want all middle schools and all high schools to be inclusion schools. No student should be separated out and excluded because of race, class, language access, or disability. The exam school admissions proposal includes significant steps forward. Please vote yes, and do not delay the implementation of this year policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wyman Zhao.
Hello. My name is Weimin Zhao, and I'm a resident of the city of Boston. Thank the school community for the opportunity to present my comments. I appreciate the working group's effort trying to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the existing exam school admission process. However, some components in these recommendations are questionable or may cause more challenges if they are approved. First, the recommendation indicates that administrating an entrance test is not feasible this year due to logistics and technology challenges. However, we see solutions available to solve these issues, and other similar tests have been using them. The working group further explained on the information session that the NWEA's test was not qualified for admission purpose. Then the question is why NWEA was chosen as an admission exam vendor in the first place. And if entrance test will assume after this one-year change, why NWEA's test can become qualified next year. Second, the working group has clarified that the recommendation is only for a one-year exception. Then, why would the percentage of all school-age children be used to allocate seats to each zip code instead of the percentage of 6th and 8th grade children only? How do the numbers of children in other grades have something to do with the admission policy if it's only changeable for 1 year? Last but not least, with an expanded applicant pool, how does the BPS ensure transparency and accuracy during the admission process? Will temporary employees be hired to handle the extra work? How does the BPS minimize the human errors in admission like the one happened in the past 2 years? Therefore, I urge the school committee to vote no to reject the current recommendation tonight and only approve a plan that have this identified issue solved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhao.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Piazza.
Hello, my name is Peter Piazza, and I am a researcher who's partnered with Boston Public Schools on various projects for more than 10 years. Currently, I'm the School Quality Measures Project Director at the Massachusetts Consortium for Innovative Education Assessment. I'm speaking tonight to urge you to support the working group's recommendations related to exam school admissions. Last summer, I worked with a current BLS senior in an internship at MCIEA. We developed a short report on so-called exam school admissions and culture based on existing research and 33 interviews with stakeholders in the BLS community, including about 20 students. Our report, which hasn't been released yet, makes recommendations for developing a more inclusive admissions process and school climate. I'll quickly highlight 2 key points. The current admissions process presumes a level playing field that does not exist. Evidence from other cities indicate that consideration of zip codes leads to greater racial integration. And admissions affect school culture and vice versa. On the first point, as reported in a recent WBUR article, nearly 3/4 of white students in grades 7 through 12 attend so-called exam schools, and 44% attend BLS in particular. Arguments for the traditional system are arguments in favor of maintaining existing levels of segregation. Consideration of zip code is a reasonable way to increase diversity at BLS, and as a result, also increase diversity across the districts. Other cities, like Chicago's, use a similar process that considers zip codes, and those schools are more reflective of the city as a whole. There's no data suggesting that students from low-income neighborhoods perform worse than their more advantaged peers. And as we saw earlier, data from BPS points clearly to a high rate of success for students who have a B or average GPA on admission. Quickly, my second point, students of color interviewed for our project described a harsh and unwelcoming school culture at BLS for Black and Latinx students, including microaggressions and troubling overt racism. I was excited that the working group proposal included supports for students, and I hope that this will include socio-emotional supports and other strategies for nurturing a more welcoming environment for students of color. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piazza.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Teresa Pregazer. Teresa?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Teresa Pregaser. I live a half mile from BLA and have a sixth grader, Nathan, who attends the Nathan Hale School in Roxbury. 3 years ago, the fourth grade teacher, Jonathan Holden, set out to understand the exam school entrance process. He said he had had too many students not make it who should have. He invited the exam school assignment specialist to come to our school and explain to parents the entrance process. Then he started an ISE study group for fifth graders. My son participated in it last year until the pandemic hit. The Hale has taken it upon themselves to make admissions to exam schools more equitable. To be clear, our school has pursued access to the exam schools for those students who the exam school was intended to serve, students who can handle a high level of rigor in education. But we are only one school in Roxbury, and the pandemic has limited access to the access students across my neighborhood and others have to even a base level of education. You will hear from many parents tonight advocating for their students, but I ask you to vote in favor of the proposed changes on behalf of the parents you may not hear from. Like one of my son's classmates who missed out on being a part of the audience and winning a prize like a bike or a hoverboard at the Boston Police Christmas party because she had to stay home and watch her older brother who has special needs. Or another classmate who is living with his mom for the first time in 5 years. Since third grade, he worked one-on-one almost every day with George Cox. Had George Cox not passed away, I'm sure he would be working with him still, but he is left with a large void. The stories go on, and there's so much we are powerless to change, but this change you have the power to make. On behalf of the students who not only have spent their lives walking past the huge brick building on Townsend and Warren, but who are also every bit as deserving of going to an exam school as children in wealthier zip codes, please do the right thing and approve the one-year proposed change for the entrance exam schools. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for recognizing Mr. Cox.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers is Eric Gehrig, Amanda Allen, Stephen Mook, and Jorge Chavarro. Is Eric Gehrig with us? Okay, Amanda Allen. Stephen Mook.
Yes, hi, my name is Steve Mook, and I've been a Boston educator and parent for the last 12 years. And I completely and utterly support more diversity in our exam schools. However, I'm highly concerned for my students of using GPA as the only academic criteria for exam school admission. The Harvard Kennedy School report in 2018, which investigated inequities in exam school admissions, concluded we should use MCAS scores as the best way to increase diversity in the exam schools, not to use GPA. A 2017 WGBH report of a private school in Boston found that of the 51 graduates, 43 went to Boston Latin School. Of those 43, 2/3 had an A+ average. And while private school students do not necessarily take the MCAS, the MAP test correlates very well to the MCAS. And so I'm proposing that we use the MCAS scores for fourth grade for our BPS students and allow the private school students to test their own students using the MAP test, of course, following as many guidelines for safety as we possibly can. One thing I want to address the chair and the committee, and just other people have mentioned this, but I'm sure you're aware that the BPS fifth grade grading scale is a benchmark scale where teachers are highly discouraged from giving 4s in the first 2 marking periods. This essentially ensures the best a BPS student can get for this year's exam school practice is a B or perhaps a B+. As well, since double the percent of applicants from private schools are white compared to BPS students, this actually seems to be a recommendation that heavily favors private school students who use a traditional A to F scale, the vast majority of whom are white. This recommendation is actually a huge disservice to our BPS students, and I implore the working committee to think of a way that is more equitable for all students in Boston. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jorge Chavarro.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Jorge Chavarro. I'm a parent of 2 BPS students and a resident of the North End. And thank you for allowing me to testify tonight. While I agree with many of the elements of the recommendation from the working group, I'm also concerned about others, and I will limit my remarks to one of these. My greatest concern is the use of zip codes as a criterion to rank the order in which 80% of the invitations of the exam schools are distributed. My concern is that this method of ranking ignores the enormous variability in income and wealth within zip codes in our city. For example, several zip codes identified in the proposal as having high median income and therefore expected to have a lower allocation of seats include within them important numbers of low and middle income families, disproportionately families of color, who resides in subsidized housing projects or income restricted units that the city has invested for many years precisely because of its interest in increasing diversity across the entire city. The converse is also true. Several zip codes identified as having median incomes are high median incomes are hotspots of gentrification and luxury real estate development in our city. In other cases, very low zip code median incomes reflect large college student populations that artificially bring down median income across the entire zip code while simultaneously including some of the wealthiest individuals in our city. While I appreciate the stated goal for selecting this method, and it is certainly worth pursuing, the chosen tool is akin to using a sledgehammer for a task that requires precision watchmaking tools. If approved as proposed, your neighbor's incomes will all of a sudden become the most important factor in influencing your children's school assignment. On a personal note, the main reason my family can afford living in the North End is that we were able to purchase an income restricted unit. After being forced out of my country of birth to start a new life in Boston with literally no money in my pockets, I have been able to gain a foot in this city, and I will be forever grateful for the opportunity this city has given me. Yet, had my wife and I not been able to save down for a down payment and closing costs of an income restricted unit, which at the time was every penny we had, we would have been forced to leave Boston a long time ago by the ever increasing cost of living in this city. I know my story is not unique, and while neither of my children will be affected by this policy for the coming year, I know other families like mine will be, which is I felt this obligation to raise my voice tonight. I want to end my testimony by acknowledging that the working group has been tasked with a mission that is not only urgent and of greatest importance to our city, but also one that is highly unlikely to result in a recommendation that is satisfactory to all constituencies in the city. Thank you for
Dr. Chavarro.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers are Shengli Hu, Christopher Martel, Amy Kiley, Effie Panagopoulos, Go Sasaki, and Angela Liu. Is Chengli Hu with us? Christopher Martel.
Hi, my name is Chris Martel, and I'm a BPS parent with 2 daughters at the Kenny School in Dorchester, a BPS citywide parent council rep, a former classroom teacher, current education professor at UMass Boston, and someone who deeply believes in racial justice. I ask that you support the working group's recommendations related to the exam school admission. My daughters attend what may be the most racially balanced elementary school in the city. It represents the diversity of Dorchester almost perfectly. It even has its own marching band. It's a special place. Yet every year, students leave the Kenny and end up at very different BPS middle and high schools. I only imagine how confused Kenny students must be when they enter the doors of BLS. They must wonder, am I still in Boston? They interact with far fewer of their Dorchester neighbors or peers from Mattapan or Roxbury. They're noticeably far fewer Black or brown classmates. I wish BLS was more like the Kenny. I wish the student population was a better representation of the city's neighborhoods. I wish all Boston students had equitable opportunities. The racial imbalance is not surprising knowing our city's past. However, the current admission process, heavily based on standardized test scores, exacerbates our city's structural racism. Before the McLaughlin case, while not perfect, the diversity of the exam schools more closely resembled our city. After the McLaughlin case, instead of creating an equitable system that adhered to the court ruling, the school committee took a pass. I asked this school committee to do the right thing today, especially in light of this pandemic, which has only widened racial and economic gaps in our city. You have a chance to experiment with a new and fairer system. Finally, while the working group focused on this year, I strongly encourage this committee to eliminate an exam as an admission criteria beyond that. Our exam schools were not always exam schools. We do not need an exam to confirm their prestige. All Boston Public Schools exist to serve all Boston students. Let's create a new process that centers on racial justice. Let's make our school system a national beacon for equity. Let's do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Kiley. This could be a duplicate from earlier this evening. I believe it is Effie Panagopoulos. Is Effie with us? Okay, and excuse me, Go Sasaki.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Go Sasaki. Angela Liu and I are teachers at the O'Brien and represent the Massachusetts Asian American Educators Association. MAI has many Asian American educators in BPS. At the end of the day, we want all students to have a high quality education in every school, so communities are not pitted against each other in a clamor for seats in exam schools. Given our current situation, however, we support the proposed plan as the best available option, as MAI supports increased diversity and equity of access to the exam schools and all schools where Black, Latinx, and English learner communities are underrepresented in the exam schools. While MAI supports this plan, we are also here to advocate on behalf of the Asian American community, dispel some assumptions made about our students, and bring light to otherwise invisible concerns. Here are our 5 concerns. Angela Liu will speak after my time is up. First, individual family incomes should be used instead of zip codes, zip code median incomes. Under the current plan, low-income students living in the South End, Charlestown, and Chinatown will compete with better resource students living in luxury condos in the same zip code. Second, priority should be given to students who attend BPS elementary schools. It is inequitable to give so many seats to students at private elementary schools whose family can afford them. In Boston, Asians have poverty rates and median incomes on par with Latinx and Black families, according to the Boston Public Health Commission. Asian students in BPS generally come from working class families. They are children of restaurant, hotel, home care, and nail salon workers. Like other working class immigrants, our families often have fewer resources, networks, and language skills to navigate or even know about METCO, private, or charter schools. And for that reason, 87% of school-aged Asian children in Boston attend BPS. For many Asians, exam schools feel like the only option for high quality education because they don't have the resources to navigate other options. And I'll pass it to Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Sasaki.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Angela Liu, and I am also representing the teachers with Massachusetts Asian American Educators Association. Third, we need better outreach to non-English speaking families. We know that BPS provided translated information about this plan a week ago, but many in our communities have not seen these letters. You can't just post letters late and expect families to find them. Half of BPS families speak a language other than English, and BPS should treat them with the same respect and consideration as English-speaking families. Fourth, all BPS communities should be involved in the planning process. Our members remember how the buses of Chinese students were stoned as they arrived in Charlestown during busing. At the time, there was no consultation or consideration for our community. We were just left to figure it out on our own. This pattern of BPS making decisions for us and without us has been continuing for decades. Finally, a quality educational experience is not just about academics. In 2019 Youth Risk Behavior Survey, the majority of BPS middle school students of color said they rarely or never get the kind of help that they need. For Asian students, this figure was 82%, 8 points higher than any other group. The same survey found that Asian students attempted suicide more than any other group in BPS. This is a silent crisis that needs to be addressed and invisible if we only look at academics. Our families, like all families, want quality schools and opportunity for their children, but they have been used and ignored for decades. They have real needs that are being unaddressed. Our organization supports the proposal. We support increased diversity and equity of access to the exam schools. And we need to make sure that we are not ignoring process in our pursuit of outcomes. We need to make sure that we view the students as more than exam school seats and grades and MCAS scores. We need to make sure that all BPS schools provide high quality education and opportunity for all students. Thanks for your time and attention.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers are Cheyenne Devaney, Yuri Losordo, Jen Herlihy, Gina Mavuli, and Kathleen Adams. If you could please raise your hands virtually in Zoom. Is Ms. Devaney with us? Yuri Losordo?
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Yuri Losordo. I'm the parent of 2 children at Kenny Elementary School. I'm here to express my support for the working group's recommendations to change the admissions criteria for the exam schools next school year. From what I've seen of how our city has handled COVID, I do not believe that the test can be safely administered. As a graduate of the Bronx High School of Science, which uses only a test for admission, I know that there are some valid arguments for keeping a standardized test as a part of the admissions process. But this is no ordinary time, and with COVID rates rising, it would be unconscionable to require it. To keep it would be to ask an 11 or 12-year-old to risk their lives and their friends and families' lives for a shot at a quote-unquote good school. To me, this is unacceptable to put a child in this situation. This afternoon on Twitter, Superintendent Casalius wrote, "I often say it is the adults who create the conditions in which children succeed. We must do better." We as a city, we seem to have a thing for trying to solve some of our biggest problems, such as income inequality and racism, on the backs of our children. Shame on us, adults, who continue to fail to create the conditions in which all children can succeed. We can make every school in the district a school where families would be proud to send their children. It can be done. The Kenny was not an especially desirable school when we started, but I've witnessed firsthand what can happen when staff and families decide to come together and love their school. We as parents, especially middle-class parents, have to change the conversations we are having about what education really is for. We need to eliminate the scarcity mindset amongst ourselves and stop thinking as customers, but as stakeholders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jen Herlihy.
As Ms. Herlihy is unmuting, I just want to bring it to the attention of the committee and those that are watching. We are now at speaker number 105 on our list. So we are moving through very efficiently. And I want to thank once again all of the speakers for sticking to the 2-minute time limit. Thank you for your cooperation. Ms. Herlihy.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm Jen Herlihy. I'm a parent of a BLA student, not BLS, which seems to be a school you're hearing a lot about tonight that needs more diversity. If you'll review the statistics at BLA and the O'Brien, you'll learn, and you probably know, they have a much more diverse background. In any event, no matter what your position, this vote must be delayed. You gave less than 2 weeks notice for this absolutely critical issue, provided data at the last minute, some of which we still don't understand how it will actually impact our families. And from all of these amazing people, no matter what side you're on, I'm hearing very well educated, intelligent arguments and getting more information from each person. Is there a way this test can actually happen and what BPS has not been 100% transparent with us? Is there a way we could use MCAS or MAP tests? Should we be using only 6th grade or 8th grade numbers? In any event, using zip codes is simply not equitable. As others have noted, you could have a child of a socioeconomic lower income, but in a higher income neighborhood, and actually they will actually be disadvantaged. In fact, you may be excluding children on the basis of zip code. And I agree with all the comments on grades only. I can tell you that although the intent to improve diversity is an excellent idea, this proposal is not the way to do it. It will backfire. It will lead to failure of students in that schools, and it leads to further trust and distrust of families in the BPS system. Part of the plan necessary, as I see it from your slides, is to secure additional funding to help those students. In this pandemic, where's it coming from, right? There's no information there. How are these students, really test subjects, supposed to be then supported? Nothing is detailed. What's best for the community, as Ms. Sullivan asked? Discussing this with more than 2 weeks' notice, demonstrating the actual impact so people know what you're talking about, and in languages they can understand, unlike the families we heard tonight. If you will not delay the vote, then vote without the use of zip codes, for the reason it is simply not a reliable way to equity as described by smarter people than myself. Delay the vote and be transparent. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers is Gina Mavuli, Kathleen Adams, Alicia Burke, Helen Lee, and Rebecca Witt. If you could please raise your hands virtually. Gina with us? Okay, Kathleen Adams. Kathleen?
Good evening, Kathleen. Are you there? I see you on the screen.
Can you
There
hear
we
me
go.
now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Good evening.
Sorry. All right, hold on. Now I got to find my notes again. All right. My name is Kathleen Adams. I'm a graduate of Boston Latin School, a parent of a current BLS student and a current BLS sixth grader. I would like to voice my opposition to the work group's recommendations to use zip codes instead of an exam for admission to the 3 exam schools. A new exam was chosen in the spring. That is what our sixth graders have prepared for. 2020 has already thrown enough at them. As my son's math teacher said, it's like they called a timeout in the middle of the game and changed all the rules. My children are 1 grade apart. My daughter was invited to the exam school prep based on her Terra Nova scores. She took the ISEE last year, has studied hard, and gained a seat at BLS. Although my kids are 1 year apart, my son has had a completely different experience. First, the Terra Nova was scrapped, so we were told that students would be invited based on their grades. That was not true. Despite reaching out to ESI since January, confirming dates and locations, it was not until the Friday before the summer camps began that I was told my son was not invited. I have numerous emails I could read to you back and forth from the Exam School Initiative, but I'd just like to quote this statement. The good news for your family is that as a BLS alumna, your son is much better positioned to prepare for this exam and enter BLS successfully than most BPS families. I find it interesting that despite this work group being convened back in the spring and the results not being made public until less than 2 weeks ago, the change.org position put forward by those in support of getting rid of the exam was started in July. There is no transparency in this process. In fact, it reeks of favoritism, backroom deals, and promises. And over again, I heard equity. So I looked up equity, and it comes from the Latin equus, which means fairness and equity of treatment. This work group was anything but fair and impartial. I have lived in West Roxbury all my life, and I will not apologize for that. I've been active as a room parent in my child's classroom for the past 8 years. Our school offered exam prep to everyone. That's equity. To say that any one zip code has been more negatively affected by the pandemic is completely untrue. My husband and I both work in healthcare. We have not been home with our kids while they've been remote learning since the spring. We've done the best we can, but I feel every zip code has been impacted by the pandemic.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Our next speaker is Alicia Burke. Is Ms. Burke with us? Okay, Helen Lee. Helen, are you with us?
Yes. Hello, my name is Helen Lee. I am a Roxbury resident. I grew up in District 2. I went to the Quincy School, and I am a proud BLS alumna. I am here today to express my strong support for the working group's proposal to suspend the test and to amend the exam school's admissions process for the upcoming school year. I am a product of the BPS, and I am grateful for all of the opportunities a BLS education has afforded me. Since graduating from BLS in 2010, I have had the opportunity to work on and successfully complete a bachelor's and 2 masters, 2 of which are from Boston University. I was also the first in my entire family to receive a college degree, let alone 3. Despite all of my accomplishments, I am certain that if I were a sixth grader right now, being asked to sit for an exam during a pandemic to gain admission into one of the exam schools, that I would not do well and that I would not end up where I am today. And that is why I urge the committee to vote in favor of the proposal. I do not believe an exam in any year is an equitable measure of potential. I also respectfully disagree with many of the Chinese parents who have testified tonight, but acknowledge that they are absolutely correct that this meeting has been a disservice because no interpretation was provided so that they could understand. I have also heard that the contents of the previous meeting were misconstrued for parents in District 2. If there are any Cantonese or Mandarin speaking folks still here or are watching the recorded session, 我都想嚟知道今日講緊啲乜嘢，我都想知道你們知道今天說了什麼。My parents spent at least $6,000, money they did not have, on test prep alone to make sure I would get a spot in one of the exam schools. My parents immigrated from a farming village in China. My dad grew up during the Great Chinese Famine and almost starved to death twice because his family had no food on the table. My parents did not sacrifice everything to come here just to risk repeating history so that their 2 children would find success. My parents should have never been put in that position, and neither should the parents who have testified tonight. $6,000 might not sound like a lot of money to some of you, but it was 33% of my parents' annual income. My parents chose to spend, or rather gamble, $6,000, but they shouldn't have had to spend a single dime. As someone of childbearing age, it is my hope that when my future children enter the Boston Public Schools, that the entire system is equitable, fair, and just. That is why we must continue working to ensure all students in Boston have equal opportunity and access to a quality education across Boston, not just in the exam schools. When we say all means all, we mean all means small. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Witt. Rebecca?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. My name is Rebecca Whitty, and I'm a Boston Public Schools social worker at the J.P. Manning Elementary School in Jamaica Plain, a Roslindale resident and the proud mother of 2 Boston Public School students, a 2nd grader at the Rafael Hernandez K-8 school and a 6th grader at the Curley K-8. I'm here tonight to express my strong support for the superintendent's working group exam school admission proposal. As a Boston school social worker, I've seen firsthand how highly curious, creative, thoughtful, and intelligent Black and Latinx students have not been admitted to the exam schools because they did not have equal access to test prep opportunities, something many white and higher income families can access through informal networks or pay for privately, and therefore did not perform well in the ISEE. This highlights an ongoing opportunity gap issue, not an issue of merit, ability, or potential. During the months of August and September, and continuing still now, I have participated in countless meetings in which district representatives have talked about the importance of becoming more explicitly anti-racist, to push for equity, close the opportunity gaps, and engage in more culturally responsive teaching practices. If this is the true aim of the district, as it should be, then you must take the step to suspend the exam for 1 year and enter into a more equitable process for admissions to the 3 exam schools. That is anti-racism in practice. I would be remiss if I did not take a moment to note that my older son is a 6th grader residing in Roslindale. So according to the projections, it will be harder for him to gain admission to an exam school for the 2021-2022 school year. I am okay with this. This proposal is about fairness and what's right for all, not just my son. The exam schools, and one day all schools in Boston, should help all students realize their full potential. And this proposal is a positive move in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sherry Kelleher. She'll be followed by Carmela Verastro, Danielle Miles Linage, and Lily Beck. Is Sherry with us? Okay, Carmela Verastro. Danielle Miles Linage. Lily Beck. I see 2 Lilies. If you could please virtually raise your hand, Lily Beck. Okay, Jing Song Kao.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, hello everyone. Good night. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm a resident of the city of Boston and a current BPS parent. I wish to express my strong objections to the proposed change to the Boston exam school admission policy. Based on my own understanding and judgment, the recommendation by the working force are not aligned with the goal of BPS in providing a high quality education for our next generation. We need to maintain the objective rather than subjective criteria or benchmarks to serve as a common ground to evaluate students across different schools in the city. COVID-19 brought in unprecedented impact in all of us, but we now have more understanding on the virus, the disease, and the way to mitigate the risk. The city needs to explore the options to perform in-person tests or alternatively some online tests. As far as I know, a lot of schools have conducted online tests. The city needs to explore the option for administer the test rather than just canceling or suspending the test. The distribution of 80% of income seat based on zip code is not reasonable. I recognize the disparity between the student body in the 3 exam schools and the demographic landscape of Boston City. The city needs to fix the feeding schools that are not able to provide a high level education to their students. The new recommendation will undercut the academic excellence of our young generation and eventually the competitiveness of the city of Boston and this nation. So this might be one step closer to a socialism and probably communism. And finally, I wish to state that in order to ensure the continued excellence of our 3 exam schools, the only way is to maintain standardized and objective tests and exams. So please vote no for the new proposal. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Cowell.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers are Reverend Willie Bodrick, Hassan Hall, Callie Liebman, and Carmela Velastro. That appears to be a duplicate, I'm sorry. Reverend Broderick.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. To Chairman Lecanto, Superintendent Caselius, School Committee. My name is Reverend Willie Bodrick II, and I serve as Senior Pastor-elect of Historic 12 Baptist Church and a member of the OAG Task Force and President of the Chairperson of the Boston Network for Black Student Achievement. I'm very thankful that the name George Cox was lifted up in this space, for I know he stood on the side of justice and equity. We, the Boston Network for Black Student Achievement, stand in solidarity with the civil rights groups and education justice organizations, as well as the community organizations that have come together and offer our full support for the exam school admission criteria working groups and mission proposal for the 2021 and 2022 school year. We also ask that the district creates a workable solution for safe in-person services that are needed for our high-need students, many which are Black and brown. We recognize that this pandemic has been difficult for all of us, but furthermore, the pandemic has lifted the veil of the pre-existing systemic conditions that disproportionately have affected Black, Latinx, as well as low-income residents. Many of our community people and community persons have been essential workers, and they've been highly exposed to this virus. And which means that many of our families have experienced increased exposure and contracted and even died from COVID-19. I want to just actually acknowledge the fact that we have to do something different in this moment. We recognize that there are institutional barriers that have previously existed, and all together we must advocate to reimagine the way in which we recognize our young people's high performing students and ensure that there's equity as a top priority. Furthermore, this plan should not only be a foundation for equity in our exam schools, but I truly deeply believe that this should guide us in ensuring that every high school in BPS is affirmed and giving the same attention to provide a high quality education. I thank the school committee and all of the working group who worked on this proposal, but more importantly, I ask that the school committee on this night have the political will to take the first steps towards ensuring that equity and justice is not just rhetoric, but made a reality in the city of Boston. We want to affirm our support of these efforts, and we thank you very much for your work. And I look forward to continue to working with each and every one of you.
Thank you,
Reverend.
Our next speaker is Rasan Hall. Mr. Hall with us?
Hello,
Callie Lee, oh, excuse me.
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Chairman Lecanto, Superintendent Casilius, and members of the school committee. My name is Rasan Hall. I'm the director of the Racial Justice Program for the ACLU of Massachusetts. The ACLU urges the committee to adopt the working group's proposal, but also to continue work on developing a more equitable and just admission policy. It is the appropriate, healthy, and just thing to do. We are all aware of the impact that COVID has had on all of our communities, and to subject students, particularly some of the students in lower income communities, to this exam is particularly unfair. There are significant studies and reports that show that test scores are just as much correlated to a family's means as it is tied to a child's ability to perform. We cannot turn a blind eye to gross racial, class, and geographic disparities in the current admission practice and rates. If these institutions are the launch pads for the best and brightest, as opposed to our wealthiest and best resources, then everyone should be willing to let go of a tool that has cemented injustice for generations. If education is the pathway out of poverty, why would opponents cling to this outdated, racially biased metric with a stranglehold in one hand and a Black Lives Matter sign in the other? Or maybe it's a Make America Great Again sign. But be that as it may, we've heard the statistics, seen the COVID death toll, and expressed platitudes of racial equity. But when a plan is proposed to respond to racial disparities in exam school admissions and COVID infection and death rates, we see waves of backlash proclaiming a sudden injustice that outweighs the decades of disparities, leaving Boston Latin School with the lowest admission rate of Black students since desegregation. And now we have an opportunity to lean into the values and principles we espouse. Dr. King once said, the ultimate measure of a person is not where they stand in moments of comfort and convenience, but where they stand at times of challenge and controversy. So the ACLU implores the committee to show its character in this moment of controversy and challenge and approve this. Thank you.
Thanks, Rev Paul, and thanks to both you and Rev Bodrick, two great Northeastern University School of Law grads.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Callie Liebman. Is Ms. Liebman with us? Let's see her. Okay, Mary Finn, and she'll be followed by Ellen King and Becca Landstein. Mary Finn?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I'm a Boston Latin School alum from the class of 1993, and I've worked in education for the past 20 years. I'm grateful I had the opportunity to attend BLS, and I care deeply about its future. I'm here to express my strong support for the superintendent's working group proposal. As a student at Boston Latin in the 1990s, I was a beneficiary of a public school education that prepared me well for a life of learning and purposeful work. I took a history class at BLS taught by the late Greg Turpin, and that class helped me to develop an understanding of my place in the world and how to use my privilege to advocate for equity. In this class, I learned about the legacy of racism in the US and in Boston. I learned about successful social justice movements for equity, especially those fighting for equitable access to public education. The superintendent's working group proposal is a step in the right direction, at least for the 2020-2021 school year when it comes to a more equitable admission policy for BLS. I've taught high school, been a high school administrator, and served in school district leadership positions in the past 20 years. I've worked primarily on behalf of students who will be the first in their family to go to college. First-generation college-going students face obstacles at every step of their journey. Their perseverance and resilience is remarkable. We should dismantle and not maintain barriers for future student success. In my experience as a BLS alum, I know that BLS prepares students for college and post-secondary success. The superintendent's working group proposal will provide a more equitable access to BLS education for students from historically underestimated and under-resourced groups, and many of these students are first-generation college-going students. Boston Latin School is a great school, and I'm fortunate that I've had the opportunity to attend, but it's not perfect. When I was a student at BLS, the school did not reflect the racial and ethnic demographics of the city, and it should have. Since graduating, it's become less and less representative of the city's demographics. I believe in a fair admission policy, at least for next year, and this is one step in the right direction. Students should not be required to test in unsafe testing conditions. As an alum of BLS, I feel that I have the responsibility to push for equitable access to the institution that I benefited so much from in my life, All students, especially first-generation college-going students, ought to have the opportunity and access that I had. We all benefit with
Thank you.
BLS equitable admission policy.
Thank you, Ms. Finn.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers are Ellen King, Becca Landstein, Anna Dorr, and Lauren Kelly Trimble. Is Ms. King with us? Becca Landstein. Anna Dorr. Anna?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for listening. My name is Anna Dorr. I'm a proud BPS parent to 3 students at the Kilmer K-8, including a current 6th grader, and I unequivocally support suspending the test. I grew up in West Roxbury, attended BPS, and I've been thinking about more equitable exam school admissions since I was myself a student at BLS. Most of my thinking has focused on the advantage private and parochial students have in the admissions process, private education, private tutors, and an exam prep industrial complex that I call the arms race. I'm hopeful that the energy around the current proposal will allow us to reckon finally with our exam school admissions and high school landscape, and that these conversations and the working group will continue over the next year. Tonight, I urge you to vote in favor of this proposal. I also ask members of the school committee to press the district to ensure the grading comparisons between BPS and non-BPS students are fair. The current process has contributed to outsized access for private school students. The district has explained that the method of calculating GPA this year will be the same, but the inputs and the impact are different. In a normal year, grades on the progressive 1 to 4 scale used in most BPS elementary schools account for 25% of a student's ranking in the admissions process. 6th grade grades are points-based A to F, and the test is 50%. This year, we'll rely exclusively on those converted grades to rank BPS students, and we're cutting off the progression inherent in our grading system because we can use only fall and winter term grades. The resolution you're considering itself refers to a B GPA, which has no meaning for 5th graders in our schools. It's critically important that we trust in this process so that we can build upon it. And I hope the district will take another look at the GPA formula and have transparency around that process, all while moving this proposal forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lauren Kelly Trimble.
Hi, Elizabeth, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. My name is Lauren Trimble, and I'm a BPS parent of 3 students, ages 11, 9, and 5. I want to thank the working group because I know you were tasked with the impossible, fixing one minor aspect of an entire system that has been broken since I can remember. Most people that I've spoken with agree that our system is broken and inequitable. We also agree that we don't want to send our children to schools that celebrate a graduation rate of 70%. We don't want to send our kids to a school that has limited extracurriculars, with very few AP classes, where we have to fight every year to maintain an underfunded budget, where we're in constant worry of being shut down. We see this happening across BPS, and no one wants to choose a school in that position. You have treated the students of the city as expendable, and you skimped on their education from day one. You have pitted us against each other once again to fight over crumbs because you have failed at your job. We are left with very few choices beyond the 3 exam schools. Please point me in the direction of our other options. You keep talking about equity, but refuse to hit the pause button and to run a true projection of how this algorithm would work. Show us how the policy would impact our 5th and our 6th graders, and also the thousands of students at our other 7 comprehensive high schools. I keep hearing about the equity of this policy, but you have not shared your simulation that supports these claims. You are asking parents to blindly lower their child's chance for a quality education. You are asking us to sacrifice for others, but refuse to meet us halfway and thoroughly vet your own proposal. Will there be an undue burden on other students if enrollment goes down in our comprehensive high schools? Will you close them with 2 weeks' notice and expect us to go along with the hasty process because some people went along with this proposal today? I'm asking you to take more time, run these simulations, share your results with the public, and implement a process that gives any proposal legitimacy. Please, please do not rush to vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, excuse me, our next speaker is Rashad Bryant.
Hi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, yeah, so I know I just want to commend the committee for sitting through a lot of these comments. I know it's been a long night and I appreciate your attentiveness, but I do hope these words come through pretty clearly. So I am a previous Boston Latin School attendee and my wife is as well. We're both alumni of BLS. I'm from Mattapan and attended BPS schools throughout my entire grade school experience. Had no test prep or even anyone really pushing me in my household to excel in school. So, I think I reflect a lot of the demographic that will benefit from this change. And despite that, I was able to make it into BLS and graduate, became the first person from my family to attend college, and subsequently the first person to become a college graduate. And now I'm the global HR business leader at one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in Mass. And so I only share this to give context for my perspective on this matter. I do agree directionally with where the committee's proposal is going. And reflecting on my experience at BLS, I was one of the very few students of color, and it was definitely a culture shock in the early stages of being there. However, I'd be remiss to not say that the exposure to students who weren't from my neighborhood was tremendously impactful in propelling me to where I am today. And that said, regardless of where the proposal gets across, whether it gets across the line or not, the admissions process, this year and any subsequent years, I think there needs to be a diligence about ensuring diverse representation in the exam schools. And increasing representation of Black and Brown kids is necessary, but equally as important is ensuring those kids have an ability to interface with kids from backgrounds different than them. And the unique value of the exam school, especially for Black and Brown kids, is not necessarily the rigor of the curriculum, it's the diversity you get at the school. And then the last thing I'll say on this is, I think the proposal is a top-down solution, and it may help the representation in the exam schools, but there also needs to be bottom-up actions taken to ensure the exam school students are set up for success. And so, directionally agreed and aligned with where you all are going with this, but I think we need to also understand some of the nuances of those kids from our communities to make sure they're set up for success in the long term.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Thank you. Our next group of speakers are Jun Jae, Sam Tan, Shang Chong Hong, Darlene Bose, and Harry Han. Is Jun Jae with us? Okay. Sam Tan.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sam Tan, and I'm a parent of BPS students in Josiah Quincy School. As a first generation of immigrants, we don't came to this country wealthy, but we know having a good education is the only way to break the poverty cycle. The recommendation is a disappointment to all the talented kids who worked so hard because they wanted to attend exam schools, but they can't because the talents are restricted by the zip codes they live in. Looking at the slide, number 27 in the proposal, if you live in Austin, Back Bay, downtown, or Seaport, it doesn't matter how smart the kids are or how much effort they put in, the chance of getting into the exam school is 0.1%. 0 to nothing. Is that right or fair? Admission by zip code is a form of segregation rather than unity. It's injustice rather than a fair representation of talents and efforts. It opens to manipulations and favoritism. The proposal pushes us backward rather than move us forward. What is more fair and unbiased than admission by exams? An exam score is it's a pure reflection of talents and efforts. It matters not the color of your skin, the neighborhood you live in, or how rich you are. If one has the talent and is willing to work hard, anyone can be a winner.
20 seconds.
I object to working group's recommendation and urge the committee to postpone the voting and use MAP tests as an admission criteria. There are ways to administer in-person exams safely. Why not utilize the HEIS and the BCEC for exams? Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Tan. Our next speaker is Shang Hong Yang. Mr. Yang?
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, so this is Sheng Huang. My daughter is a sixth grade. So thanks for the opportunity. So everybody is equal regardless of income and zip code. So every zip code is equal. We should encourage kids to pursue excellence. Hardworking deserve reward. So thanks organizer for excellent organizing. I'm wondering why you were offered this job. Is it because of your capability or zip code you live in? I believe it's because of your capability, kind of a merit. Am I right? I have to say it's a very courageous to use parents' income and zip code as a standard for exam schools admission. I have a smarter idea. Why not simply use the parents' age and last name? Anyway, none of them could be controlled by the students. By the way, I'm not sure what's wrong for those parents to earn higher income and live in the zip code they like. If it's something wrong anyway, it's a parent's fault. Why students should be deprived the opportunity to receive the education they deserve? We all know admission by skin color or race is racism and discrimination. Is it discrimination if admission by zip code and income? I believe so. We all Bostonian. All kids are Bostonian. Why should we be divided by zip code and income? Now let's talk about why we send our kids to school. We will hope our kids can go get good education in college and then could live their life independently. We know college admission by merit, not by their parents' income and zip code. Therefore, the exam school is a place for kids to prepare themselves for the college. And elementary school gives them 6 years to prepare for the admission to exam school. And the merit-based admission is the only way for fair, unbiased, and objective admission. Everybody is equal, regardless of income and zip code. Every zip code is equal. I strongly disagree to use zip code to assign the seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Our next group of speakers are Darlene Lombos, Harry Han, Darren Liu, and Lauren Iacono. Is Darlene Lombos with us? Okay, Harry Han.
Ms. Sullivan, could you that last name that came through a little garbled?
Oh, sure. Harry Han, Darren Lowe, and Lauren Iacono.
Hi, this is Duran Lee. I'm not sure whether that's me. Hello, can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Hi, yeah. Thank you, the working group. This is Duran Lee. I request to postpone the vote. I'm concerned that this working group has unvalidated assumption for certain proposal. One of the main reasons for less African American and Latin American representation in the exam schools are the failure of Boston Public elementary school education, not the exams, not the hardworking kids. It's not only opportunity, smartness, talent is required for success, but also hard work, focus, and dedication is required for success. Certain parts of current proposal send the wrong message to the community. First, I would like to say it's not fair for this working group to come up a proposal with such dramatic change without the input from broader community. Second, the current proposal is not fair to let zip code determine the student education opportunity. It's wrong. After my kid knew he is going to be evaluated based on where he lives, he feels deeply hurt and demotivated. Clearly, current proposal send the wrong message to the community. Martin Luther King once said, "I have a dream that my children one day will not judged by their color, but by the content of their character." I shared a dream with Martin Luther King. I have a dream that my children one day will not judged by their color and zip code, but by the content of their character, hard work, and dedication. Using zip code will divide the Boston community. What we really need now is working hand by hand to maintain the competitiveness of exam school and improve the overall quality of BPS. Again, certain part of the proposal is not fair. The vote needs to be postponed to ensure the broader community could working together with this working group to come up with a clear and fair proposal for all the students who would like to get into Boston Latin School. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Denking Zhao, Robert Treston, Lexian Wu, and Michael Heischman. If you can please virtually raise your hands.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
My name is Dan Qing Xiao. 7 years ago, my son was assigned to the old Metahan school. At the time, the school students were testing 15% proficient on MCAS. I never sent my son to the school, and any parent would do. The student in Mattapan were not prepared for any tests. Eventually, the state forced the old Mattapan to close. To fix the problem, the school committee considering changes to a few of schools that work in the system, the exam schools. Removing the exam will change the exam school. My best guess, they will become more like advanced working class rather than prestigious schools, an icon of our city. One thing I can say for certain, removing the exam will not fix the problem. When the students are not ready for rigorous academic curriculum, they will fail. If you don't want them to fail, the teacher will need to lower the standard of the current curriculum. In that case, exam school will lose its competitiveness in the nation. It is students' bodies determine the school quality. It must be based on merit. At the difficulty level in different BPS is different. GPAs are not comparable. For example, A at the community colleges versus the A at Harvard. Therefore, not a good selection criteria. Any soft measurements will introduce bias. I sympathize with the committee. The students that are being left behind have many issues that they know about or not. I would ask committee to try to solve the difficult problem, for example, by opening technical high school, as not everyone is meant to be academics, opening more exam schools, or improve the current feeder schools. Removing exam is very bad for Boston. People will flee from Boston for better school districts or go to private schools. As a result, Boston will have less resources to support public education. Please do use MAC test or MCAS as announced early this year for exam schools. We should maintain high academic standard for our beloved exam school. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zhao.
Our next speaker is Robert Treston. Is Robert with us? Robert? Okay, Lixian Wu. Michael Heischman. Sami Kim. Tom Song. Mr. Song.
Mr. Song, please unmute yourself. You can go ahead. Mr. Song. Okay. Who's next, Ms. Sullivan?
Our next group of speakers are Nancy Minucci, Dan McCarthy, Jerry Medina, and Juliana Kiley.
You keep your mouth shut.
Nancy Minucci. Dan McCarthy. Jerry Medina. Juliana Kiley. Juliana.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Juliana Kiley. I'm from Jamaica Plain and I'm an alum of Boston Latin School. I would like to express my support for the working group's recommended changes to next year's exam school admissions process. I am working in a school this year and I have seen firsthand the ways that the pandemic has disrupted student learning. The move to remote learning has exacerbated pre-existing inequalities among students when it comes to technology access, socioeconomic stability, at-home parental support, and much more. There's no way to fairly administer an entrance exam this year, given the disproportionate impact COVID has had on low-income students and students of color in Boston. The recommendation to use pre-COVID grades as admissions criteria would create a more level playing field for all students. When I was applying to BLS, I was privileged enough to receive support from my school and parents in preparing for the exam, but many students, more deserving than me, cannot receive the same support, and that should not limit their access to the opportunities that schools like BLS have to offer. Moreover, Boston Latin School is a public school, but the reality is that it does not currently represent the socioeconomic and racial diversity of the Boston public school system as a whole. There are high-achieving students in every zip code of the city who deserve the chance to receive the education that I received. I believe that the recommended changes to the exam school admissions criteria are necessary for ensuring a more equitable admissions process next year and hopefully beyond. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kiley.
Our next speakers are Ann Yunt, Lee Wang, Catherine Kilborn, and Hui Fang. You can raise your hand virtually, please. Ms. Yunt?
Go ahead, Ms. Young. Okay. Ms. Wang is next on the list.
Yes. Lee Wang.
Good evening, everybody. My wife is Lee Wang. My name is Robert Corangelo. I'm graduate of 78, BLS graduate of 78, and I'm a parent of a 6-year-older. I'd like to thank, of a 6th grader. I'd like to thank Mr. Comptopassis for all his hard work on the committee. Mr. C, as we know him at Latin School, but I respectfully disagree with the committee. I respectfully disagree with the proposal, and I'm going to tell you why. Mr. C, let me tell you about my son. He has nearly perfect MCAS scores, perfect grades, and an excellent athlete and an excellent musician, and he works very, very hard. We teach him you work, you get what you earn. Well, there's only one problem. He lives in the wrong zip code. And we are not a rich family, not rich by any stretch of the imagination, but he lives in the wrong zip code. Only 2% from our zip code will get accepted or will get considered. Now, this is grossly unfair, and I'm irate as a parent, and I'm irate as a graduate, okay? Like one said, fix the 120 broken schools. Don't poison the 3 exam schools to get equity, because what we're doing here is we have reverse discrimination. You're discriminating against the ones who are in the wrong zip code and against Chinese people who didn't even have a translator. You should be ashamed of yourself. I am not happy. And I hope that the committee would delay the vote for a little while and really think about this. The zip code system is not going to work. It's just not. It's just not fair. We have reverse discrimination, and my son is caught in the middle of it. And I want to know from you, what do I tell him? What do I tell him?
Thank you. Our next group of speakers are Catherine Kilborn, Hui Fang, Jennifer Hu, and Yun Shen. Ms. Kilborn?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. I'm Catherine Kilborn, a white parent of 2 white children who graduated from BLA, a retired BPS teacher who taught at 4 different high schools, including BLS, as well as a member of the BLS equity team since its formation in 2016. I support this proposal, and I will support and demand that this not be a one-year anomaly, but will lay the groundwork for both more equitable education throughout Boston and equitable access to the exam schools going forward each year thereafter. And this is why. Both my children went through BPS, and when they took the ISCE, their first choice was BLS. They did not get in, and they were invited to BLA instead. They are so thankful they ended up at BLA because the diversity they enjoyed there was an inextricable component of their academic experience, delivering a unique type of education they would not have gotten at BLS, and much more important to them than the supposed gold standard there. BLS and the success and well-being of its students will be improved with increased diversity, not the reverse. As a teacher at BLS, I saw firsthand how having so few Black and Latinx students in the school not only allows but encourages racism to spread unabated with surprising frequency. Many students of color spoke to me of specific instances of racist comments made directly to them, and many constantly felt out of place and alone with only a small group of friends to buffer them from a racist undercurrent that thrived due in large part to the small number of students of color who were accepted through the biased and traditional test-in methods. This raises the question, what exactly is the gold standard education we are aiming for? It goes back to what my children learned at BLA. It's clear that inclusion teaches and deepens understanding as students of different backgrounds are exposed to each other's views and ideas. It also teaches not just tolerance, but respect, which my children now demand in their work and personal lives. Is this not the kind of citizens that our schools should be fostering? So many of us are feeling that our educational system has failed our society right now, particularly as we evaluate where we are during this election year and what course we want to chart. Looking at our divided and threatened democracy right now, the choice for inclusion has never been so starkly clear. Equity is democracy, is justice, and creates a stronger, more peaceable society. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kilborn.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hui Fang.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, thank you. My name is Hui Feng, a professor at Boston University and a parent of 2 BPS students, and the first child graduating from college from a low-income family. I want to really thank the committee for working so hard to make the BPS a great place and help our children. And I also wholeheartedly support your effort to better equality and diversity in exam schools. But tonight, I'm not speaking for my own children because they no longer need to apply for exam schools. As an educator myself, I know that any changes will take time and require careful investigation of all the problems and the effective methods of interventions. However, the approach adopted must not simply benefit some while hurting others. The current recommendation will hurt and discourage many ambitious and hardworking students, including those in the socio-economically disadvantaged areas, regardless of their color or race. I believe that the true anti-racist movement should not discriminate or punish hardworking students' children because of their color or race. People